Section 1 of Dramatic Reading Scene and Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Anne's Confession, Chapter 14, from Anne of Green Gables, by L.M. Montgomery. Narrated by Christine G.
Anne Shirley, read by Sweet Pea.
Marilla Cuthbert, read by Saskatoony.
Matthew Cuthbert, read by Norman Ilfer.
On the Monday evening before the picnic, Marilla came down from her room with a troubled face.
"Anne,"
she said to that small personage who was shelling peas by the spotless table and singing Nelly of the Hazel Dell, with a vigor and expression that did credit to Diana's teaching.
"did you see something of my amethyst brooch? I thought I stuck it in my pincushion when I came home from church yesterday evening, but I can't find it anywhere."
I saw it this afternoon when you were away at the Aid Society,"
said Anne a little slowly.
"I was passing your door when I saw it on the cushion, so I went in to look at it."
"Did you touch it?"
said Marilla sternly.
"Yes,"
admitted Anne.
"I took it up and I pinned it on my breast just to see how it would look."
"You had no business to do anything of the sort. It's very wrong in a little girl to meddle. You shouldn't have gone into my room in the first place, and you shouldn't have touched a brooch that didn't belong to you in the second. Where did you put it?"
"Oh, I put it back on the bureau. I hadn't it on a minute. Truly, I didn't mean to meddle, Marilla. I didn't think about its being wrong to go in and try on the brooch, but I see now that it was, and I'll never do it again. That's one good thing about me. I never do the same naughty thing twice."
"You didn't put it back,"
said Marilla.
"That brooch isn't anywhere on the bureau. You've taken it out or something, Anne."
"I did put it back,"
said Anne quickly, pertly, Marilla thought.
"I don't just remember whether I stuck it on the pincushion or laid it in the china tray, but I'm perfectly certain I put it back."
"I'll go and have another look,"
said Marilla, determining to be just.
"If you put that brooch back, it's still there. If it isn't, I'll know you didn't. That's all."
Marilla went to her room and made a thorough search, not only over the bureau, but in every other place she thought the brooch might possibly be. It was not to be found, and she returned to the kitchen.
"And the brooch is gone. By your own admission you were the last person to handle it. Now what have you done with it? Tell me the truth at once. Did you take it out and lose it?"
"No, I didn't,"
said Anne solemnly, meeting Marilla's angry gaze squarely.
"I never took the brooch out of your room, and that is the truth, if I was to be led to the block for it, although I'm not very certain what a block is. So there, Marilla."
Anne's "so there" was only intended to emphasize her assertion, but Marilla took it as a display of defiance.
"I believe you are telling me a falsehood, Anne,"
she said sharply.
"I know you are. There now, don't say anything more unless you are prepared to tell the whole truth. Go to your room and stay there until you are ready to confess."
"Will I take the peas with me?"
said Anne meekly.
"No, I'll finish shelling them myself. Do as I bid you."
When Anne had gone, Marilla went about her evening tasks in a very disturbed state of mind. She was worried about her valuable brooch. What if Anne had lost it? And how wicked of the child to deny having taken it, when anybody could see she must have. With such an innocent face, too.
"I don't know what I wouldn't sooner have had happen,"
thought Marilla, as she nervously shelled the piece.
"Of course, I don't suppose she meant to steal it or anything like that. She's just taken it to play with or help along that imagination of hers. She must have taken it, that's clear, for there hasn't been a soul in that room since she was in it, by her own story, until I went up tonight. And the brooch is gone, there's nothing surer. I suppose she has lost it and is afraid to own up, for fear she'll be punished. It's a dreadful thing to think she tells falsehoods. It's a far worse thing than her fit of temper. It's a fearful responsibility to have a child in your house you can't trust. Slyness and untruthfulness, that's what she has displayed. I declare I feel worse about that than about the brooch. If she'd only have told the truth about it I wouldn't mind so much."
Marilla went to her room at intervals all through the evening and searched for the brooch, without finding it. A bedtime visit to the east gable produced no result. Anne persisted in denying that she knew anything about the brooch, but Marilla was only the more firmly convinced that she did. She told Matthew the story the next morning. Matthew was confounded and puzzled. He could not so quickly lose faith in Anne, but he had to admit that circumstances were against her.
"You're sure it hasn't fell down behind the bureau?"
was the only suggestion he could offer.
"I've moved the bureau, and I've taken out the drawers, and I've looked in every crack and cranny,"
was Marilla's positive answer.
"The brooch is gone, and that child has taken it and lied about it. That's the plain ugly truth, Matthew Cuthbert, and we might as well look it in the face."
"Well, now, what are you going to do about it?"
Matthew asked forlornly, feeling secretly thankful that Marilla and not he had to deal with the situation. He felt no desire to put his oar in this time.
"She'll stay in her room until she confesses,"
said Marilla grimly, remembering the success of this method in the former case.
"Then we'll see. Perhaps we'll be able to find the brooch, if she'll only tell where she took it. But in any case, she'll have to be severely punished, Matthew."
"Well, now, you'll have to punish her,"
said Matthew, reaching for his hat.
"I'll have nothing to do with it, remember. You warned me off yourself."
Marilla felt deserted by everyone. She could not even go to Mrs. Lynde for advice. She went up to the east gable with a very serious face, and left it with a face more serious still. Anne steadfastly refused to confess. She persisted in asserting that she had not taken the brooch. The child had evidently been crying, and Marilla felt a pang of pity, which she sternly repressed. By night she was, as she expressed it,
"Beat out." "You'll stay in this room until you confess, Anne. You can make up your mind to that,"
she said firmly.
"But the picnic is tomorrow, Marilla,"
cried Anne.
"You won't keep me from going to that, will you? You'll just let me out for the afternoon, won't you? Then I'll stay here as long as you like afterwards cheerfully. But I must go to the picnic."
"You'll not go to picnics nor anywhere else until you've confessed, Anne."
"Oh, Marilla!"
gasped Anne. But Marilla had gone out and shut the door. Wednesday morning dawned as bright and fair as if expressly made to order for the picnic. Birds sang around Green Gables. The Madonna lilies in the garden sent out whiffs of perfume that entered in on the viewless winds at every door and window, and wandered through halls and rooms like spirits of benediction. The birches in the hollow waved joyful hands, as if watching for Anne's usual morning greeting from the east gable. But Anne was not at her window. When Marilla took her breakfast up to her, she found the child sitting primly on the bed, pale and resolute, with tight-shut lips and gleaming eyes.
"Marilla, I'm ready to confess."
"Ah!"
Marilla laid down her tray. Once again her method had succeeded, but her success was very bitter to her.
"Let me hear what you have to say then, Anne."
"I took the amethyst brooch."
said Anne, as if repeating a lesson she had learned.
"I took it just as you said. I didn't mean to take it when I went in, but it did look so beautiful, Marilla, when I pinned it on my breast that I was overcome by an irresistible temptation. I imagined how perfectly thrilling it would be to take it to Idlewild and play I was the Lady Cordelia Fitzgerald. It would be so much easier to imagine I was the Lady Cordelia if I had a real amethyst brooch on. Diana and I make necklaces of roseberries, but what are roseberries compared to amethysts? So I took the brooch. I thought I could put it back before you came home. I went all the way around by the road to lengthen out the time. When I was going over the bridge across the Lake of Shining Waters, I took the brooch off to have another look at it. Oh, how it did shine in the sunlight! And then, when I was leaning over the bridge, it just slipped through my fingers, so I went down, 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 all purply sparkling, and sank forevermore beneath the Lake of Shining Waters. And that's the best I can do at confessing, Marilla."
Marilla felt hot anger surge up into her heart again. This child had taken and lost her treasured amethyst brooch, and now sat there calmly reciting the details thereof, without the least apparent compunction or repentance.
"Anne, this is terrible,"
she said, trying to speak calmly.
"You are the very wickedest girl I ever heard of."
Yes, I suppose I am.
Agreed Anne tranquilly.
And I know I'll have to be punished. It'll be your duty to punish me, Marilla. Won't you please get it over right off? Because I'd like to go to the picnic with nothing on my mind.
"Picnic indeed! You will go to no picnic today, Anne Shirley. That shall be your punishment, and it isn't half severe enough either for what you've done."
Not go to the picnic!
Anne sprang to her feet and clutched Marilla's hand.
But you promised me I might. Oh, Marilla, I must go to the picnic. That was why I confessed. Punish me any way you like but that. Oh, Marilla, please, please let me go to the picnic. Think of the ice cream. For anything, you know I may never have a chance to taste ice cream again.
Marilla disengaged Anne's clinging hands stonily.
"You needn't plead, Anne. You are not going to the picnic, and that's final. No, not a word."
Anne realized that Marilla was not to be moved. She clasped her hands together, gave a piercing shriek, and then flung herself, face downward, on the bed, crying and writhing in an utter abandonment of disappointment and despair.
"For the land's sake!"
gasped Marilla, hastening from the room.
"I believe the child is crazy. No child in her senses would behave as she does. If she isn't, she's utterly bad. Oh dear, I'm afraid Rachel was right from the first. But I've put my hand to the plough, and I won't look back."
That was a dismal morning. Marilla worked fiercely, and scrubbed the porch floor and the dairy shelves when she could find nothing else to do. Neither the shelves nor the porch needed it, but Marilla did. Then she went out and raked the yard. When dinner was ready, she went to the stairs and called Anne. A tear-stained face appeared, looking tragically over the banister.
"Come down to your dinner, Anne."
I don't want any dinner, Marilla,
said Anne sobbingly.
I couldn't eat anything. My heart is broken. You'll feel remorse of conscience some day, I expect, for breaking it, Marilla, but I forgive you. Remember when the time comes that I forgive you. But please don't ask me to eat anything, especially boiled pork and greens. Boiled pork and greens are so unromantic when one is in affliction.
Exasperated, Marilla returned to the kitchen and poured out her tale of woe to Matthew, who, between his sense of justice and his unlawful sympathy with Anne, was a miserable man.
"Well, now, she shouldn't have taken the brooch, Marilla, or told stories about it,"
he admitted, mournfully surveying his plateful of unromantic pork and greens as if he, like Anne, thought it a food unsuited to crisis of feeling.
"But she's such a little thing, such an interesting little thing. Don't you think it's pretty rough not to let her go to the picnic when she's so set on it?"
"Matthew Cuthbert, I'm amazed at you. I think I've let her off entirely too easily, and she doesn't appear to realize how wicked she's been at all. That's what worries me most. If she'd really felt sorry, it wouldn't be so bad, and you don't seem to realize it neither. You're making excuses for her all the time to yourself, I can see that."
"Well, now, she's such a little thing,"
feebly reiterated Matthew.
"and there should be allowances made, Marilla. You know she's never had any bringing up."
"Well, she's having it now,"
retorted Marilla. The retort silenced Matthew if it did not convince him. That dinner was a very dismal meal. The only cheerful thing about it was Jerry Buote, the hired boy, and Marilla resented his cheerfulness as a personal insult. When her dishes were washed and her bread sponge set and her hens fed, Marilla remembered that she had noticed a small rent in her best black lace shawl when she had taken it off on Monday afternoon on returning from the Ladies' Aid. She would go and mend it. The shawl was in a box in her trunk. As Marilla lifted it out, the sunlight, falling through the vines that clustered thickly about the window, struck upon something caught in the shawl, something that glittered and sparkled in facets of violet light. Marilla snatched at it with a gasp. It was the amethyst brooch, hanging to a thread of the lace by its catch.
"Dear life and heart,"
said Marilla blankly.
"what does this mean? Here my brooch safe and sound that I thought was at the bottom of Barry's pond? Whatever did that girl mean by saying she took it and lost it? I declare I believe Green Gables is bewitched. I remember now that when I took off my shawl Monday afternoon I laid it on the bureau for a minute. I suppose the brooch got caught in it somehow. Well."
Marilla betook herself to the east gable, brooch in hand. Anne had cried herself out and was sitting dejectedly by the window.
"Anne Shirley,"
said Marilla solemnly,
"I've just found my brooch hanging to my black lace shawl. Now I want to know what that rigmarole you told me this morning meant."
Why, you said you'd keep me here until I confessed.
returned Anne wearily.
And so I decided to confess because I was bound to get to the picnic. I thought out a confession last night after I went to bed and made it as interesting as I could. And I said it over and over so that I wouldn't forget it. But you wouldn't let me go to the picnic after all, so all my trouble was wasted.
Marilla had to laugh in spite of herself, but her conscience pricked her.
"Anne, you do beat all. But I was wrong. I see that now. I shouldn't have doubted your word when I'd never known you to tell a story. Of course, it wasn't right for you to confess a thing you hadn't done. It was very wrong to do so. But I drove you to it. So if you'll forgive me, Anne, I'll forgive you and we'll start square again. And now get yourself ready for the picnic."
Anne flew up like a rocket.
Oh, Marilla, isn't it too late?
"No, it's only 2 o'clock. They won't be more than well gathered yet, and it'll be an hour before they have tea. Wash your face and comb your hair and put on your gingham. I'll fill a basket for you. There's plenty of stuff baked in the house, and I'll get Jerry to hitch up the sorrel and drive you down to the picnic."
Oh, Marilla!
exclaimed Anne, flying to the washstand.
5 minutes ago I was so miserable I was wishing I'd never been born, and now I wouldn't change places with an angel.
That night a thoroughly happy, completely tired out Anne returned to Green Gables in a state of beatification impossible to describe.
Oh, Marilla, I've had a perfectly scrumptious time. Scrumptious is a new word I learned today. I heard Mary Alice Bell use it. Isn't it very expressive? Everything was lovely. We had a splendid tea, and then Mr. Harmon Andrews took us all for a row on the Lake of Shining Waters, 6 of us at a time. And Jane Andrews nearly fell overboard. She was leaning out to pick water lilies, and if Mr. Andrews hadn't caught her by the sash just in the nick of time, she'd fallen in and probably have drowned. I wish it had been me. It would have been such a romantic experience to have been nearly drowned. It would be such a thrilling tale to tell. And we had the ice cream. Words fail me to describe that ice cream, Marilla. I assure you it was sublime.
That evening Marilla told the whole story to Matthew over her stocking basket.
"I'm willing to own up that I made a mistake,"
she concluded candidly.
"but I've learned a lesson. I have to laugh when I think of Anne's confession, although I suppose I shouldn't, for it really was a falsehood. But it doesn't seem as bad as the other would have been somehow. And anyhow, I'm responsible for it. That child is hard to understand in some respects, but I believe she'll turn out all right yet. And there's one thing certain, no house will ever be dull that she's in."
End of Anne's confession.
Section 2 of Dramatic Reading Scene in Story Collections, Volume 001. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Coming Home, Chapter 6 from Mates at Billabong by Mary Grant Bruce. Narrated by Trotza.
Nora, read by Beth Thomas.
Mr. Linton, read by Algie Pug.
Jim, read by Todd.
Wally, read by Larry Wilson.
Mrs. Brown, read by Christine G.
Cecil, read by Esteban Samanides.
Billy, read by Rosalind Carlyle.
Dr. Anderson, read by Larry Wilson.
The top of my desire is just to meet a mate of mine. Henry Lawson. It had suddenly become hot. Truly Christmas weather, Nora called it, as she stood waiting on the Cunjee platform for a train which, in accordance with all railway traditions at Christmas, was already over an hour late. Nora felt it hard that today, of all days in the year, it should be so, when Jim was actually coming home for good. At the thought of Jim's arrival, she hopped cheerfully on one leg, completely oblivious of onlookers, and looked up at the shining line of rails for the 1000th and first time. Would the old train never come?
Aren't you contriving to keep warm with the mercury trying to break the thermometer? Or do you dance merely because you feel like it?
Asked a friendly voice, and Nora turned with a little flush of pleasure to greet the Cunjee doctor. She and Dr. Anderson respected each other very highly.
Because I feel like it, I expect,
she said, laughing and shaking hands.
Which my wide professional experience leads me to diagnose as the fact that you're probably waiting for Jim,
said the doctor, gravely.
There's a certain hectic flush, an intermittent pulse which convinces me of your painful state, when coupled with the restlessness of the eye.
Which eye?
Asked Nora anxiously.
Both,
said the doctor.
Don't be flippant with your medical man. So he's really coming, Nora?
Yes,
said Nora.
And I don't care if I am excited. So'd you be, Doctor. Billy's outside with the horses, and he's just as excited as I am.
Billy?
Said the doctor.
But he'd never say more than plenty, no matter how excited he was.
No, of course not. But then he finds it such a useful word.
Nora said a little vaguely. She was peering up the rails. Suddenly she spun around, her face glowing.
There's the smoke. She's coming.
Whatever additional remarks Dr. Anderson may have made fell on deaf ears, for Nora had no further ideas from that moment. The train came into view over the brow of the hill and slid down along the slope from the station, pulling up with a mighty grinding of brakes. Almost as it stopped, a door was flung open violently, and a very tall boy with the grammar school colors on his hat jumped out, cast a hurried glance around, and then seized a small person in blue linen in an unashamed bear's hug.
Oh, Jim,
said Nora.
Oh, Jimmy boy.
Well, old kitty,
said Jim.
You all right? My word, I am glad to see you.
Me too,
said Nora.
It's been just ages, Jim.
Hasn't it?
Jim said. He started.
Oh, by Jove, there's someone else here.
Nora wheeled round and uttered a little cry of joy. Another boy with a dark blue hat band was grinning at her in most friendly fashion. A thin, brown-faced boy, with especially merry dark eyes. Nora's hands went out.
Wally, but how lovely! I thought you couldn't come.
So did I,
said Wally Meadows, pumping her hands vigorously.
I was going home, but my aunt obligingly got measles. I'm awfully sorry for aunt, but it's an ill wind that blows nowhere. Old Jim took pity on me, and here I am.
I should think so,
Nora said.
We haven't felt a bit complete without you. Dad was saying only this morning how sorry he was you couldn't come. He'll get such a shock. Oh, it's so lovely to have you two. And isn't it getting like Christmas? I'm so happy.
She jigged on one foot, regardless of interested faces watching her from the train.
You've grown about a foot,
said Jim, patting her on the shoulder.
Pretty thin, too. Sure you're all right?
Nora reassured him, laughing.
Well, you look awfully fit if you are thin,
was Jim's comment.
Doesn't she, Wally?
Never saw her look fitter,
said Wally.
I'm glad as 5-bob aunt got the measles. Oh, what a beast I am. But you know what I mean. Jim, this train will go on, and we've 50 million things in the carriage.
So we have,
Jim said, hurriedly taking his hand from Nora's shoulder and diving after his chum into the compartment they had quitted. They emerged laden with suitcases, parcels, rackets, fishing rods, golf sticks, and other miscellaneous impedimenta.
Catch,
Jim said, tossing a big box into Nora's hands.
Chocolates,
said Nora blissfully.
Jim, you're an angel.
Always knew that,
her brother replied, dropping his load on the platform with a cheerful disregard of what might break.
Come on, Wally. We'll get the heavy things out of the van. You watch those, Nor. Who's in, by the way? And where's Dad?
Dad's in Cunjee, but he had business and he couldn't wait at the station. The train was so late. Cecil's with him. They're both riding. I've got the light buggy with the ponies for you, and Billy's driving the express for your luggage and heaps of things that Brownie wants for the house.
Nora spoke in one breath and finished with a gasp.
Guess people must have thought you were a circus procession,
was Jim's comment.
All right, we'll cart the things out to Billy.
Out at the big express wagon drawn by a pair of grays, Billy stood, welcoming them with a smile on his dusky countenance that Wally likened to a slit in a cocoanut. The luggage was piled in with special injunctions to the black boy not to put the bags of flour on anything that looked delicate. Whereas Billy's smile widened to a grin, and he murmured,
Plenty.
delightedly.
That's the lot.
Jim said.
The buggy's at the hotel, I suppose, Nora?
Yes, and we're to have lunch there with Dad, and you've got to be awfully polite to Cecil.
Cecil,
said Jim, lifting his nose.
if Cecil's anything like what he used to be.
He did not finish the sentence.
Do we play with Cecil?
Wally asked, grinning.
The question is, if Cecil will condescend to play with you.
Nora said.
He thinks me too much of a kid to look at.
Oh, does he?
Asked Jim resentfully.
But you're both ever so much bigger than he is, so perhaps he'll let you love him.
Nora finished.
I'm relieved to my soul,
said Wally with gravity.
Visions of my unrequited affection poured out on Cecil have been troubling my rest for days. May I kiss him?
I'd wait a little while, I think.
Nora answered.
He may be shy, not that we've found it out yet. Indeed, he's the unshyest person I ever met.
Is he very awful, Nora?
Oh, he's a bit of a drawback.
Nora said.
Dad says he's not bad at heart, only so spoilt, and he's just terribly bumptious, Jim, and thinks he can do everything, and his clothes are lovely. He isn't caring for me a bit today, 'cause he gave me a broad hint that he wanted to ride Bob's, and I didn't take it.
Ride Bob's?
Exclaimed Jim in amazement.
Well, I should think you didn't.
Well, I felt rather a pig, considering he's our guest.
Nora said, a little contritely.
If it were you or Wally now, but he's really got an awful seat, Jim, and Murty says he's a hand like a ham on the horse's mouth. I didn't feel I could let him have Bob's.
Bob's is your very special property. No one but an ass would ask for him. And I told Cecil last year you were the only person who ever rode him,
said Jim indignantly.
Surely there are enough horses on the place without him wanting to collar your pony.
Well, he didn't get him,
said Nora tranquilly.
So that's all right, and you needn't worry, Jimmy. I do think if only one could get him off his high horse, he wouldn't be at all bad. Perhaps he'll thaw now you boys are here. I hope he will, for his own sake, 'cause he'd have a much better time.
Well, if he's going to be patronizing...
Jim began.
Perhaps he won't. I don't believe he could try to patronize you.
Nora glanced lovingly at her tall brother.
You're nearly as big as Dad, Jimmy, aren't you? And Wally's going to be too.
Ill weeds grow apace,
quoted the latter gentleman solemnly.
Jim's a splendid example of that proverb.
Umph,
said Nora.
How about yourself?
I'm coming up as a flower.
Wally replied modestly.
A Christmas lily, I should think.
Whereat Jim murmured something that sounded
more like an artichoke.
His exact remark, however, was lost, for at that moment they arrived at the hotel, just as Mr. Linton emerged from it, and Jim quickened his pace, his face alight.
Dad!
Well, my boy.
They gripped hands, and David Linton's eye kindled as it dwelt on the big fellow.
Glad to have you back, old son. Why, Wally!
Turned up like a bad penny, sir,
said Wally, having his hand pumped in turn.
Hope you'll forgive me. It's pretty cool to arrive without an invitation.
As far as I know, you had invitations from all the family,
said Mr. Linton, laughing.
We regard you as one of the oldest inhabitants now, you know. At any rate, I'm delighted to see you. The mistress of Billabong must answer for herself, but she doesn't look cast down.
She's been fairly polite,
Wally said.
On the whole, I don't feel as shy as I was afraid of feeling. I was horribly scared of having Christmas with my aunt, but she's chosen measles instead. I expect she was just as scared as I was.
Ha ha ha! It's probable,
said his host, laughing.
You haven't grown up a bit, Wally, and it's such a comfort,
Nora said.
I'm getting old and reverend,
said Wally severely.
And it's up to you to treat me with respect, young Nora. 16's an awful age to support with any cheerfulness.
His brown face at the moment gave the impression of never having been serious during the 16 years he lamented.
As for this ancient mariner,
indicating Jim,
you can see the signs of senile decay quite plainly.
Ass,
said Jim affectionately. He broke off.
How are you, Cecil?
Cecil, coming out of the hotel, a dapper figure beside the two tall schoolboys, gave languid greetings. He cast at Jim a glance of something like envy. Height was the one thing he longed for, and it seemed to him hard that this 17-year-old youngster should be rapidly approaching 6 feet, while he, 3 years older, had stopped short 6 inches under that measurement. However, generally speaking, Cecil was uncommonly well satisfied with himself, and not even the contemplation of Jim's superior inches could worry him for long. He asked polite questions about the journey, and laughed at the freely expressed opinion that the day was hot.
You should go to Sydney if you want to know what heat is,
he said, with the superiority of the travelled man.
Victoria really has no heat to talk about.
Well, I'm a Queenslander,
said Wally bluntly,
and we're supposed to know about heat there. And I think today is beastly hot. Look at my collar. It's like a concertina. Sydney heat is hot, and Brisbane heat is hotter, but Victorian heat has a hotness all of its own.
Whereat everybody laughed, and the discussion was adjourned for lunch. It was a merry meal, and if the fare was no better than that of most township hotels, the spirits of the party were too high to trouble about such trifles as tough meat, watery puddings, and weary butter that bore out Wally's remarks about the heat by threatening to float away on a sea of its own oil. Everything was rose color in Nora's estimation that day. She sat by Jim and beamed across the table at her father and Wally. Even Cecil found himself at times included in the beam, and took it meekly, for the happy face was infectious, while the frank delight of the boys in having her with them again was to a certain extent educational to the outsider. There was no lack of manliness in Jim's strong, handsome face. If he found it to be worth his while, Cecil reflected, to make such a fuss over a child, it might be possible that she was not altogether a person to be snubbed. So he was unusually affable to his small cousin, and lunch passed off very successfully. Afterwards there was shopping to be done. A long list of groceries had been made out by Mrs. Brown, who professed herself far too busy with Christmas preparations to come in person, and had laid the responsibility on Nora, not without misgivings. It was, perhaps, fortunate that the storekeepers were able to rise to the contents of the list unaided, for Nora was scarcely in a condition to grapple with problems relating to anything so ordinary as groceries, and found it indeed difficult to read out her list coherently, with Jim standing sentinel in the doorway, and Wally wandering around the shop sampling all he could find, from biscuits to brooms. On one occasion, when making a special effort to preserve her dignity, she came to the item flaked oatmeal, and asked the shopman in rather frigid tones for float oatmeal, which had a paralyzing effect on the offending storekeeper, while Wally returned to the shelter of a pile of saucepans and shrieked. Thus the business of necessary purchase passed off cheerfully, and then what Nora termed the most interesting shops, saddlers and stationers, were visited, with a view to Christmas. Finally Jim brought the buggy from the hotel, and they picked up their lighter parcels.
Surely that's all,
Jim inquired, as Nora and Wally came out of the fruiterer's, laden with bags of assorted sizes, which they dumped thankfully into the buggy, with the immediate result that a bag of peaches burst and had to be rescued from all over the floor.
Nor you'll not have a penny left, and we'll all be violently ill if we eat half you've bought. Come on home.
Brownie's late in large stocks of medicine, she says.
Nora answered tranquilly, climbing into the buggy.
So you needn't worry, need you? But we've truly finished now, Jim, I think. Ready, Wally?
Quite,
said Wally cheerfully.
I've put these peaches in with the neatsfoot oil, and it seems a beautiful arrangement.
He hopped up nimbly.
Righto, Jimmy, and pray remember I am nervous.
I will.
Jim grinned. He laid the whip on the ponies' backs, and they shot forward with a bound, unused to such liberties. They went down the main street of Cunjee in a whirl of dust, and turned over the bridge spanning the river, where the ponies promptly rose on their hind legs at the sight of Dr. Anderson's motor, and betrayed a rooted disinclination to come down from that unusual altitude. Jim handled them steadily, and presently they were induced to face the snorting horror, wherein the doctor sat, waving his hand and calling cheery Christmas greetings as they shot past, to which the three responded enthusiastically. Cunjee sank into the distance behind them. The miles flew past. On the metalled road the rubber tires spun silently, and only the flying hoofs clattered, and soon they had left the main road and turned onto the hard-beaten track that led to Billabong, where progress was even smoother. The tugs flew almost as swiftly as the wheels. The hot sun sank gradually, and the evening breeze sprang up. It was a time for quick questions and answers. Nora wanted details of the term just over, the sports, the prize giving, and had to laugh over messages from those of Jim's boy friends whom she knew. And Jim had 100 things to ask about home, the cattle, the fishing, his horses, his dogs, Brownie, and the prospects of fun ahead. They roared over her ducking and subsequent encounter with Cecil, and chaffed her unmercifully.
Such a mudlark,
said Wally with glee.
And that prim young man. Oh, Nora, you are a dream. I'd have given something to see your face.
I was altogether worth seeing.
Nora remarked modestly.
When I caught sight of myself in the glass, I really didn't wonder at Cecil.
But Jim glowered and referred to the absent Cecil as a silly ass. They turned in at last at the homestead gate, and the ponies fairly flew up the long paddock, something in the spirits of their drivers communicating itself to them. The house was not visible until the track had passed through a thick belt of trees, and as they came to this, Jim fell silent, looking keenly ahead. Then the red roof came into view, and the boy drew a long breath.
"There's the old place,"
he said.
"My word, I am glad to be home."
Under the dust rug, Nora slipped her hand on his knee.
It's just lovely to have you, both of you,
she added.
You're glad too, aren't you, Wally?
I could sing,
said Wally.
"Once,"
said Jim.
"You could, but for some years—"
Beast,
said Wally.
If you weren't driving.
"And you weren't nervous?"
grinned his chum.
There'd be wigs on the green,
finished Nora cheerfully.
I'll drive, if it would be any convenience to either of you.
"We'll postpone it,"
said Jim.
"There's Brownie at the gate, bless her old heart."
They shot up the last furlong of the drive. At the big gate of the yard, very few people, not even bishops, go to the front gate of a bush homestead. Brownie stood, her broad face beaming. As they pulled up, Murdy O'Toole came forward to take the horses, a marked compliment from Murdy, who, like most head stockmen, was a free and independent soul. Jim went over the wheel with a bound and seized Brownie's hand.
"How are you, Brownie dear?"
The size of him,
said she.
The shoulders. No wonder they had you for captain of the football 11 then, my dear.
The boys grinned widely.
If not 11, then it's 4,
said Brownie placidly.
Strange, I can't never remember which. Ain't it done sinner for you anyhow? Welcome home, and to you, Master Wally.
"How are you, Murdy?"
Jim shook hands with the stockman, while Wally bowed low over Brownie's hand.
I've lived for this moment,
he said fervently.
Brownie, you grow younger every time I go away.
Naturally,
said Nora from the buggy.
Be silent, minx,
said Wally over his shoulder.
Who are you to break in on a heart-to-heart talk, anyhow? At this present moment, Mrs. Brown, you look 17.
Get along with you now, do,
said the delighted Brownie.
You're no better than you was, I'm afraid, Master Wally. Always ready for your joke.
Joke?
Exclaimed he indignantly.
Anyone who'd make a joke of you, Brownie, would rob a church. Jim might, but I...
"Perish the idea!"
said Jim, tipping the orator's hat over his eyes.
"Come and take things out of the buggy."
Across the yard came Mr. Linton, surrounded by a mixed assemblage of dogs. Puck and the collie had already hurled themselves upon Jim in a delirium of joy. Cecil strolled after his uncle, looking slightly amused at the scene by the gate.
"We're quite a family,"
Mr. Linton said.
"I begin to feel like Mr. Pickwick at a Christmas gathering. Do you think Billabong will stand the crowd, Mrs. Brown?"
It looks to me, sir,
said Mrs. Brown contentedly,
as if Billabong's going to have the time of its life.
End of Coming Home, Chapter 6 for Mates at Billabong by Mary Grant Bruce.
Of Dramatic Reading, Scene and Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Scandal in Bohemia, Part 1, from The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Dr. John Watson, read by Algie Pugg.
Sherlock Holmes, read by Beth Thomas.
The King of Bohemia, read by Nick Richmond.
Irene Adler, read by Sarah Terry.
Godfrey Norton, read by Eden Ray Hedrick.
Irene's Maid, read by Ethel Booth.
Bystander, Read by Willie.
To Sherlock Holmes she is always the woman. I have seldom heard him mention her under any other name. In his eyes she eclipses and predominates the whole of her sex. It was not that he felt any emotion akin to love for Irene Adler. All emotions, and that one particularly, were abhorrent to his cold, precise, but admirably balanced mind. He was, I take it, the most perfect reasoning and observing machine that the world has seen, but as a lover he would have placed himself in a false position. He never spoke of the softer passions, save with a gibe and a sneer. They were admirable things for the observer, excellent for drawing the veil from men's motives and actions. But for the trained reasoner to admit such intrusions into his own delicate and finely adjusted temperament was to introduce a distracting factor which might throw a doubt upon all his mental results. Grit in a sensitive instrument, or a crack in one of his own high-power lenses, would not be more disturbing than a strong emotion in a nature such as his. And there was but one woman to him, and that woman was the late Irene Adler, of dubious, unquestionable memory. I had seen little of Holmes lately. My marriage had drifted us away from each other. My own complete happiness, and the home-centred interests which rise up around the man who first finds himself master of his own establishment, were sufficient to absorb all my attention, while Holmes, who loathed every form of society with his whole Bohemian soul, remained in our lodgings in Baker Street, buried among his old books, and alternating from week to week between cocaine and ambition, the drowsiness of the drug, and the fierce energy of his own keen nature. He was still, as ever, deeply attracted by the study of crime, and occupied his immense faculties and extraordinary powers of observation in following out those clues, and clearing up those mysteries which had been abandoned as hopeless by the official police. From time to time I heard some vague account of his doings, of his summons to Odessa, in the case of the Trepoff murder, of his clearing up of the singular tragedy of the Atkinson brothers at Trincomalee, and finally of the mission which he had accomplished so delicately and successfully for the reigning family of Holland. Beyond these signs of his activity, however, which I merely shared with all readers of the daily press, I knew little of my former friend and companion. One night, it was on the 20th of March, 1888, I was returning from a journey to a patient, for I had now returned to civil practice, when my way led me through Baker Street. As I passed the well-remembered door, which must always be associated in my mind with my wooing and with the dark incidents of the study in scarlet, I was seized with a keen desire to see Holmes again, and to know how he was employing his extraordinary powers. His rooms were brilliantly lit, and, even as I looked up, I saw his tall, spare figure pass twice in a dark silhouette against the blind. He was pacing the room swiftly, eagerly, with his head sunk upon his chest, and his hands clasped behind him. To me, who knew his every mood and habit, his attitude and manner told their own story. He was at work again. He had risen out of his drug-created dreams, and was hot upon the scent of some new problem. I rang the bell, and was shown up to the chamber which had formerly been, in part, my own. His manner was not effusive. It seldom was. But he was glad, I think, to see me. With hardly a word spoken, but with a kindly eye, he waved me to an arm-chair, threw across his case of cigars, and indicated a spirit-case and a gasogene in the corner. Then he stood before the fire and looked me over in his singular introspective fashion.
"Wedlock suits you,"
he remarked.
"I think, Watson, you have put on 7½ pounds since I saw you."
7? I answered.
"Indeed, I should have thought a little more. Just a trifle more, I fancy, Watson. And in practice again, I observe. You did not tell me that you intended to go into harness."
"Then how do you know?"
"I see it, I deduce it. How do I know that you have been getting yourself very wet lately, and that you have a most clumsy and careless servant girl?"
"My dear Holmes," said I, "this is too much. You would certainly have been burned had you lived a few centuries ago. It is true that I had a country walk on Thursday, and came home in a dreadful mess. But as I have changed my clothes, I can't imagine how you deduce it. As to Mary Jane, she is incorrigible, and my wife has given her notice. But there again, I fail to see how you work it out." He chuckled to himself, and rubbed his long, nervous hands together.
"It is simplicity itself,"
said he.
"My eyes tell me that on the inside of your left shoe, just where the firelight strikes it, the leather is scored by 6 almost parallel cuts. Obviously, they have been caused by someone who has very carelessly scraped round the edges of the sole in order to remove crusted mud from it. Hence you see my double deduction that you had been out in vile weather, and that you had a particularly malignant boot-slitting specimen of the London slavey. As to your practice, if a gentleman walks into my room smelling of iodoform, with a black mark of nitrate of silver upon his right forefinger, and a bulge on the right side of his top hat to show where he has secreted his stethoscope, I must be dull indeed if I do not pronounce him to be an active member of the medical profession."
I could not help laughing at the ease with which he explained his process of deduction. "When I hear you give your reasons," I remarked, "the thing always appears to me to be so ridiculously simple that I could easily do it myself, though at each successive instance of your reasoning I am baffled until you explain your process. And yet I believe that my eyes are as good as yours."
"Quite so,"
he answered, lighting a cigarette, and throwing himself down into an armchair.
"You see, but you do not observe. The distinction is clear. For example, you have frequently seen the steps which lead up from the hall to this room."
"Frequently."
"How often?"
"Well, some hundreds of times."
"Then, how many are there?"
"How many? I don't know."
"Quite so. You have not observed, and yet you have seen. That is just my point. Now, I know that there are 17 steps because I have both seen and observed. By the way, since you are interested in these little problems, and since you are good enough to chronicle 1 or 2 of my trifling experiences, you may be interested in this."
He threw over a sheet of thick, pink-tinted note-paper, which had been lying open upon the table.
"It came by the last post,"
said he.
"Read it aloud."
The note was undated, and without either signature or address.
"They will call upon you tonight at 7:45,
it said.
"A gentleman who desires to consult you upon a matter of the very deepest moment. Your recent services to one of the royal houses of Europe have shown that you are one who may safely be trusted with matters which are of an importance which can hardly be exaggerated. This account of you we have from all quarters received. Be in your chamber then at that hour, and do not take it amiss if your visitor wear a mask."
"This is indeed a mystery," I remarked. "What do you imagine that it means?"
"I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Insensibly one begins to twist the facts to suit theories, instead of theories to suit facts. But the note itself, what do you deduce from it?"
I carefully examined the writing, and the paper upon which it was written. "The man who wrote it was presumably well-to-do," I remarked, endeavouring to imitate my companion's processes. "Such paper could not be bought under half-a-crown a packet. It is peculiarly strong and stiff."
"Peculiar, that is the very word,"
said Holmes.
It is not an English paper at all. Hold it up to the light.
I did so, and saw a large E, with a small g, a P, and a large G, with a small t, woven into the texture of the paper.
What do you make of that?
Asked Holmes. The name of the maker, no doubt, or his monogram, rather.
Not at all. The G with the small t stands for Gesellschaft, which is the German for company. It is a customary contraction like our CO. P, of course, stands for paper. Now for the EG. Let us glance at the Continental Gazetteer.
He took down a heavy brown volume from his shelves.
Iglau Eglonitz, here we are, Egria. It is a German-speaking country in Bohemia, not far from Carlsbad. Remarkable as being the scene of the death of Wallenstein, and for its numerous glass factories and paper mills. Ha-ha, my boy, what do you make of that?
His eyes sparkled, and he sent up a great blue triumphant cloud from his cigarette. The paper was made in Bohemia, I said.
Precisely. And the man who wrote the note is a German. Do you note the peculiar construction of the sentence, "This account of you we have from all quarters received"? A Frenchman or Russian could not have written that. It is the German who is so uncourteous to his verbs. It only remains, therefore, to discover what is wanted by this German who writes on Bohemian paper, and prefers wearing a mask to showing his face. And here he comes, if I am not mistaken, to resolve all our doubts.
As he spoke, there was the sharp sound of horses' hoofs and grating wheels against the curb, followed by a sharp pull at the bell. Holmes whistled.
A pair by the sound,
said he.
Yes,
he continued, glancing out of the window.
A nice little Brom and a pair of beauties, 150 guineas apiece. There's money in this case, Watson, if nothing else.
I think that I had better go, Holmes.
Not a bit, Doctor. Stay where you are. I am lost without my Boswell, and this promises to be interesting. It would be a pity to miss it.
But your client?
Never mind him. I may want your help, and so may he. Here he comes. Sit down in that armchair, Doctor, and give us your best attention.
A slow and heavy step, which had been heard upon the stairs and in the passage, paused immediately outside the door. Then there was a loud and authoritative tap.
Come in,
said Holmes. A man entered who could hardly have been less than 6 feet 6 inches in height, with the chest and limbs of a Hercules. His dress was rich with a richness which would, in England, be looked upon as akin to bad taste. Heavy bands of astrakhan were slashed across the sleeves and fronts of his double-breasted coat, while the deep blue cloak, which was thrown over his shoulders, was lined with flame-coloured silk, and secured at the neck with a brooch which consisted of a single flaming beryl. Boots, which extended half-way up his calves, and which were trimmed at the tops with rich brown fur, completed the impression of barbaric opulence which was suggested by his whole appearance. He carried a broad-brimmed hat in his hand, while he wore across the upper part of his face, extending down past the cheek-bones, a black-visared mask, which he had apparently adjusted at that very moment, for his hand was still raised to it as he entered. From the lower part of his face he appeared to be a man of strong character, with a thick hanging lip and a long straight chin, suggestive of resolution pushed to the length of obstinacy.
You had my note?
He asked, with a deep, harsh voice, and a strongly marked German accent.
I told you that I would call.
He looked from one to the other of us, as if uncertain which to address.
Pray take a seat,
said Holmes.
This is my friend and colleague Dr. Watson, who is occasionally good enough to help me in my cases. Whom have I the honour to address?
You may address me as the Count von Kram, a Bohemian nobleman. I understand that this gentleman, your friend, is a man of honour and discretion, whom I may trust with a matter of the most extreme importance. If not, I should much prefer to communicate with you alone.
I rose to go, but Holmes caught me by the wrist and pushed me back into my chair.
It is both or none,
said he.
You may say before this gentleman anything which you may say to me.
The Count shrugged his broad shoulders.
"Then I must begin,"
said he,
"by binding you both to absolute secrecy for 2 years. At the end of that time the matter will be of no importance. At present, it is not too much to say that it is of such weight it may have an influence upon European history."
"I promise,"
said Holmes. "And I,"
"You will excuse this mask,"
continued our strange visitor.
"The august person who employs me wishes his agent to be unknown to you, and I may confess at once that the title by which I have just called myself is not exactly my own."
"I was aware of it,"
said Holmes dryly.
"The circumstances are of great delicacy, and every precaution has to be taken to quench what might grow to be an immense scandal, and seriously compromise one of the reigning families of Europe. To speak plainly, the matter implicates the great house of Ornstein, hereditary kings of Bohemia."
"I was also aware of that,"
murmured Holmes, settling himself down in his armchair and closing his eyes. Our visitor glanced with some apparent surprise at the languid, lounging figure of the man who had been, no doubt, depicted to him as the most incisive reasoner and most energetic agent in Europe. Holmes slowly reopened his eyes and looked impatiently at his gigantic client.
"If your Majesty would condescend to state your case,"
he remarked,
"I should be better able to advise you."
The man sprang from his chair and paced up and down the room in uncontrollable agitation. Then, with a gesture of desperation, he tore the mask from his face and hurled it upon the ground.
"You are right,"
he cried.
"I am the king. Why should I attempt to conceal it?"
"Why, indeed?"
murmured Holmes.
"Your Majesty had not spoken before I was aware that I was addressing Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein, Grand Duke of Cassel-Felstein and hereditary King of Bohemia."
"But you can understand,"
said our strange visitor, sitting down once more and passing his hand over his high white forehead.
"You can understand that I am not accustomed to doing such business in my own person. Yet the matter was so delicate that I could not confide it to an agent without putting myself in his power. I have come incognito from Prague for the purposes of consulting you."
"Then pray consult,"
said Holmes, shutting his eyes once more.
"The facts are briefly these. Some 5 years ago, during a lengthy visit to Warsaw, I made the acquaintance of the well-known adventuress Irene Adler. The name is no doubt familiar to you."
"Kindly look her up in my index, Doctor,"
murmured Holmes without opening his eyes. For many years he had adopted a system of docketing all paragraphs concerning men and things, so that it was difficult to name a subject or a person on which he could not at once furnish information. In this case I found her biography sandwiched in between that of a Hebrew rabbi and that of a staff commander who had written a monograph upon the deep-sea fishes.
"Let me see,"
said Holmes.
Born in New Jersey in the year 1858, contralto. La Scala. Prima donna, Imperial Opera of Warsaw, yes. Retired from the operatic stage. Living in London, quite so. Your Majesty, as I understand, became entangled with this young person, wrote her some compromising letters, and is now desirous of getting those letters back."
"Precisely so. But how—"
"Was there a secret marriage?"
"None."
"No legal papers or certificates?"
"None."
"Then I fail to follow, your Majesty. If this young person should produce her letters for blackmailing or other purposes, how is she to prove their authenticity?"
"There is the writing."
"Pooh-pooh, forgery."
My private notepaper.
Stolen.
My own seal.
Imitated.
My photograph.
Bought.
We were both in the photograph.
Oh dear, that is very bad. Your Majesty has indeed committed an indiscretion.
I was mad. Insane.
You have compromised yourself seriously.
I was only Crown Prince then. I was young. I am but 30 now.
It must be recovered.
We have tried and failed.
Your Majesty must pay. It must be bought.
She will not sell.
Stolen, then.
5 attempts have been made. Twice, burglars in my pay ransacked her house. Once we diverted her luggage when she travelled. Twice she has been waylaid. There has been no result.
No sign of it?
Absolutely none.
Holmes laughed.
It is quite a pretty little problem,
said he.
But a very serious one to me,
returned the king reproachfully.
Very indeed. And what does she propose to do with the photograph?
To ruin me.
But how?
I am about to be married.
So I have heard.
To Clotilde Lothman von Saxe-Meiningen, second daughter of the King of Scandinavia. You may know the strict principles of her family. She is herself the very soul of delicacy. A shadow of doubt as to my conduct would bring the matter to an end.
And Irene Adler?
Threatens to send them the photograph. And she will do it. I know that she will do it. You do not know her, but she has a soul of steel. She has the face of the most beautiful of women, and the mind of the most resolute of men. Rather than I should marry another woman, there are no lengths to which she would not go. None.
You are sure that she has not sent it yet?
I am sure.
And why?
Because she has said that she would send it on the day when the betrothal was publicly proclaimed. That will be next Monday.
Oh, then we have 3 days yet,
said Holmes with a yawn.
That is very fortunate, as I have 1 or 2 matters of importance to look into just at present. Your Majesty will, of course, stay in London for the present?
Certainly. You will find me at the Langham, under the name of Count von Kram.
Then I shall drop you a line to let you know how we progress.
Pray do so. I shall be all anxiety.
Then, as to money?
You have carte blanche.
Absolutely.
I tell you that I would give one of the provinces of my kingdom to have that photograph.
And for present expenses?
The king took a heavy chamois leather bag from under his cloak and laid it on the table.
There are £300 in gold and 700 in notes,
he said. Holmes scribbled a receipt upon a sheet of his notebook and handed it to him.
And Mademoiselle's address?
He asked.
Is Bryony Lodge, Serpentine Avenue, St. John's Wood.
Holmes took a note of it.
One other question,
said he.
Was the photograph a cabinet?
It was.
Then good night, Your Majesty, and I trust that we shall soon have some good news for you. And good night, Watson,
he added, as the wheels of the royal brougham rolled down the street.
If you will be good enough to call tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, I should like to chat this little matter over with you.
End of Scandal in Bohemia, Part 1. Section 4 of Dramatic Reading Scene and Story Collection, Volume 1. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. A Scandal in Bohemia, Part 2, from The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. At 3 o'clock precisely, I was at Baker Street, but Holmes had not yet returned. The landlady informed me that he had left the house shortly before 8 o'clock in the morning. I sat down beside the fire, however, with the intention of awaiting him, however long he might be. I was already deeply interested in his inquiry, for, though it was surrounded by none of the grim and strange features which were associated with the two crimes which I have already recorded, still the nature of the case, and the exalted station of his client, gave it a character of its own. Indeed, apart from the nature of the investigation which my friend had on hand, there was something in his masterly grasp of a situation, and his keen, incisive reasoning, which made it a pleasure for me to study his system of work, and to follow the quick, subtle methods by which he disentangled the most inextricable mysteries. So accustomed was I to his invariable success, that the very possibility of his failing had ceased to enter into my head. It was close upon 4 before the door opened, and a drunken-looking groom, ill-kempt and side-whiskered, with an inflamed face and disreputable clothes, walked into the room. Accustomed as I was to my friend's amazing powers in the use of disguises, I had to look 3 times before I was certain that it was indeed he. With a nod he vanished into the bedroom, whence he emerged in 5 minutes, tweed-suited and respectable, as of old. Putting his hands into his pockets, he stretched out his legs in front of the fire, and laughed heartily for some minutes.
"Well, really,"
he cried, and then he choked and laughed again, until he was obliged to lie back, limp and helpless, in the chair. "What is it?"
"It's quite too funny. I am sure you could never guess how I employed my morning, or what I ended by doing."
"I can't imagine. I suppose that you have been watching the habits, and perhaps the house, of Miss Irene Adler."
"Quite so, but the sequel was rather unusual. I will tell you, however, I left the house a little after 8 o'clock this morning in the character of a groom out of work. There is a wonderful sympathy in Freemasonry among horsey men. Be one of them, and you will know all that there is to know. I soon found Briony Lodge. It is a bijou villa with a garden at the back, but built out in front right up to the road, 2 stories. Chubb lock to the door, large sitting room on the right side, well furnished, with long windows almost to the floor, and those preposterous English window fasteners which a child could open. Behind there was nothing remarkable, save that the passage window could be reached from the top of the coach-house. I walked round it and examined it closely from every point of view, but without noticing anything else of interest. I then lounged down the street and found, as I expected, that there was a mews in a lane which runs down by one wall of the garden. I lent the ostlers a hand in rubbing down their horses, and received in exchange 2pence, a glass of half and half, 2 fills of shag tobacco, and as much information as I could desire about Miss Adler, to say nothing of 6 other people in the neighbourhood in whom I was not in the least interested, but whose biographies I was compelled to listen to.
"And what of Irene Adler?" I asked.
"Oh, she has turned all the men's heads down in that part. She is the daintiest thing under a bonnet on this planet, so say the Serpentine Mews, to a man. She lives quietly, sings at concerts, drives out at 5 every day, and returns at 7 sharp for dinner. Seldom goes out at other times, except when she sings. Has only 1 male visitor, but a good deal of him. He is dark, handsome, and dashing, never calls less than once a day, and often twice. He is a Mr. Godfrey Norton of the Inner Temple. See the advantages of a cabman as a confidant? They had driven him home 12 times from the Serpentine Mews, and knew all about him. When I had listened to all they had to tell, I began to walk up and down near Briony Lodge once more, and to think over my plan of campaign. This Godfrey Norton was evidently an important factor in the matter. He was a lawyer. That sounded ominous. What was the relation between them, and what the object of his repeated visits? Was she his client, his friend, or his mistress? If the former, she had probably transferred the photograph to his keeping. If the latter, it was less likely. On the issue of this question depended whether I should continue my work at Briony Lodge, or turn my attention to the gentlemen's chambers in the Temple. It was a delicate point, and it widened the field of my inquiry. I fear that I bore you with these details, but I have to let you see my little difficulties if you are to understand the situation.
"I am following you closely," I answered.
I was still balancing the matter in my mind when a hansom cab drove up to Briony Lodge, and a gentleman sprang out. He was a remarkably handsome man, dark, aquiline, and moustached, evidently the man of whom I had heard. He appeared to be in a great hurry, shouting to the cabman to wait, and brushed past the maid, who opened the door with the air of a man who was thoroughly at home. He was in the house about half an hour, and I could catch glimpses of him in the windows of the sitting-room, pacing up and down, talking excitedly and waving his arms. Of her I could see nothing. Presently he emerged, looking even more flurried than before. As he stepped up to the cab, he pulled a gold watch from his pocket and looked at it earnestly.
"Drive like the devil!"
he shouted.
"First to Gross and Hankey's in Regent Street, and then to the Church of St. Monica in the Edgware Road. Half a guinea if you do it in 20 minutes.
Away they went, and I was just wondering whether I should not do well to follow them, when up the lane came a neat little landau, the coachman with his coat only half buttoned and his tie under his ear, while all the tags of his harness were sticking out of the buckles. It hadn't pulled up before she shot out of the hall door and into it. I only caught a glimpse of her at the moment, but she was a lovely woman with a face that a man might die for.
"The Church of St. Monica, John,"
she cried.
"and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes.
This was quite too good to lose, wasn't it? I was just balancing whether I should run for it, or whether I should perch behind her landau, when a cab came through the street. The driver looked twice at such a shabby fare, but I jumped in before he could object. "The Church of St. Monica," said I, "and half a sovereign if you reach it in 20 minutes. It was 25 minutes to 12, and of course it was clear enough what was in the wind. My cabby drove fast. I don't think I ever drove faster, but the others were there before us. The cab and the landau with their steaming horses were in front of the door when I arrived. I paid the man and hurried into the church. There was not a soul there save the two whom I had followed and a surpliced clergyman who seemed to be expostulating with them. They were all three standing in a knot in front of the altar. I lounged up the side aisle like any other idler who has dropped into a church. Suddenly, to my surprise, the three at the altar faced round to me, and Godfrey Norton came running as hard as he could towards me.
"Thank God!"
he cried.
"You'll do. Come, come!"
"What then?" I asked.
"Come, man, come! Only 3 minutes, or it won't be legal!"
I was half dragged up to the altar, and before I knew where I was, I found myself mumbling responses which were whispered in my ear, and vouching for things of which I knew nothing, and generally assisting in the secure tying up of Irene Adler, spinster, to Godfrey Norton, bachelor. It was all done in an instant, and there was the gentleman thanking me on the one side and the lady on the other, while the clergyman beamed on me in front. It was the most preposterous position in which I ever found myself in my life, and it was the thought of it that set me laughing just now. It seems there had been some informality about their licence, that the clergyman absolutely refused to marry them without a witness of some sort, and that my lucky appearance saved the bridegroom from having to sally out into the streets in search of a best man. The bride gave me a sovereign, and I mean to wear it on my watch-chain in memory of the occasion.
"This is a very unexpected turn of affairs," said I. "And what then?"
Well, I found my plans very seriously menaced. It looked as if the pair might take an immediate departure, and so necessitate very prompt and energetic measures on my part. At the church door, however, they separated, he driving back to the temple, and she to her own house.
"I shall drive out in the park at 5 as usual,"
she said as she left him. I heard no more. They drove away in different directions, and I went off to make my own arrangements.
"Which are?"
"Some cold beef and a glass of beer,"
he answered, ringing the bell.
"I've been too busy to think of food, and I am like to be busier still this evening. By the way, Doctor, I shall want your cooperation."
"I shall be delighted."
"You don't mind breaking the law?"
"Not in the least."
"Nor running a chance of arrest?"
"Not in a good cause."
"Oh, the cause is excellent."
"Then I am your man."
"I was sure that I might rely on you."
"But what is it you wish?"
"When Mrs. Turner has brought in the tray, I will make it clear to you. Now,"
he said, as he turned hungrily on the simple fare that our landlady had provided,
"I must discuss it while I eat, for I have not much time. It is nearly 5 now. In 2 hours we must be on the scene of action. Miss Irene, or Madame rather, returns from her drive at 7. We must be at Briony Lodge to meet her."
"And what then?"
"You must leave that to me. I have already arranged what is to occur. There is only one point on which I must insist. You must not interfere, come what may. You understand?"
"I am to be neutral?"
"To do nothing whatever. There will probably be some small unpleasantness. Do not join in it. It will end in my being conveyed into the house. 4 or 5 minutes afterwards the sitting-room window will open. You are to station yourself close to that open window."
"Yes?"
You are to watch me, for I will be visible to you.
Yes.
And when I raise my hand so, you will throw into the room what I give you to throw, and will at the same time raise the cry of fire. You quite follow me?
Entirely.
It is nothing very formidable,
he said, taking a long cigar-shaped roll from his pocket.
It is an ordinary plumber's smoke rocket, fitted with a cap at either end to make it self-lighting. Your task is confined to that. When you raise your cry of fire, it will be taken up by quite a number of people. You may then walk to the end of the street, and I will rejoin you in 10 minutes. I hope that I have made myself clear?
I am to remain neutral, to get near the window, to watch you, and at the signal to throw in this object, then to raise the cry of fire, and to wait you at the corner of the street.
Precisely.
Then you may entirely rely on me.
That is excellent. I think perhaps it is almost time that I prepare for the new role I have to play.
He disappeared into his bedroom, and returned in a few minutes in the character of an amiable and simple-minded nonconformist clergyman. His broad black hat, his baggy trousers, his white tie, his sympathetic smile, and general look of peering and benevolent curiosity were such as Mr. John Hare alone could have equalled. It was not merely that Holmes changed his costume. His expression, his manner, his very soul seemed to vary with every fresh part that he assumed. The stage lost a fine actor, even as science lost an acute reasoner, when he became a specialist in crime. It was 6:15 when we left Baker Street, and it still wanted 10 minutes to the hour when we found ourselves in Serpentine Avenue. It was already dusk, and the lamps were just being lighted as we paced up and down in front of Briony Lodge, waiting for the coming of its occupant. The house was just such as I had pictured it from Sherlock Holmes' succinct description, but the locality appeared to be less private than I expected. On the contrary, for a small street in a quiet neighbourhood, it was remarkably animated. There was a group of shabbily dressed men smoking and laughing in a corner, a scissors grinder with his wheel, 2 guardsmen who were flirting with a nurse girl, and several well-dressed young men who were lounging up and down with cigars in their mouths.
You see,
remarked Holmes, as we paced to and fro in front of the house,
this marriage rather simplifies matters. The photograph becomes a double-edged weapon now. The chances are that she would be as averse to its being seen by Mr. Godfrey Norton as our client is to its coming to the eyes of his princess. Now, the question is, where are we to find the photograph?
Where, indeed?
It is most unlikely that she carries it about with her. It is cabinet size, too large for easy concealment about a woman's dress. She knows that the king is capable of having her waylaid and searched. 2 attempts of the sort have already been made. We may take it, then, that she does not carry it about with her.
Where, then?
Her banker or her lawyer. There is that double possibility. But I am inclined to think neither. Women are naturally secretive, and they like to do their own secreting. Why should she hand it over to anyone else? She could trust her own guardianship, but she could not tell what indirect or political influence might be brought to bear upon a businessman. Besides, remember that she had resolved to use it within a few days. It must be where she can lay her hands upon it. It must be in her own house.
But it has twice been burgled.
Sure. They did not know how to look.
But how will you look?
I will not look.
What then?
I will get her to show me.
But she will refuse.
She will not be able to. But I hear the rumble of wheels. It is her carriage. Now, carry out my orders to the letter.
As he spoke, the gleam of the sidelights of a carriage came round the curve of the avenue. It was a smart little landau which rattled up to the door of Briony Lodge. As it pulled up, one of the loafing men at the corner dashed forward to open the door in the hope of earning a copper, but was elbowed away by another loafer, who had rushed up with the same intention. A fierce quarrel broke out, which was increased by the 2 guardsmen, who took sides with one of the loungers, and by the scissors grinder, who was equally hot upon the other side. A blow was struck, and in an instant the lady, who had stepped from her carriage, was the centre of a little knot of flushed and struggling men, who struck savagely at each other with their fists and sticks. Holmes dashed into the crowd to protect the lady, but just as he reached her, He gave a cry and dropped to the ground with the blood running freely down his face. At his fall the guardsmen took to their heels in one direction and the loungers in the other, while a number of the better dressed people, who had watched the scuffle without taking part in it, crowded in to help the lady and to attend to the injured man. Irene Adler, as I will still call her, had hurried up the steps, but she stood at the top with her superb figure outlined against the lights of the hall, looking back into the street.
"Is the poor gentleman much hurt?"
she asked.
He's dead!
He's dead!
Cried several voices.
No, there's life in him.
Shouted another.
But he'll be gone before you can get him to hospital.
"He's a brave fellow,"
said a woman.
"They would have had the lady's purse and watch if it hadn't been for him. They were a gang, and a rough one, too. Oh, he's breathing now."
He can't lie in the street. May we bring him in, marm?
"Surely. Bring him into the sitting-room. There is a comfortable sofa. This way, please."
Slowly and solemnly he was borne into Bryony Lodge, and laid out in the principal room, while I still observed the proceedings from my post by the window. The lamps had been lit, but the blinds had not been drawn, so that I could see Holmes as he lay upon the couch. I do not know whether he was seized with compunction at that moment for the part he was playing, but I know that I never felt more heartily ashamed of myself in my life than when I saw the beautiful creature against whom I was conspiring, or the grace and kindliness with which she waited upon the injured man. And yet it would be the blackest treachery to Holmes to draw back now from the part which he had entrusted to me. I hardened my heart, and took the smoke rocket from under my ulster. After all, I thought, we are not injuring her. We are but preventing her from injuring another. Holmes had sat up upon the couch, and I saw him motion like a man who is in need of air. A maid rushed across and threw open the window. At the same instant I saw him raise his hand, and at the signal I tossed my rocket into the room with a cry of "Fire!" The word was no sooner out of my mouth than the whole crowd of spectators, well dressed and ill, gentlemen, ostlers, and servant maids, joined in a general shriek of
"Fire!
Fire!"
Thick clouds of smoke curled through the room and out at the open window. I caught a glimpse of rushing figures, and a moment later the voice of Holmes from within, assuring them that it was a false alarm. Slipping through the shouting crowd, I made my way to the corner of the street, and in 10 minutes was rejoiced to find my friend's arm in mine, and to get away from the scene of uproar. He walked swiftly and in silence for some minutes, until we had turned down one of the quiet streets which lead towards the Edgware Road.
"You did it very nicely, Doctor,"
he remarked.
"Nothing could have been better. It is all right."
"You have the photograph?"
"I know where it is."
"And how did you find out?"
"She showed me, as I told you she would."
"I am still in the dark."
"I do not wish to make a mystery,"
said he, laughing.
"The matter was perfectly simple. You, of course, saw that everyone in the street was an accomplice. They were all engaged for the evening."
"I guessed as much."
Then, when the row broke out, I had a little moist red paint in the palm of my hand. I rushed forward, fell down, clapped my hand to my face, and became a piteous spectacle. It is an old trick.
"That also I could fathom."
Then they carried me in. She was bound to have me in. What else could she do? And into her sitting-room, which was the very room which I suspected. It lay between that and her bedroom, and I was determined to see which. They laid me on a couch. I motioned for air. They were compelled to open the window, and you had your chance.
"How did that help you?"
It was all important. When a woman thinks that her house is on fire, her instinct is at once to rush to the thing which she values the most. It is a perfectly overpowering impulse, and I have more than once taken advantage of it. In the case of the Darlington substitution scandal, it was of use to me then, and also in the Armsworth Castle business. A married woman grabs at her baby, and an unmarried one reaches for her jewel box. Now it was clear to me that Our Lady of today had nothing in the house more precious to her than what we are in quest of. She would rush to secure it. The alarm of fire was admirably done. The smoke and shouting were enough to shake nerves of steel. She responded beautifully. The photograph is in a recess behind a sliding panel just above the right bell pull. She was there in an instant, and I caught a glimpse of it as she half drew it out. When I cried out that it was a false alarm, she replaced it, glanced at the rocket, rushed from the room, and I have not seen her since. I rose, and making my excuses, escaped from the house. I hesitated whether to attempt to secure the photograph at once, but the coachman had come in, and he was watching me narrowly. It seemed safer to wait. A little over-precipitance may ruin all.
And now? I asked.
Our quest is practically finished. I shall call with the king tomorrow, and with you, if you care to come with us. We will be shown into the sitting-room to wait for the lady, but it is probable that when she comes she may find neither us nor the photograph. It might be a satisfaction to his majesty to regain it with his own hands.
When will you call?
At 8 in the morning. She will not be up, so that we shall have a clear field. Besides, we must be prompt, for this marriage may mean a complete change in her life and habits. I must wire to the king without delay.
We had reached Baker Street, and had stopped at the door. He was searching his pockets for the key, when someone passing said,
"Good night, Mr. Sherlock Holmes."
There were several people on the pavement at the time, but the greeting appeared to come from a slim youth in an ulster, who had hurried by.
"I've heard that voice before,"
said Holmes, staring down the dimly lit street.
"Now I wonder who the deuce that could have been."
I slept at Baker Street that night, and we were engaged upon our toast and coffee in the morning, when the King of Bohemia rushed into the room.
"You have really got it!"
he cried, grasping Sherlock Holmes by either shoulder and looking eagerly into his face.
"Not yet."
"But you have hopes."
"I have hopes."
"Then come. I am all impatience to be gone."
"We must have a cab."
"No, my brougham is waiting."
"Then that will simplify matters."
We descended, and started off once more for Briony Lodge.
"Irene Adler is married,"
remarked Holmes.
"Married? When?"
"Yesterday."
"But to whom?"
"To an English lawyer named Norton."
"But she could not love him."
"I am in hopes that she does."
"And why in hopes?"
"Because it would spare your majesty all fear of future annoyance. If the lady loves her husband, she does not love your majesty, and if she does not love your majesty, there is no reason why she should interfere with your majesty's plan."
"It is true, and yet, well, I wish she had been of my own station. What a queen she would have made!"
He relapsed into a moody silence, which was not broken until we drew up in Serpentine Avenue. The door of Briony Lodge was open, and an elderly woman stood upon the steps. She watched us with a sardonic eye as we stepped from the brougham.
"Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I believe?"
said she.
"I am Mr. Holmes,"
answered my companion, looking at her with a questioning and rather startled gaze.
"Indeed. My mistress told me that you were likely to call. She left this morning with her husband by the 5:15 train from Charing Cross for the Continent."
"What?"
Sherlock Holmes staggered back, white with chagrin and surprise.
"Do you mean that she has left England?"
"Never to return."
"And the papers?"
asked the king hoarsely.
"All is lost."
"We shall see."
He pushed past the servant and rushed into the drawing-room, followed by the king and myself. The furniture was scattered about in every direction, with dismantled shelves and open drawers, as if the lady had hurriedly ransacked them before her flight. Holmes rushed at the bell-pull, tore back a small sliding shutter, and, plunging in his hand, pulled out a photograph and a letter. The photograph was of Irene Adler herself, in evening dress. The letter was superscribed to
Sherlock Holmes, Esquire, to be left till called for.
My friend tore it open, and we all three read it together. It was dated at midnight of the preceding night, and ran in this way.
My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, you really did it very well. You took me in completely. Until after the alarm of fire I had not a suspicion. But then when I found how I had betrayed myself, I began to think. I had been warned against you months ago. I had been told that if the king employed an agent, it would certainly be you. and your address had been given me, yet with all this you made me reveal what you wanted to know. Even after I became suspicious, I found it hard to think evil of such a dear, kind old clergyman. But, you know, I have been trained as an actress myself. Male costume is nothing new to me. I often take advantage of the freedom which it gives. I sent John the coachman to watch you, ran upstairs, got into my walking clothes, as I call them, and came down just as you departed. Well, I followed you to your door, and so made sure that I was really an object of interest to the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Then I rather imprudently wished you good night, and started for the temple to see my husband. We both thought the best resource was flight when pursued by so formidable an antagonist, so you will find the nest empty when you call tomorrow. As to the photograph, your client may rest in peace. I love and am loved by a better man than he. The king may do what he will, without hindrance from one whom he has cruelly wronged. I keep it only to safeguard myself, and to preserve a weapon which will always secure me from any steps which he might take in the future. I leave a photograph which he might care to possess, and I remain, dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, very truly yours, Irene Norton, née Adler.
What a woman! Oh, what a woman!
Cried the King of Bohemia, when we had all three read this epistle.
Did I not tell you how quick and resolute she was? Would she not have made an admirable queen? Is it not a pity that she was not on my level?
From what I have seen of the lady, she seems indeed to be on a very different level to your Majesty,
said Holmes coldly.
I am sorry that I have not been able to bring your Majesty's business to a more successful conclusion.
On the contrary, my dear sir,
cried the king,
nothing could be more successful. I know that her word is inviolate. The photograph is now as safe as if it were in the fire.
I am glad to hear your Majesty say so.
I am immensely indebted to you. Pray tell me, in what way can I reward you? This ring.
He slipped an emerald snake ring from his finger, and held it out upon the palm of his hand.
Your Majesty has something which I should value even more highly,
said Holmes.
You have but to name it.
This photograph.
The king stared at him in amazement.
Irene's photograph?
He cried.
Certainly, if you wish it.
I thank your Majesty. Then there is no more to be done in the matter. I have the honour to wish you a very good morning.
He bowed, and turning away without observing the hand which the king had stretched out to him, he set off in my company for his chambers. And that was how a great scandal threatened to affect the kingdom of Bohemia, and how the best plans of Mr. Sherlock Holmes were beaten by a woman's wit. He used to make merry over the cleverness of women, but I have not heard him do it of late. And when he speaks of Irene Adler, or when he refers to her photograph, it is always under the honourable title of the woman. End of Scandal in Bohemia, Part 2.
The Tunnel Under the World by Frederik Pohl, Part 1. Of Dramatic Reading Scene and Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Cast in order of appearance. Narrator read by Sinead Vaughan. The Tunnel Under the World, Part 1. On the morning of June the 15th, Guy Burkhardt woke up screaming out of a dream. It was more real than any dream he had ever had in his life. He could still hear and feel the sharp, ripping mental explosion, the violent heave that had tossed him furiously out of bed, the searing wave of heat. He sat up convulsively and stared, not believing what he saw, at the quiet room and the bright sunlight coming in the window. He croaked. His wife was not in the bed next to him. The covers were tumbled and awry, as though she had just left it, and the memory of the dream was so strong that instinctively he found himself searching the floor to see if the dream explosion had thrown her down. But she wasn't there. Of course she wasn't, he told himself, looking at the familiar vanity and slipper chair, the uncracked window, the unbuckled wall. It had only been a dream. His wife was calling him querulously from the foot of the stairs. He called weakly. There was a pause. Then Mary said doubtfully, Burkhart said more confidently. In the shower, punching the lukewarm and cologne he favoured, he told himself that it had been a beaut of a dream. Still, bad dreams weren't unusual, especially bad dreams about explosions. In the past 30 years of H-bomb jitters, who had not dreamed of explosions? Even Mary had dreamed of them, it turned out, for he started to tell her about the dream, but she cut him off. Her voice was astonished. Burkhart coughed. He said, Mary was not one of these strong as a man, brave as a tiger women. It was not necessary, he thought, to tell her all the little details of the dream that made it seem so real. No need to mention the splintered ribs, and the salt bubble in his throat, and the agonized knowledge that this was death. He said. Mary reached over and patted his hand absently. She agreed. He gulped his food, kissed her, and rushed out, not so much to be on time as to see if his guess had been right. But downtown Tylerton looked as it always had. Coming in on the bus, Burkhart watched critically out the window, seeking evidence of an explosion. There wasn't any. If anything, Tylerton looked better than it ever had before. It was a beautiful, crisp day. The sky was cloudless, the buildings were clean and inviting. They had, he observed, steam-blasted the Power and Light building, the town's only skyscraper. That was the penalty of having Contrary Chemicals' main plant on the outskirts of town. The fumes from the Cascade stills left their mark on stone buildings. None of the usual crowd were on the bus, so there wasn't anyone Burkhart could ask about the explosion. And by the time he got out at the corner of Fifth and Lehigh and the bus rolled away with a muted diesel moan, he had pretty well convinced himself that it was all imagination. He stopped at the cigar stand in the lobby of his office building, but Ralph wasn't behind the counter. The man who sold him his pack of cigarettes was a stranger. Burkhart asked. The man said politely. Burkhart corrected. The man said, but what he took from the rack and slid across the counter was an unfamiliar green and yellow pack. He suggested. Burkhart said suspiciously. Burkhart hesitated, and the man said persuasively. Burkhart shrugged. He opened the pack and lit one while he waited for the elevator. They weren't bad, he decided, though he was suspicious of cigarettes that had the tobacco chemically treated in any way. But he didn't think much of Ralph's stand-in. It would raise hell with the trade at the cigar stand if the man tried to give every customer the same high-pressure sales talk. The elevator door opened with a low-pitched sound of music. Burkhart and 2 or 3 others got in, and he nodded to them as the door closed. The thread of music switched off, and the speaker in the ceiling of the cab began its usual commercials. No, not the usual commercials, Burkhart realized. He had been exposed to the captive audience commercials so long they hardly registered on the outer ear anymore, but what was coming from the recorded program in the basement of the building caught his attention. It wasn't merely that the brands were mostly unfamiliar, it was a difference in pattern. There were jingles with an insistent bouncy rhythm about soft drinks he had never tasted. There was a rapid patter dialogue between what sounded like 2 10-year-old boys about a candy bar, followed by an authoritative bass rumble. Go right out and get a delicious Choco Bite and eat your tangy Choco Bite all up. That's Choco Bite. There was a sobbing female whine. I wish I had a Feckle freezer. I'd do anything for a Feckle freezer. Burkhart reached his floor and left the elevator in the middle of the last one. It left him a little uneasy. The commercials were not for familiar brands, and there was no feeling of use and custom to them. But the office was happily normal, except that Mr. Bath wasn't in. Miss Mitkin, yawning at the reception desk, didn't know exactly why. She looked indifferent. A thought struck Burkhart. Miss Mitkin shrugged to indicate that that was Burkhart's problem, not hers. She returned to her nails. Thoroughly exasperated, Burkhart went to his desk. It wasn't that he couldn't sign the tax returns as well as Bath, he thought resentfully. It simply wasn't his job, that was all. It was a responsibility that Bath, as office manager for Contrary Chemicals' downtown office, should have taken. He thought briefly of calling Bath at his home or trying to reach him at the factory, but he gave up the idea quickly enough. He didn't really care much for the people at the factory, and the less contact he had with them, the better. He had been to the factory once, with Bath. It had been a confusing and, in a way, a frightening experience. Barring a handful of executives and engineers, there wasn't a soul in the factory. That is, Burkhart corrected himself, remembering what Bath had told him. Not a living soul, just the machines. According to Bath, each machine was controlled by a sort of computer which reproduced, in its electronic snarl, the actual memory and mind of a human being. It was an unpleasant thought. Bath, laughing, had assured him that there was no Frankenstein business robbing graveyards and implanting brains in machines. It was only a matter, he said, of transferring a man's habit patterns from brain cells to vacuum tube cells. It didn't hurt the man, and it didn't make the machine into a monster. But they made Burkhart uncomfortable all the same. He put Bath and the factory and all his other little irritations out of his mind and tackled the tax returns. It took him until noon to verify the figures, which Bath could have done out of his memory and his private ledger in 10 minutes, Burkhart resentfully reminded himself. He sealed them in an envelope and walked out to Miss Mitkin. He said. Miss Mitkin languidly took her bag out of the desk drawer and began to apply makeup. Burkhart offered her the envelope. Miss Mitkin blotted her lips carefully with a Kleenex. Burkhart frowned. Burkhart went back to his own office and stared distastefully at the unopened mail on his desk. He didn't like nightmares. They spoiled his whole day. He should have stayed in bed, like Bath. A funny thing happened on his way home. There was a disturbance at the corner where he usually caught his bus. Someone was screaming something about a new kind of deep freeze, so he walked an extra block. He saw the bus coming and started to trot, but behind him someone was calling his name. He looked over his shoulder. A small, harried-looking man was hurrying towards him. Burkhart hesitated and then recognized him. It was a casual acquaintance named Swanson. Burkhart sourly observed that he had already missed the bus. He said. Swanson's face was desperately eager. He asked inquiringly, with an odd intensity. Then he just stood there silently, watching Burkhart's face with a burning eagerness that dwindled to a faint hope and died to a regret. He was searching for something, waiting for something, Burkhart thought. But whatever it was he wanted, Burkhart didn't know how to supply it. Burkhart coughed and said again. Swanson didn't even acknowledge the greeting. He merely sighed, a very deep sigh. He mumbled, apparently to himself. He nodded abstractly to Burkhart and turned away. Burkhart watched the slumped shoulders disappear in the crowd. It was an odd sort of day, he thought, and one he didn't much like. Things weren't going right. Riding home on the next bus, he brooded about it. It wasn't anything terrible or disastrous. It was something out of his experience entirely. You live your life like any man, and you form a network of impressions and reactions. You expect things. When you open your medicine chest, your razor is expected to be on the second shelf. When you lock your front door, you expect to have to give it a slight extra tug to make it latch. It isn't the things that are right and perfect in your life that make it familiar. It is the things that are just a little bit wrong. The sticking latch, the light switch at the head of the stairs that needs an extra push because the spring is old and weak, the rug that unfailingly skids underfoot. It wasn't just that things were wrong with the pattern of Burkhart's life. It was that the wrong things were wrong. For instance, Bath hadn't come into the office, yet Bath always came in. Burkhart brooded about it through dinner. He brooded about it despite his wife's attempt to interest him in a game of bridge with the neighbours, all through the evening. The neighbours were people he liked. Anne and Farley Denneman, he had known them all their lives. But they were odd and brooding too this night, and he barely listened to Denneman's complaints about not being able to get good phone service, or his wife's comments on the disgusting variety of television commercials they had these days. Burkhardt was well on the way to setting an all-time record for continuous abstraction, when, around midnight, with a suddenness that surprised him, he was strangely aware of it happening. He turned over in his bed, and, quickly and completely, fell asleep. On the morning of June the 15th, Burkhardt woke up screaming. It was more real than any dream he had ever had in his life. He could still hear the explosion, feel the blast that crushed him against the wall. It did not seem right that he should be sitting bolt upright in bed in an undisturbed room. His wife came pattering up the stairs. She cried. He mumbled. She relaxed, hand on heart. In an angry tone, she started to say. But a noise from outside interrupted her. There was a wail of sirens and a clang of bells. It was loud and shocking. The Burkharts stared at each other for a heartbeat, then hurried fearfully to the window. There were no rumbling fire engines in the street, only a small panel truck, cruising slowly along. Blaring loudspeaker horns crowned its top. From them issued the screaming sound of sirens, growing in intensity, mixed with the rumble of heavy-duty engines and the sound of bells. It was a perfect record of fire engines arriving at a full-alarm blaze. Burkhardt said in amazement. His wife offered. He shook his head. He predicted. But the police weren't, not in 10 minutes, or at all. Whoever the pranksters in the car were, they apparently had a police permit for their games. The car took a position in the middle of the block and stood silent for a few minutes. Then there was a crackle from the speaker, and a giant voice chanted. It went on and on. Every house on the block had faces staring out of windows by then. The voice was not merely loud, it was deafening. Burkhardt shouted to his wife over the uproar. She shrieked back unhelpfully. Abruptly, the noise stopped and the truck stood silent. It was still misty morning. The sun's rays came horizontally across the rooftops. It was impossible to believe that, a moment ago, the silent block had been bellowing the name of a freezer. Burkhardt said bitterly. He yawned and turned away from the window. The bellow caught him from behind. It was almost like a hard slap on the ears. A harsh, sneering voice, louder than the archangel's trumpet, howled. The voice screamed inarticulately with rage. It stopped eventually. Burkhardt licked his lips. He started to say to his wife. When the speakers erupted again. It caught him off guard. It was intended to catch him off guard. It screamed. That did it. With fingers that kept stabbing the wrong holes, Burkhardt finally managed to dial the local police station. He got a busy signal. It was apparent that he was not the only one with the same idea, and while he was shakingly dialing again, the noise outside stopped. He looked out the window. The truck was gone. Burkhardt loosened his tie and ordered another frosty flip from the waiter. If only they wouldn't keep the Crystal Cafe so hot! The new paint job, searing reds and blinding yellows, was bad enough, but someone seemed to have the delusion that this was January instead of June. The place was a good 10 degrees warmer than outside. He swallowed the frosty flip in 2 gulps. It had a kind of peculiar flavour, he thought, but not bad. It certainly cooled you off, just as the waiter had promised. He reminded himself to pick up a carton of them on the way home. Mary might like them. She was always interested in something new. He stood up awkwardly as the girl came across the restaurant toward him. She was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen in Tylerton. Chin height, honey blonde hair, and a figure that, well, it was all hers. There was no doubt in the world that the dress that clung to her was the only thing she wore. He felt as if he were blushing as she greeted him. The voice was like distant tom-toms. He cleared his throat. She murmured, sitting down beside him, not where he'd pointed on the other side of the table. She was wearing some kind of perfume, Burkhardt noticed, with what little of his mind was functioning at all. It didn't seem fair that she should be using perfume as well as everything else. He came to with a start and realized that the waiter was leaving with an order for filet mignon for 2. He objected. Her shoulder was against his, her face was turned to him, her breath was warm, her expression was tender and solicitous. He felt her hand burrowing into his pocket. She whispered conspiratorially. She smiled meltingly, then became mock businesslike. She insisted. With a dizzy feeling, as though he had just seen someone make a rabbit disappear into a top hat, he said. The blue eyes were wide and admiring. The blue eyes were shyly lowered. She looked up. She was enchanting. Burkhart coughed. She shook her head. Burkhart got back from lunch a full hour late. It wasn't only the girl who delayed him. There had been a curious interview with a little man named Swanson, whom he barely knew, who had stopped him with desperate urgency on the street and then left him cold. But it didn't matter much. Mr. Bath, for the first time since Burkhart had worked there, was out for the day, leaving Burkhart stuck with the quarterly tax returns. What did matter, though, was that somehow he had signed a purchase order for a 12-cubic-foot Pickle freezer, upright model, self-defrosting, list price $625, with a 10% courtesy discount. She had said, and he wasn't sure how he could explain it to his wife. He needn't have worried. As he walked in the front door, his wife said almost immediately. She had signed a purchase order, too. It had been the damnedest day, Burkhart thought later on his way up to bed. But the day wasn't done with him yet. At the head of the stairs, the weakened spring in the electric light switch refused to click at all. He snapped it back and forth angrily, and, of course, succeeded in jarring the tumbler out of its pins. The wires shorted and every light in the house went out, said Guy Burkhart. His wife shrugged sleepily. Burkhart shook his head. It wasn't so much that he cared about fixing the fuse, but he was too restless for sleep. He disconnected the bad switch with a screwdriver, stumbled down into the black kitchen, found the flashlight, and climbed gingerly down the cellar stairs. He located a spare fuse, pushed an empty trunk over to the fuse box to stand on, and twisted out the old fuse. When the new one was in, he heard the starting click and steady drone of the refrigerator in the kitchen overhead. He headed back to the steps and stopped. Where the old trunk had been, the cellar floor gleamed oddly bright. He inspected it in the flashlight beam. It was metal, said Guy Burkhart. He shook his head unbelievingly. He peered closer, rubbing the edges of the metallic patch with his thumb and acquiring an annoying cut. The edges were sharp. The stained cement floor of the cellar was a thin shell. He found a hammer and cracked it off in a dozen spots. Everywhere was metal. The whole cellar was a copper box. Even the cement brick walls were false fronts over a metal sheath. Baffled, he attacked one of the foundation beams. That, at least, was real wood. The glass in the cellar windows was real glass. He sucked his bleeding thumb and tried the base of the cellar stairs. Real wood. He chipped at the bricks under the oil burner. Real bricks. The retaining walls, the floor, they were faked. It was as though someone had shored up the house with a frame of metal and then laboriously concealed the evidence. The biggest surprise was the upside-down boat's hull that blocked the rear half of the cellar, relic of a brief home workshop period that Burkhart had gone through a couple of years before. From above, it looked perfectly normal. Inside, though, where there should have been thwarts and seats and lockers, there was a mere tangle of braces, rough and unfinished. Burkhart exclaimed, forgetting his thumb. He leaned against the hull dizzily, trying to think this thing through. For reasons beyond his comprehension, someone had taken his boat and his cellar away, maybe his whole house, and replaced them with a clever mock-up of the real thing. He said to the empty cellar. He stared around in the light of the flash. He whispered. Reason refused an answer. There wasn't any reasonable answer. For long minutes, Burkhart contemplated the uncertain picture of his own sanity. He peered under the boats again, hoping to reassure himself that it was a mistake, just his imagination. But the sloppy, unfinished bracing was unchanged. He crawled under for a better look, feeling the rough wood incredulously. Utterly impossible. He switched off the flashlight and started to wriggle out, but he didn't make it. In the moment between the command to his legs to move and the crawling out, he felt a sudden draining weariness flooding through him. Consciousness went, not easily, but as though it were being taken away, and Guy Burkhart was asleep. On the morning of June the 16th, Guy Burkhart woke up in a cramped position, huddled under the hull of the boats in his basement, and raced upstairs to find it was June the 15th. The first thing he had done was to make a frantic, hasty inspection of the boat's hull, the fake cellar floor, the imitation stone. They were all as he had remembered them, all completely unbelievable. The kitchen was its placid, unexciting self. The electric clock was purring soberly around the dial. Almost 6 o'clock, it said. His wife would be waking at any moment. Burkhart flung open the front door and stared out into the quiet street. The morning paper was tossed carelessly against the steps, and as he retrieved it, he noticed that this was the 15th day of June. But that was impossible. Yesterday was the 15th of June. It was not a date one would forget. It was quarterly tax return day. He went back into the hall and picked up the telephone. He dialed for weather information and got a well-modulated chant. And cooler, some showers. Barometric pressure 30.04 rising. United States Weather Bureau forecast for June the 15th. Warm and sunny with high around. He hung the phone up. June the 15th. Burkhart said prayerfully. Things were very odd indeed. He heard the ring of his wife's alarm and bounded up the stairs. Mary Burkhart was sitting upright in bed with the terrified, uncomprehending stare of someone just waking out of a nightmare. She gasped as her husband came in the room. Burkhart asked, not very sympathetically. He went on to tell her about the copper box that was the cellar and the odd mock-up someone had made of his boat. Mary looked astonished, then alarmed, then placatory and uneasy. She said Guy Burkhart. Mary was looking more than merely alarmed. Mary sat up in bed. Burkhart glared at his wife. He stalked out to the landing and dramatically pointed to the bad switch, the one that he had unscrewed and left hanging the night before. Only it wasn't. It was as it had always been. Unbelieving, Burkhart pressed it, and the light sprang up in both halls. Mary, looking pale and worried, left him to go down to the kitchen and start breakfast. Burkhart stood staring at the switch for a long time. His mental processes were gone beyond the point of disbelief and shock. They simply were not functioning. He shaved and dressed and ate his breakfast in a state of numb introspection. Mary didn't disturb him. She was apprehensive and soothing. She kissed him good-bye as he hurried out to the bus without another word. Miss Mitkin at the reception desk greeted him with a yawn. She said drowsily. Burkhart started to say something but checked himself. She would not know that Bath hadn't been in yesterday either, because she was tearing a June 14th pad off her calendar to make way for the new June 15th sheet. He staggered to his own desk and stared unseeingly at the morning's mail. It had not even been opened yet, but he knew that the factory distributor's envelope contained an order for 20,000 feet of the new acoustic tile, and the one from Finebeck and Sons was a complaint. After a long while he forced himself to open them. They were. By lunchtime, driven by a desperate sense of urgency, Burkhart made Miss Mitkin take her lunch hour first. The June 15th that was yesterday, he had gone first. She went, looking vaguely worried about his strained insistence, but it made no difference to Burkhart's mood. The phone rang, and Burkhart picked it up abstractedly. The voice said, and stopped. Burkhart waited expectantly, but that was all. He said, again the pause, then Swanson asked in sad resignation. The voice crackled. The little man said exultantly, and the receiver clicked. The Crystal Cafe was no longer painted red, but the temperature was still up, and they had added piped-in music interspersed with commercials. The advertisements were for Frosty Flip, Marlin cigarettes. They're sanitized, the announcer purred, and something called Chocobite candy bars that Burkhart couldn't remember ever having heard of before. But he heard more about them quickly enough. While he was waiting for Swanson to show up, a girl in the cellophane skirt of a nightclub cigarette vendor came through the restaurant with a tray of tiny scarlet-wrapped candies. She was murmuring as she came close to his table. Burkhart, intent on watching for the strange little man who had phoned him, paid little attention. But as she scattered a handful of the confections over the table next to him, smiling at the occupants, he caught a glimpse of her and turned to stare. He said. The girl dropped her tray of candies. Burkhart rose, concerned over the girl. But she fled. The manager of the restaurant was staring suspiciously at Burkhart, who sank back in his seat and tried to look inconspicuous. He hadn't insulted the girl. Maybe she was just a very strictly reared young lady, he thought, in spite of the long bare legs under the cellophane skirt, and when he addressed her, she thought he was a masher. Ridiculous idea. Burkhart scowled uneasily and picked up his menu. It was a shrill whisper. Burkhart looked up over the top of his menu, startled. In the seat across from him, the little man named Swanson was sitting, tensely poised. The little man whispered again. There was no arguing with the man. Burkhart gave the hovering manager a sick, apologetic smile and followed Swanson out. The little man seemed to know where he was going. In the street, he clutched Burkhart by the elbow and hurried him off down the block. He demanded. Although the street was full of people and cars, nobody was paying any attention to Burkhart and Swanson. The air had a nip in it, more like October than June, Burkhart thought, in spite of the Weather Bureau. And he felt like a fool, following this mad little man down the street, running away from some them toward what? The little man might be crazy, but he was afraid, and the fear was infectious. Panted the little man. It was another restaurant, more of a bar really, and a sort of second-rate place that Burkhart had never patronized. Swanson whispered, and Burkhart, like a biddable boy, sidestepped through the mass of tables to the far end of the restaurant. It was L-shaped, with a front on two streets at right angles to each other. They came out on the side street, Swanson staring coldly back at the questioned-looking cashier, and crossed to the opposite sidewalk. They were under the marquee of a movie theatre. Swanson's expression began to relax. He crowed softly. He stepped up to the window and bought 2 tickets. Burkhart trailed him into the theatre. It was a weekday matinee and the place was almost empty. From the screen came sounds of gunfire and horses' hooves. A solitary usher, leaning against a bright brass rail, looked briefly at them and went back to staring boredly at the picture, as Swanson led Burkhart down a flight of carpeted marble steps. They were in the lounge and it was empty. There was a door for men and one for ladies, and there was a third door, marked manager in gold letters. Swanson listened at the door and gently opened it and peered inside. He said, gesturing. Burkhart followed him through an empty office to another door, a closet probably, because it was unmarked. But it was no closet. Swanson opened it warily, looked inside, then motioned Burkhart to follow. It was a tunnel, metal-walled, brightly lit. Empty, it stretched vacantly away in both directions from them. Burkhart looked, wondering, around. One thing he knew and knew full well. No such tunnel belonged under Tylerton. There was a room off the tunnel with chairs and a desk and what looked like television screens. Swanson slumped in a chair, panting. He wheezed. Demanded Burkhart. The little man said. His voice cracked on the word and the life seemed to go out of him. In morose tones, he went on. Swanson sighed. Swanson nodded. Burkhart shook his head uncertainly. It took time to penetrate. Burkhart said wonderingly. End of Tunnel Under the World, Part 1. The Tunnel Under the World by Frederik Pohl, Part 2, of Dramatic Reading Scene and Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Tunnel Under the World, Part 2. It was Burkhart's idea and Swanson despised it, but he went along. He was the type who always went along.
It's dangerous,
he grumbled worriedly.
Suppose somebody comes by, they'll spot us in.
What have we got to lose?
Swanson shrugged.
It's dangerous,
he said again, but he went along. Burkhart's idea was very simple. He was sure of only one thing. The tunnel went somewhere. Martians or Russians, fantastic plot or crazy hallucination, whatever was wrong with Tylerton had an explanation, and the place to look for it was at the end of the tunnel. They jogged along. It was more than a mile before they began to see an end. They were in luck. At least no one came through the tunnel to spot them. But Swanson had said that it was only at certain hours that the tunnel seemed to be in use. Always the 15th of June. Why? Burkhart asked himself. Never mind the how. Why? And falling asleep, completely involuntarily, everyone at the same time, it seemed, and not remembering, never remembering anything. Swanson had said how eagerly he saw Burkhart again, the morning after Burkhart had incautiously waited 5 minutes too many before retreating into the dark room. When Swanson had come to, Burkhart was gone. Swanson had seen him in the street that afternoon, but Burkhart had remembered nothing. And Swanson had lived his mouse's existence for weeks, hiding in the woodwork at night, stealing out by day to search for Burkhart in pitiful hope, scurrying around the fringe of life, trying to keep from the deadly eyes of them. Them. One of them was the girl named April Horn. It was by seeing her walk carelessly into a telephone booth and never come out that Swanson had found the tunnel. Another was the man at the cigar stand in Burkhart's office building. There were more, at least a dozen that Swanson knew of or suspected. They were easy enough to spot once you knew where to look, for they, alone in Tylerton, changed their roles from day to day. Burkhart was on that 8:51 bus every morning of every day that was June 15th, never different by a hair or a moment. But April Horn was sometimes gaudy in the cellophane skirt giving away candy or cigarettes, sometimes plainly dressed, sometimes not seen by Swanson at all. Russians? Martians? Whatever they were, what could they be hoping to gain from this mad masquerade? Burkhart didn't know the answer, but perhaps it lay beyond the door at the end of the tunnel. They listened carefully and heard distant sounds that could not quite be made out, but nothing that seemed dangerous. They slipped through. And, through a wide chamber and up a flight of steps, they found that they were in what Burkhart recognized as the Controchemicals plant. Nobody was in sight. By itself, that was not so very odd. The automatized factory had never had very many persons in it. But Burkhart remembered, from his single visit, the endless, ceaseless busyness of the plant, the valves that opened and closed, the vats that emptied themselves and filled themselves and stirred and cooked and chemically tasted the bubbling liquids they held inside themselves. The plant was never populated, but it was never still. Only, now it was still. Except for the distant sounds, there was no breath of life in it. The captive electronic minds were sending out no commands, the coils and relays were at rest. Burkhart said,
"Come on."
Swanson reluctantly followed him through the tangled aisles of stainless steel columns and tanks. They walked as though they were in the presence of the dead. In a way, they were, for what were the automatons that once had run the factory, if not corpses? The machines were controlled by computers that were really not computers at all, but the electronic analogues of living brains. And if they were turned off, were they not dead? For each had once been a human mind. Take a master petroleum chemist, infinitely skilled in the separation of crude oil into its fractions. Strap him down, probe into his brain with searching electronic needles. The machine scans the patterns of the mind, translates what it sees into charts and sine waves. Impress these same waves on a robot computer, and you have your chemist. Or 1,000 copies of your chemist if you wish, with all of his knowledge and skill, and no human limitations at all. Put 12 copies of him into a plant, and they will run it all, 24 hours a day, 7 days of every week, never tiring, never overlooking anything, never forgetting. Swanson stepped up closer to Burkhart.
I'm scared,
he said. They were across the room now, and the sounds were louder. They were not machine sounds, but voices. Burkhart moved cautiously up to a door and dared to peer around it. It was a smaller room, lined with television screens, each one, a dozen or more at least, with a man or woman sitting before it, staring into the screen and dictating notes into a recorder. The viewers dialed from scene to scene. No two screens ever showed the same picture. The pictures seemed to have little in common. One was a store where a girl dressed like April Horn was demonstrating home freezers. One was a series of shots of kitchens. Burkhart caught a glimpse of what looked like the cigar stand in his office building. It was baffling, and Burkhart would have loved to stand there and puzzle it out, but it was too busy a place. There was the chance that someone would look their way or walk out and find them. They found another room. This one was empty. It was an office, large and sumptuous. It had a desk littered with papers. Burkhart stared at them briefly at first, then, as the words on one of them caught his attention, with incredulous fascination. He snatched up the topmost sheet, scanned it, and another, while Swanson was frenziedly searching through the drawers. Burkhart swore unbelievingly and dropped the papers to the desk. Swanson, hardly noticing, yelped with delight.
Look!
He dragged a gun from the desk.
And it's loaded, too.
Burkhart stared at him blankly, trying to assimilate what he had read. Then, as he realized what Swanson had said, Burkhart's eyes sparkled.
Good man,
he cried.
We'll take it. We're getting out of here with that gun, Swanson, and we're going to the police. Not the cops in Tylerton, but the FBI maybe. Take a look at this.
The sheaf he handed to Swanson was headed Test Area Progress Report, Subject Marlin Cigarettes Campaign. It was mostly tabulated figures that made little sense to Burkhart and Swanson, but at the end was a summary that said, although Test 47K3 pulled nearly double the number of new users of any of the other tests conducted, it probably cannot be used in the field because of local sound truck control ordinances. The tests in the 47K12 group were second best, and our recommendation is that retests be conducted in this appeal, testing each of the 3 best campaigns with and without the addition of sampling techniques. An alternative suggestion might be to proceed directly with the top appeal in the K12 series, if the client is unwilling to go to the expense of additional tests. All of these forecast expectations have an 80% probability of being within 0.5% of results forecast, and more than 99% probability of coming within 5%. Swanson looked up from the paper into Burkhart's eyes.
I don't get it,
he complained. Burkhart said,
I don't blame you. It's crazy, but it fits the facts, Swanson. It fits the facts. They aren't Russians and they aren't Martians. These people are advertising men. Somehow, heaven knows how they did it, they've taken Tylerton over. They've got us, all of us, you and me and 20 or 30,000 other people, right under their thumbs. Maybe they hypnotize us, and maybe it's something else, but however they do it, what happens is that they let us live one day at a time. They pour advertising into us the whole damn day long. At the end of the day, they see what happened, and then they wash the day out of our minds and start again the next day with different advertising.
Swanson's jaw was hanging. He managed to close it and swallow.
Nuts,
he said flatly. Burkhart shook his head.
Sure, it sounds crazy, but this whole thing is crazy. How else would you explain it? You can't deny that most of Tylerton lives the same day over and over again. You've seen it. And that's the crazy part, and we have to admit that that's true, unless we are the crazy ones. And once you admit that somebody somehow knows how to accomplish that, the rest of it makes all kinds of sense. Think of it, Swanson. They test every last detail before they spend a nickel on advertising. Do you have any idea what that means? Lord knows how much money is involved, but I know for a fact that some companies spend $20 or $30 million a year on advertising. Multiply it, say, by 100 companies, so that every one of them learns how to cut its advertising cost by only 10%, and that's peanuts, believe me. If they know in advance what's going to work, they can cut their costs in half. Maybe to less than half, I don't know. But that's saving $200 or $300 million a year. And if they pay only 10 or 20% of that for the use of Tylerton, it's still dirt cheap for them, and a fortune for whoever took over Tylerton.
Swanson licked his lips.
You mean,
he offered hesitantly,
that we're, well, kind of captive audience?
Burkhart frowned.
Not exactly.
He thought for a minute.
You know how a doctor tests something like penicillin? He sets up a series of little colonies of germs on gelatine discs, and he tries the stuff on one after another, changing it a little each time. Well, that's us. We're the germs, Swanson, only it's even more efficient than that. They don't have to test more than one colony, because they can use it over and over again.
It was too hard for Swanson to take in. He only said,
What do we do about it?
We go to the police. They can't use human beings for guinea pigs.
Well, how do we get to the police?
Burkhart hesitated.
I think,
he began slowly.
Sure, this place is the office of somebody important. We've got a gun. We'll stay right here until he comes along, and he'll get us out of here.
Simple and direct. Swanson subsided and found a place to sit against the wall out of sight of the door, and Burkhart took up a position behind the door itself, and waited. The wait was not as long as it might have been. Half an hour, perhaps. Then Burkhart heard approaching voices and had time for a swift whisper to Swanson before he flattened himself against the wall. It was a man's voice and a girl's. The man was saying,
"Reason why you couldn't report on the phone? You're ruining your whole day's test. What the devil's the matter with you, Janet?"
I'm sorry, Mr. Dorchin,
she said in a sweet, clear tone.
I thought it was important.
Important.
The man grumbled.
One lousy unit out of 21,000.
But it's the Burkhart one, Mr. Dorchin. Again. And the way he got out of sight, he must have had some help.
All right. It doesn't matter, Janet. The Chocobite program is ahead of schedule anyhow. As long as you're this far, come on in the office and make out your worksheet. And don't worry about the Burkhart business. He's probably just wandering around. We'll pick him up tonight and...
They were inside the door. Burkhart kicked it shut and pointed the gun.
That's what you think,
he said triumphantly. It was worth the terrified hours, the bewildered sense of insanity, the confusion and fear. It was the most satisfying sensation Burkhart had ever had in his life. The expression on the man's face was one he had read about but never actually seen. Dorchin's mouth fell open, and his eyes went wide, and though he managed to make a sound that might have been a question, it was not in words. The girl was almost as surprised, and Burkhart, looking at her, knew why her voice had been so familiar. The girl was the one who had introduced herself to him as April Horn. Dorchin recovered himself quickly.
Is this the one?
He asked sharply. The girl said,
Yes.
Dorchin nodded.
I take it back. You were right. You, Burkhart, what do you want?
Swanson piped up.
Watch him. He might have another gun.
Search him, then.
Burkhart said.
I'll tell you what we want, Dorchin. We want you to come along with us to the FBI and explain to them how you can get away with kidnapping 20,000 people.
Kidnapping?
Dorchin snorted.
That's ridiculous, man. Put that gun away. You can't get away with this.
Burkhart hefted the gun grimly.
I think I can.
Dorchin looked furious and sick, but oddly not afraid.
Damn it.
He started to bellow, then closed his mouth and swallowed.
Listen,
he said persuasively.
You're making a big mistake. I haven't kidnapped anybody, believe me.
I don't believe you,
said Burkhart bluntly.
Why should I?
But it's true. Take my word for it.
Burkhart shook his head.
The FBI can take your word if they like. We'll find out. Now, how do we get out of here?
Dorchin opened his mouth to argue.
Don't get in my way.
Burkhart blazed.
I'm willing to kill you if I have to. Don't you understand that? I've gone through 2 days of hell, and every second of it I blame on you. Kill you? It would be a pleasure, and I don't have a thing in the world to lose. Get us out of here.
Dorchin's face went suddenly opaque. He seemed about to move, but the blonde girl he had called Janet slipped between him and the gun.
Please,
she begged Burkhart's.
You don't understand. You mustn't shoot.
Get out of my way.
But, Mr. Burkhart...
She never finished. Dorchin, his face unreadable, headed for the door. Burkhart had been pushed 1 degree too far. He swung the gun, bellowing. The girl called out sharply. He pulled the trigger. Closing on him with pity and pleading in her eyes, she came again, between the gun and the man. Burkhart aimed low instinctively, to cripple, not to kill. But his aim was not good. The pistol bullet caught her in the pit of the stomach. Dorchin was out and away, the door slamming behind him, his footsteps racing into the distance. Burkhart hurled the gun across the room and jumped to the girl. Swanson was moaning.
That finishes, Burkhart. Oh, why did you do it? We could have got away. We could have gone to the police. We were practically out of here.
Burkhart wasn't listening. He was kneeling beside the girl. She lay flat on her back, arms helter-skelter. There was no blood, hardly any sign of the wound, but the position in which she lay was one that no living human being could have held. Yet she wasn't dead. She wasn't dead, and Burkhardt, frozen beside her, thought, she isn't alive either. There was no pulse, but there was a rhythmic ticking of the outstretched fingers of one hand. There was no sound of breathing, but there was a hissing, sizzling noise. The eyes were open, and they were looking at Burkhardt. There was neither fear nor pain in them, only a pity deeper than the pit. She said, through lips that writhed erratically,
"Don't worry, Mr. Burkhardt. I'm all right."
Burkhardt rocked back on his haunches, staring. Where there should have been blood, there was a clean break of a substance that was not flesh, and a curl of thin golden copper wire. Burkhardt moistened his lips.
"You're a robot,"
he said. The girl tried to nod. The twitching lips said,
"I am. And so are you."
Swanson, after a single inarticulate sound, walked over to the desk and sat staring at the wall. Burkhardt rocked back and forth beside the shattered puppet on the floor. He had no words. The girl managed to say,
"I'm sorry all this happened."
The lovely lips twisted into a rictus sneer, frightening on that smooth young face until she got them under control.
"Sorry,"
she said again.
"The nerve center was right about where the bullet hit. Makes it difficult to control this body."
Burkhardt nodded automatically, accepting the apology. Robots. It was obvious, now that he knew it. In hindsight, it was inevitable. He thought of his mystic notions of hypnosis or Martians or something stranger still. Idiotic, for the simple facts of created robots fitted the facts better and more economically. All the evidence had been before him. The automatized factory, with its transplanted minds. Why not transplant a mind into a humanoid robot, give it its original owner's features and form? Could it know that it was a robot?
"All of us?"
Burkhardt said, hardly aware that he spoke out loud.
"My wife and my secretary and you and the neighbours? All of us the same?"
"No."
The voice was stronger.
"Not exactly the same, all of us. I chose it, you see.
This time the convulsed lips were not a random contortion of the nerves.
"I was an ugly woman, Mr. Burkhardt, and nearly 60 years old. Life had passed me. And when Mr. Dorchin offered me the chance to live again as a beautiful girl, I jumped at the opportunity. Believe me, I jumped, in spite of its disadvantages. My flesh body is still alive. It is sleeping while I am here. I could go back to it, but I never do."
"And the rest of us?"
"Different, Mr. Burkhardt. I work here. I'm carrying out Mr. Dorchin's orders, mapping the results of the advertising tests, watching you and the others live as he makes you live. I do it by choice, but you have no choice. Because, you see, you are dead."
"Dead?"
cried Burkhardt. It was almost a scream. The blue eyes looked at him unwinkingly, and he knew that it was no lie. He swallowed, marveling at the intricate mechanisms that let him swallow, and sweat, and eat. He said,
"Oh, the explosion in my dream."
"It was no dream. You are right. The explosion, that was real, and this plant was the cause of it. The storage tanks let go, and what the blast didn't get, the fumes killed a little later. But almost everyone died in the blast, 21,000 persons. You died with them, and that was Dorchin's chance."
"The damned ghoul,"
said Burkhardt. The twisted shoulders shrugged with an odd grace.
"Why? You were gone, and you and all the others were what Dorchin wanted. A whole town, a perfect slice of America. It's as easy to transfer a pattern from a dead brain as a living one. Easier. The dead can't say no. Oh, it took work and money. The town was a wreck, but it was possible to rebuild it entirely, especially because it wasn't necessary to have all the details exact. There were the homes where even the brains had been utterly destroyed, and those are empty inside, and the cellars that needn't be too perfect, and the streets that hardly matter. And anyway, it only has to last for one day. The same day, June 15th, over and over again. And if someone finds something a little wrong, somehow, the discovery won't have time to snowball, wreck the validity of the tests, because all errors are cancelled out at midnight.
The face tried to smile.
That's the dream, Mr. Burkhardt. The day of June 15th, because you never really lived it. It's a present from Mr. Dorchin, a dream that he gives you, and then takes back at the end of the day, when he has all his figures on how many of you responded to what variation of which appeal, and the maintenance crew go down the tunnel to go through the whole city, washing out the new dream with their little electronic drains, and then the dream starts all over again, on June 15th. Always June 15th, because June 14th is the last day any of you can remember alive. Sometimes the crews miss someone, as they missed you, because you were under your boat. But it doesn't matter. The only ones who are missed give themselves away if they show it, and if they don't, it doesn't affect the test. But they don't drain us, the ones of us who work for Dorchin. We sleep when the power is turned off, just as you do. When we wake up, though, we remember.
The face contorted wildly.
If I could only forget.
Burkhardt said unbelievingly.
All this to sell merchandise? It must have cost millions.
The robot called April Horn said,
It did, but it has made millions for Dorchin too, and that's not the end of it. Once he finds the master words that make people act, do you suppose he will stop with that? Do you suppose?
The door opened, interrupting her. Burkhardt whirled. Belatedly remembering Dorchin's flight, he raised the gun.
Don't shoot,
ordered the voice calmly. It was not Dorchin, it was another robot, this one not disguised with the clever plastics and cosmetics, but shining plain. It said metallically,
Forget it, Burkhardt. You're not accomplishing anything. Give me that gun before you do any more damage. Give it to me now.
Burkhardt bellowed angrily. The gleam on this robot torso was steel. Burkhardt was not at all sure that his bullets would pierce it, or do much harm if they did. He would have put it to the test, but from behind him came a whimpering, scurrying whirlwind. Its name was Swanson, hysterical with fear. He catapulted into Burkhardt's and sent him sprawling, the gun flying free.
Please,
begged Swanson incoherently, prostrate before the steel robot.
He would have shot you. Please don't hurt me. Let me work for you like that girl. I'll do anything you tell me.
The robot voice said.
We don't need your help.
It took 2 precise steps and stood over the gun and spurned it, left it lying on the floor. The wrecked blonde robot said without emotion,
I doubt that I can hold up much longer, Mr. Dorchin.
Disconnect if you have to,
replied the steel robot. Burkhardt blinked.
But you're not Dorchin.
The steel robot turned deep eyes on him.
I am.
It said.
Not in the flesh, but this is the body I am using at the moment. I doubt that you can damage this one with the gun. The other robot body was more vulnerable. Now will you stop this nonsense? I don't want to have to damage you. You're too expensive for that. Will you just sit down and let the maintenance crews adjust you?
Swanson groveled.
You won't punish us?
The steel robot had no expression, but its voice was almost surprised.
Punish you?
It repeated on a rising note.
How?
Swanson quivered as though the word had been a whip, but Burkhardt flared.
Adjust him if he'll let you, but not me. You're going to have to do me a lot of damage, Dorchin. I don't care what I cost or how much trouble it's going to be to put me back together again, but I'm going out of that door. If you want to stop me, you'll have to kill me. You won't stop me any other way.
The steel robot took a half step toward him, and Burkhardt involuntarily checked his stride. He stood poised and shaking, ready for death, ready for attack, ready for anything that might happen. Ready for anything except what did happen. For Dorchin's steel body merely stepped aside between Burkhardt and the gun, but leaving the door free.
Go ahead,
invited the steel robot.
Nobody's stopping you.
Outside the door, Burkhardt brought up sharp. It was insane of Dorchin to let him go. Robot or flesh, victim or beneficiary, there was nothing to stop him from going to the FBI or whatever law he could find away from Dorchin's synthetic empire and telling his story. Surely, the corporations who paid Dorchin for test results had no notion of the ghoul's technique he used. Dorchin would have to keep it from them, for the breath of publicity would put a stop to it. Walking out meant death, perhaps, but at that moment in his pseudo-life, death was no terror for Burckhardt. There was no one in the corridor. He found a window and stared out of it. There was Tylerton, an ersatz city, but looking so real and familiar that Burckhardt almost imagined the whole episode a dream. It was no dream, though. He was certain of that in his heart, and equally certain that nothing in Tylerton could help him now. It had to be the other direction. It took him a quarter of an hour to find a way, but he found it, skulking through the corridors, dodging the suspicion of footsteps, knowing for certain that his hiding was in vain, for Dorchin was undoubtedly aware of every move he made. But no one stopped him, and he found another door. It was a simple enough door from the inside, but when he opened it and stepped out, it was like nothing he had ever seen. First there was light, brilliant, incredible, blinding light. Burckhardt blinked upward, unbelieving and afraid. He was standing on a ledge of smooth, finished metal. Not a dozen yards from his feet, the ledge dropped sharply away. He hardly dared approach the brink, but even from where he stood, he could see no bottom to the chasm before him, and the gulf extended out of sight into the glare on either side of him. No wonder Dorchin could so easily give him his freedom. From the factory there was nowhere to go. But how incredible this fantastic gulf, how impossible the 100 white and blinding suns that hung above. A voice by his side said inquiringly,
"Burckhardt?"
And thunder rolled the name, mutteringly soft, back and forth in the abyss before him. Burckhardt wet his lips.
Yes?
He croaked.
This is Dorchin, not a robot this time, but Dorchin in the flesh, talking to you on a hand mic. Now you have seen Burckhardt. Now will you be reasonable and let the maintenance crews take over?
Burckhardt stood paralyzed. One of the moving mountains in the blinding glare came toward him. It towered hundreds of feet over his head. He stared up at its top, squinting helplessly into the light. It looked like impossible. The voice in the loudspeaker at the door said,
Burckhardt?
But he was unable to answer. A heavy, rumbling sigh.
I see,
said the voice.
You finally understand. There's no place to go. You know it now. I could have told you, but you might not have believed me, so it was better for you to see it yourself. And after all, Burckhardt, why would I reconstruct a city just the way it was before? I'm a businessman. I count costs. If a thing has to be full scale, I build it that way, but there wasn't any need to in this case.
From the mountain before him, Burckhardt helplessly saw a lesser cliff descend carefully toward him. It was long and dark, and at the end of it was whiteness, 5-fingered whiteness.
Poor little Burckhardt,
crooned the loudspeaker, while the echoes rumbled through the enormous chasm that was only a workshop.
It must have been quite a shock for you to find out you were living in a town built on a tabletop.
It was the morning of June 15th, and Guy Burckhardt woke up screaming out of a dream. It had been a monstrous and incomprehensible dream, of explosions and shadowy figures that were not men, and terror beyond words. He shuddered and opened his eyes. Outside his bedroom window, a hugely amplified voice was howling. Burckhardt stumbled over to the window and stared outside. There was an out-of-season chill to the air, more like October than June, but the scent was normal enough, except for the sound truck that squatted at curbside halfway down the block. Its speaker horns blared.
Are you a coward? Are you a fool? Are you going to let crooked politicians steal the country from you? No. Are you going to put up with 4 more years of graft and crime? No. Are you going to vote straight federal party all up and down the ballot? Yes. You just bet you are.
Sometimes he screams, sometimes he wheedles, threatens, begs, cajoles. But his voice goes on and on, through one June 15th after another. End of Tunnel Under the World by Frederik Pohl.
Story Collection Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Valley of the Shadow of Death, Chapter 27, from For the Term of His Natural Life, by Marcus Clarke. Narration by Beth Thomas.
Jemmy Vetch, the Crow, read by Ali Kazerani.
Gabbett, read by Trumentem.
Alec Sanders, the Moocher, read by Mark Chulsky.
Greenhill, read by Tim Wash.
Tom Bonham, read by Gwen O'Brien.
Port Arthur, Australia, 1838. It was not until they had scrambled up the beach to safety that the absconders became fully aware of the loss of another of their companions. As they stood on the break of the beach, wringing the water from their clothes, Gabbett's small eye, counting their number, missed the stroke oar.
"Where's Cox?"
The fool fell overboard,
said Jemmy Vetch shortly.
He never had as much sense in that skull of his as would keep it sound on his shoulders.
Gabbett scowled.
"That's 3 of us gone,"
he said, in the tones of a man suffering some personal injury. They summed up their means of defence against attack. Sanders and Greenhill had knives. Gabbett still retained the axe in his belt. Vetch had dropped his musket at the neck, and Boddenham and Cornelius were unarmed.
"Let's have a look at the tucker," said
Vetch. There was but one bag of provisions. It contained a piece of salt pork, 2 loaves, and some uncooked potatoes. Signal Hill Station was not rich in edibles.
"That ain't much," said
the Crow with a rueful face.
"Is it, Gabbett?"
"It must do, anyway,"
returned the giant carelessly. The inspection over, the 6 proceeded up the shore and encamped under the lee of a rock. Bodenham was for lighting a fire, but Vetch, who by tacit consent had been chosen leader of the expedition, forbade it, saying that the light might betray them.
"They'll think we're drowned, and won't pursue us,"
he said. So all that night the miserable wretches crouched fireless together. Morning breaks clear and bright, and free for the first time in 10 years, they comprehend that their terrible journey has begun.
"Where are we to go? How are we to live?"
asked Boddenham, scanning the barren bush that stretches to the barren sea.
"Gabbett, you've been out before. How's it done?"
"We'll make the shepherds' huts and live on their tucker till we get a change of clothes,"
said Gabbett, evading the main question.
"We can follow the coastline."
"Steady, lads,"
said prudent Vetch.
"We must sneak round yon sandhills, and so creep into the scrub. If they've a good glass at the neck, they can see us."
"It does seem close,"
said Boddenham.
"I could pitch a stone on the guardhouse. Goodbye, you bloody spot,"
he adds with sudden rage, shaking his fist vindictively at the penitentiary.
"I don't want to see you no more till the day of judgment."
Vetch divides the provisions, and they travel all that day until dark night. The scrub is prickly and dense, their clothes are torn, their hands and feet bleeding. Already they feel out-wearied. No one pursuing, they light a fire and sleep. The second day they come to a sandy spit that runs out into the sea, and find that they have got too far to the eastward, and must follow the shore line to East Bay Neck. Back through the scrub they drag their heavy feet. That night they eat the last crumb of the loaf. The third day at high noon, after some toilsome walking, they reach a big hill, now called Collins Mount, and see the upper link of the earring, the isthmus of the East Bay Neck, at their feet. A few rocks are on their right hand, and blue in the lovely distance lies hated Maria Island.
"We must keep to the eastward,"
said Greenhill,
"or we shall fall in with the settlers and get taken."
So passing the isthmus, they strike into the bush along the shore, and, tightening their belts over their gnawing bellies, camp under some low-lying hills. The 4th day is notable for the indisposition of Boddenham, who is a bad walker, and falling behind delays the party by frequent cooees. Gabbett threatens him with a worse fate than sore feet if he lingers. Luckily that evening Greenhill espies a hut, but not trusting to the friendship of the occupant, they wait until he quits it in the morning, and then send Vetch to forage. Vetch, secretly congratulating himself on having by his counsel prevented violence, returns bending under half a bag of flour.
"You'd better carry the flour,"
said he to Gabbett,
"and give me the axe."
Gabbett eyes him for a while, as if struck by his puny form, but finally gives the axe to his mate Sanders. That day they creep along cautiously between the sea and the hills, camping at a creek. Vetch, after much search, finds a handful of berries and adds them to the main stock. Half of this handful is eaten at once, the other half reserved for tomorrow. The next day they come to an arm of the sea, and as they struggle northward, Maria Island disappears, and with it all danger from telescopes. That evening they reach the camping ground by twos and threes, and each wonders between paroxysm of hunger if his face is as haggard and his eyes as bloodshot as those of his neighbour. On the seventh day Bodnam says his feet are so bad he can't walk, and Greenhill, with a greedy look at the berries, bids him stay behind. Being in a very weak condition, he takes his companion at his word, and drops off about noon the next day. Gabbett, discovering this defection, however, goes back, and in an hour or so appears, driving the wretched creature before him with blows, as a sheep is driven to the shambles. Greenhill remonstrates at another mouth being thus forced upon the party, but the giant silences him with a hideous glance. Jimmy Vetch remembers that Greenhill accompanied Gabbett once before, and feels uncomfortable. He gives hint of his suspicions to Sanders, but Sanders only laughs. It is horribly evident that there is an understanding among the three. The ninth sun of their freedom, rising upon sandy and barren hillocks, bristling thick with cruel scrub, sees the 6 famine-stricken wretches cursing their God, and yet afraid to die. All around is the fruitless, shadeless, shelterless bush. Above, the pitiless heaven. In the distance, the remorseless sea. Something terrible must happen. That grey wilderness, arched by grey heaven stooping to grey sea, is a fitting keeper of hideous secrets. Vetch suggests that Oyster Bay cannot be far to the eastward. The line of the ocean is deceitfully close, and though such a proceeding will take them out of their course, they resolve to make for it. After hobbling 5 miles, they seem no nearer than before, and, nigh dead with fatigue and starvation, sink despairingly upon the ground. Vetch thinks Gabbett's eyes have a wolfish glare in them, and instinctively draws off from him. Said Greenhill in the course of a dismal conversation,
"I am so weak that I could eat a piece of a man."
On the 10th day Bodnam refuses to stir, and the others, being scarce able to drag along their limbs, sit on the ground about him. Greenhill, eyeing the prostrate man, said slowly,
"I have seen the same done before, boys, and it tasted like pork."
Vetch, hearing his savage comrade give utterance to a thought all had secretly cherished, speaks out, crying,
"It would be murder to do it, and then perhaps we couldn't eat it."
"Oh?"
said Gabbett with a grin.
"I'll warrant you that, but you must all have a hand in it."
Gabbett, Sanders, and Greenhill then go aside, and presently Sanders, coming to the Crow, said,
"He consented to act as flogger. He deserves it."
"So did Gabbett, for that matter,"
shudders Vetch.
"Hey, but Bodnam's feet are sore,"
said Sanders.
"and 'tis a pity to leave him."
Having no fire, they make a little windbreak, and Vetch, half dozing behind this at about 3 in the morning, hears someone cry out,
"Christ!"
and awakes, sweating ice. No one but Gabbett and Greenhill would eat that night. That savage pair, however, make a fire, fling ghastly fragments on the embers, and eat the broil before it is right warm. In the morning the frightful carcass is divided. That day's march takes place in silence, and at midday halt Cornelius volunteers to carry the billy, effecting great restoration from the food. Vetch gives it to him, and in half an hour afterwards Cornelius is missing. Gabbett and Greenhill pursue him in vain, and return with curses.
"He'll die like a dog,"
said Greenhill.
"alone in the bush."
Jemmy Vetch, with his intellect acute as ever, thinks that Cornelius may prefer such a death, but says nothing. The 12th morning dawns wet and misty, but Vetch, seeing the provision running short, strives to be cheerful, telling stories of men who have escaped greater peril. Vetch feels with dismay that he is the weakest of the party, but he has some sort of ludicro horrible consolation in remembering that he is also the leanest. They come to a creek that afternoon, and look until nightfall in vain for a crossing place. The next day Gabbett and Vetch swim across, and Vetch directs Gabbett to cut a long sapling, which, being stretched across the water, is seized by Greenhill and the Moocher, who are dragged over.
"What would you do without me?"
says the Crow with a ghastly grin. They cannot kindle a fire, for Greenhill, who carries the tinder, has allowed it to get wet. The giant swings his axe in savage anger at enforced cold, and Vetch takes an opportunity to remark privately to him what a big man Greenhill is. On the 14th day they can scarcely crawl, and their limbs pain them. Greenhill, who is the weakest, sees Gabbett and the Moocher go aside to consult, and crawling to the Crow whimpers,
"For God's sakes, Jemmy, don't let 'em murder me."
"I can't help you,"
says Vetch, looking about in terror.
"Think of poor Tom Bottenham."
"But he was no murderer. If they kill me, I shall go to hell with Tom's blood on my soul."
He writhes on the ground in sickening terror, and Gabbett, arriving, bids Vetch bring wood for the fire. Vetch, going, hears Greenhill clinging to wolfish Gabbett's knees, and Sanders calls after him,
"You will hear it presently, Jem."
The nervous Crow puts his hand to his ears, but is conscious of a dull crash and a groan. When he comes back, Gabbett is putting on the dead man's shoes, which are better than his own.
"We'll stop here a day or so and rest,"
said he.
"Now we've got provisions."
2 more days pass, and the three, eyeing each other suspiciously, resume their march. The 3rd day, the 16th of their journey, such portions of the carcass as they have with them prove unfit to eat. They look into each other's famine-sharpened faces, and wonder who's next.
"We must all die together,"
said Sanders quickly,
"before anything else must happen."
Vetch marks the terror concealed in the words, and when the dreaded giant is out of earshot, says,
"For God's sake, let's go on alone, Alec. You see what sort of a cove that Gabbett is. He'd kill his father before he'd fast one day."
They made for the bush, but the giant turned and strode towards them. Vetch skipped nimbly to one side, but Gabbett struck the Moocher on the forehead with the axe.
"Help, Jem, help!"
cried the victim, cut but not fatally, and in the strength of his desperation tore the axe from the monster who bore it, and flung it to Vetch.
"Keep it, Jemmy,"
he cried.
"Let's have no more murder done."
They fare again through the horrible bush until nightfall, when Vetch, in a strange voice, called the giant to him.
"He must die."
"Either you or he,"
laughs Gabbett.
"Give me the axe."
"No, no,"
said the Crow, his thin, malignant face distorted by a horrible resolution.
"I'll keep the axe. Stand back. You shall hold him, and I'll do the job."
Sanders, seeing them approach, knew his end was come, and submitted, crying,
"Give me half an hour to pray for myself."
They consent, and the bewildered wretch knelt down and folded his hands like a child. His big, stupid face worked with emotion. His great, cracked lips moved in desperate agony. He wagged his head from side to side in pitiful confusion of his brutalized senses.
"I can't think of the words, Jem."
"Pa,"
snarled the cripple, swinging the axe.
"We can't starve here all night."
4 days had passed, and the 2 survivors of this awful journey sat watching each other. The gaunt giant, his eyes gleaming with hate and hunger, sat sentinel over the dwarf. The dwarf, chuckling at his superior sagacity, clutched the fatal axe. For 2 days they had not spoken to each other. For 2 days each had promised himself that on the next his companion must sleep and die. Vetch comprehended the devilish scheme of the monster who had entrapped 5 of his fellow beings to aid him by their deaths to his own safety, and held aloof. Gabbett watched to snatch the weapon from his companion and make the odds even once and for ever. In the daytime they travelled on, each seeking a pretext to creep behind the other. In the night time, when they feigned slumber, each stealthily raising a head caught the wakeful glance of his companion. Vetch felt his strength deserting him, and his brain overpowered by fatigue.
Surely the giant, muttering, gesticulating, and slavering at the mouth, was on the road to madness. Would the monster find opportunity to rush at him, and, braving the blood-stained axe, kill him by main force? Or would he sleep, and be himself a victim.
Unhappy Vetch, it is the terrible privilege of insanity to be sleepless. On the 5th day, Vetch, creeping behind a tree, takes off his belt and makes a noose. He will hang himself. He gets one end of the belt over a bough, and then his cowardice bids him pause. Gabbett approaches. He tries to evade him and to steal away into the bush. In vain. The insatiable giant, ravenous with famine and sustained by madness, is not to be shaken off. Vetch tries to run, but his legs bend under him.
The axe that has tried to drink so much blood feels heavy as lead. He will fling it away. No, he dares not.
Night falls again. He must rest or go mad. His limbs are powerless. His eyelids are glued together. He sleeps as he stands.
This horrible thing must be a dream. He is at Port Arthur, or will wake on his pallet in the penny lodging-house he slept at when a boy. Is that the deputy come to wake him to the torment of living? It is not time. Surely not time yet.
He sleeps, and the giant, grinning with ferocious joy, approaches on clumsy tiptoe and seizes the coveted axe. On the north coast of Van Diemen's Land is a place called St. Helen's Point, and a certain skipper, being in want of fresh water, landing there with a boat's crew, found on the banks of the creek a gaunt and blood-stained man, clad in tattered yellow, who carried on his back an axe and a bundle. When the sailors came within sight of him, he made signs to them to approach, and opening his bundle with much ceremony, offered them some of its contents. Filled with horror at what the maniac displayed, they seized and bound him. At Hobart Town he was recognized as the only survivor of the 9 desperadoes who had escaped from Colonel Arthur's natural penitentiary. End of Valley of the Shadow of Death.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Stampeding of Lady Bastable, from the Chronicles of Clovis, by Saki. Read by Philippa, Lucy,
and Peter Yearsley.
It would be rather nice if you would put Clovis up for another 6 days while I go up north to the McGregors,
said Mrs. Sangrail sleepily across the breakfast table. It was her invariable plan to speak in a sleepy, comfortable voice whenever she was unusually keen about anything. It put people off their guard, and they frequently fell in with her wishes before they had realized that she was really asking for anything. Lady Bastable, however, was not so easily taken unawares. Possibly she knew that voice, and what it betokened. At any rate, she knew Clovis. She frowned at a piece of toast, and ate it very slowly, as though she wished to convey the impression that the process hurt her more than it hurt the toast. But no extension of hospitality on Clovis's behalf rose to her lips.
It would be a great convenience to me,
pursued Mrs. Sangrail, abandoning the careless tone.
I particularly don't want to take him to the McGregors, and it will only be for 6 days.
It will seem longer,
said Lady Bastable dismally.
The last time he stayed here for a week.
I know,
interrupted the other hastily.
But that was nearly 2 years ago. He was younger then.
But he hasn't improved,
said her hostess.
It's no use growing older if you only learn new ways of misbehaving yourself.
Mrs. Sangrail was unable to argue the point. Since Clovis had reached the age of 17, she had never ceased to bewail his irrepressible waywardness to all her circle of acquaintances, and a polite scepticism would have greeted the slightest hint at a prospective reformation. She discarded the fruitless effort at cajolery, and resorted to undisguised bribery.
If you'll have him here for these 6 days, I'll cancel that outstanding bridge account.
It was only for 49 shillings, but Lady Bastable loved shillings with a great, strong love. To lose money at bridge and not to have to pay it was one of those rare experiences which gave the card-table a glamour in her eyes which it could never otherwise have possessed. Mrs. Sangrail was almost equally devoted to her card-winnings, but the prospect of conveniently warehousing her offspring for 6 days, and incidentally saving his railway fare to the north, reconciled her to the sacrifice. When Clovis made a belated appearance at the breakfast table, the bargain had been struck.
Just think.
Said Mrs. Sangrail sleepily.
Lady Bastable has very kindly asked you to stay on here while I go to the McGregors.
Clovis said suitable things in a highly unsuitable manner, and proceeded to make punitive expeditions among the breakfast dishes with a scowl on his face that would have driven the purr out of a peace conference. The arrangement that had been concluded behind his back was doubly distasteful to him. In the first place, he particularly wanted to teach the McGregor boys, who could well afford the knowledge, how to play poker patience. Secondly, the Bastable catering was of the kind that is classified as a rude plenty, which Clovis translated as a plenty that gives rise to rude remarks. Watching him from behind ostentatiously sleepy lids, his mother realized, in the light of long experience, that any rejoicing over the success of her manoeuvre would be distinctly premature. It was one thing to fit Clovis into a convenient niche of the domestic jigsaw puzzle. It was quite another matter to get him to stay there. Lady Bastable was wont to retire in state to the morning-room immediately after breakfast, and spend a quiet hour in skimming through the papers. They were there, so she might as well get their money's worth out of them. Politics did not greatly interest her, but she was obsessed with a favourite foreboding that one of these days there would be a great social upheaval, in which everybody would be killed by everybody else.
"It will come sooner than we think,"
she would observe darkly. A mathematical expert of exceptionally high powers would have been puzzled to work out the approximate date from the slender and confusing groundwork which this assertion afforded. On this particular morning the sight of Lady Bastable enthroned among her papers gave Clovis the hint towards which his mind had been groping all breakfast-time. His mother had gone upstairs to supervise packing operations, and he was alone on the ground floor with his hostess and the servants. The latter were the key to the situation. Bursting wildly into the kitchen quarters, Clovis screamed a frantic though strictly non-committal summons. "Poor Lady Bastable! In the morning-room! Oh, quick!" The next moment the butler, cook, page-boy, 2 or 3 maids, and a gardener, who had happened to be in one of the outer kitchens, were following in a hot scurry after Clovis as he headed back for the morning-room. Lady Bastable was roused from the world of newspaper lore by hearing a Japanese screen in the hall go down with a crash. Then the door leading from the hall flew open, and her young guest tore madly through the room, shrieked at her in passing, "The Jacquerie! They're on us!" and dashed like an escaping hawk out through the French window. The scared mob of servants burst in on his heels, the gardener still clutching the sickle with which he had been trimming hedges, and the impetus of their headlong haste carried them, slipping and sliding over the smooth parquet flooring, towards the chair where their mistress sat in panic-stricken amazement. If she had had a moment granted her for reflection, she would have behaved, as she afterwards explained, with considerable dignity. It was probably the sickle which decided her, but anyway she followed the lead that Clovis had given her through the French window, and ran well and far across the lawn before the eyes of her astonished retainers. Lost dignity is not a possession which can be restored at a moment's notice, and both Lady Bastable and the butler found the process of returning to normal conditions almost as painful as a slow recovery from drowning. A Jacquerie, even if carried out with the most respectful of intentions, cannot fail to leave some traces of embarrassment behind it. By lunch-time, however, decorum had reasserted itself with enhanced rigour as a natural rebound from its recent overthrow, and the meal was served in a frigid stateliness that might have been framed on a Byzantine model. Halfway through its duration, Mrs. Sangrail was solemnly presented with an envelope lying on a silver salver. It contained a cheque for 49 shillings. The McGregor boys learned how to play poker patience. After all, they could afford to.
End of The Stampeding of Lady Bastable.
Stringham. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Jesting of Arlington Stringham, from the Chronicles of Clovis, by Saki. Read by Lucy Perry,
Philippa,
and Peter.
Arlington Stringham made a joke in the House of Commons. It was a thin house, and a very thin joke. Something about the Anglo-Saxon race having a great many angles. It is possible that it was unintentional, but a fellow member, who did not wish it to be supposed that he was asleep because his eyes were shut, laughed. One or two of the papers noted a laugh in brackets, and another, which was notorious for the carelessness of its political news, mentioned laughter. Things often begin in that way.
Arlington made a joke in the house last night,
said Eleanor Stringham to her mother.
In all the years we've been married, neither of us has made jokes, and I don't like it now. I'm afraid it's the beginning of a rift in the lute.
What lute? Said her mother.
It's a quotation,
said Eleanor. To say that anything was a quotation was an excellent method in Eleanor's eyes for withdrawing it from discussion, just as you could always defend indifferent lamb late in the season by saying,
it's mutton.
And, of course, Arlington Stringham continued to tread the thorny path of conscious humour into which fate had beckoned him.
The country's looking very green, but after all that's what it's there for,
he remarked to his wife 2 days later.
That's very modern, and I dare say very clever, but I'm afraid it's wasted on me,
she observed coldly. If she had known how much effort it had cost him to make the remark, she might have greeted it in a kinder spirit. It is the tragedy of human endeavour that it works so often unseen and unguessed. Arlington said nothing, not from injured pride, but because he was thinking hard for something to say. Eleanor mistook his silence for an assumption of tolerant superiority, and her anger prompted her to a further jibe.
You had better tell it to Lady Isabel. I've no doubt she would appreciate it.
Lady Isabel was seen everywhere with a fawn-coloured collie at a time when everyone else kept nothing but Pekingese, and she had once eaten 4 green apples at an afternoon tea in the Botanical Gardens, so she was widely credited with a rather unpleasant wit. The censorious said she slept in a hammock and understood Yeats's poems, but her family denied both stories.
The rift is widening to an abyss,
said Eleanor to her mother that afternoon. I should not tell that to anyone, remarked her mother, after long reflection.
Naturally. I should not talk about it very much,
said Eleanor.
But why shouldn't I mention it to anyone?
Because you can't have an abyss in a lute. There isn't room. Eleanor's outlook on life did not improve as the afternoon wore on. The page boy had brought from the library,
by Mere and Wold,
instead of
by mere chance,
the book which everyone denied having read. The unwelcome substitute appeared to be a collection of nature notes contributed by the author to the pages of some northern weekly, and when one had been prepared to plunge with disapproving mind into a regrettable chronicle of ill-spent lives, it was intensely irritating to read,
The dainty yellow hammers are now with us, and flaunt their jaundiced livery from every bush and hillock.
Besides, the thing was so obviously untrue. Either there must be hardly any bushes or hillocks in those parts, or the country must be fearfully overstocked with yellowhammers. The thing scarcely seemed worth telling such a lie about. And the page boy stood there with his sleekly brushed and parted hair, and his air of chaste and callous indifference to the desires and passions of the world. Eleanor hated boys, and she would have liked to have whipped this one long and often. It was perhaps the yearning of a woman who had no children of her own. She turned at random to another paragraph.
Lie quietly concealed in the fern and bramble, in the gap by the old rowan tree, and you may see, almost every evening during early summer, a pair of lesser whitethroats creeping up and down the nettles and hedge-growth that mask their nesting-place.
The insufferable monotony of the proposed recreation! Eleanor would not have watched the most brilliant performance at His Majesty's Theatre for a single evening under such uncomfortable circumstances, and to be asked to watch lesser whitethroats creeping up and down a nettle almost every evening during the height of the season struck her as an imputation on her intelligence that was positively offensive. Impatiently she transferred her attention to the dinner menu, which the boy had thoughtfully brought in as an alternative to the more solid literary fare. Rabbit curry met her eye, and the lines of disapproval deepened on her already puckered brow. The cook was a great believer in the influence of environment, and nourished an obstinate conviction that if you brought rabbit and curry powder together in one dish, a rabbit curry would be the result. And Clovis and the odious Bertie Van Tahn were coming to dinner. Surely, thought Eleanor, if Arlington knew how much she had had that day to try her, he would refrain from joke-making. At dinner that night it was Eleanor herself who mentioned the name of a certain statesman, who may be decently covered under the disguise of X.
X,
said Arlington Stringham,
has the soul of a meringue.
It was a useful remark to have on hand, because it applied equally well to 4 prominent statesmen of the day, which quadrupled the opportunities for using it. Meringues haven't got souls, said Eleanor's mother.
It's a mercy they haven't,
said Clovis.
They would be always losing them, and people like my aunt would get up missions to meringues, and say it was wonderful how much one could teach them, and how much more one could learn from them.
What could you learn from a meringue? Asked Eleanor's mother.
My aunt has been known to learn humility from an ex-viceroy,
said Clovis.
I wish cook would learn to make curry, or have the sense to leave it alone,
said Arlington, suddenly and savagely. Eleanor's face softened. It was like one of his old remarks, in the days when there was no abyss between them. It was during the debate on the Foreign Office vote that Stringham made his great remark that
the people of Crete unfortunately make more history than they can consume locally.
It was not brilliant, but it came in the middle of a dull speech, and the House was quite pleased with it. Old gentlemen with bad memories said it reminded them of Disraeli. It was Eleanor's friend, Gertrude Ilpton, who drew her attention to Arlington's newest outbreak. Eleanor in these days avoided the morning papers.
It's very modern, and I suppose very clever,
she observed.
Of course it's very clever,
said Gertrude.
All Lady Isabel's sayings are clever, and luckily they bear repeating. Are you sure it's one of her sayings?
Asked Eleanor.
My dear, I've heard her say it dozens of times. So that is where he gets his humour,
said Eleanor slowly, and the hard lines deepened round her mouth. The death of Eleanor Stringham from an overdose of chloral, occurring at the end of a rather uneventful season, excited a certain amount of unobtrusive speculation. Clovis, who perhaps exaggerated the importance of curry in the home, hinted at domestic sorrow. And, of course, Arlington never knew. It was the tragedy of his life that he should miss the fullest effect of his jesting. End of The Jesting of Arlington Stringham.
Offering. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Peace Offering, from the Chronicles of Clovis, by Saki. Recorded by Lucy Perry,
Philippa,
and Peter Yearsley.
I want you to help me in getting up a dramatic entertainment of some sort,
said the Baroness to Clovis.
You see, there's been an election petition down here, and a member unseated, and no end of bitterness and ill-feeling, and the county is socially divided against itself. I thought a play of some kind would be an excellent opportunity for bringing people together again, and giving them something to think of besides tiresome political squabbles.
The Baroness was evidently ambitious of reproducing beneath her own roof the pacifying effects traditionally ascribed to the celebrated Reel of Tullochgorum.
We might do something on the lines of Greek tragedy,
said Clovis, after due reflection.
The return of Agamemnon, for instance.
The Baroness frowned.
It sounds rather reminiscent of an election result, doesn't it?
It wasn't that sort of return,
explained Clovis.
It was a homecoming.
I thought you said it was a tragedy.
Well, it was. He was killed in his bathroom, you know.
Oh, now I know the story, of course. Do you want me to take the part of Charlotte Corday?
That's a different story, and a different century,
said Clovis.
The dramatic unities forbid one to lay a scene in more than one century at a time. The killing in this case has to be done by Clytemnestra.
Rather a pretty name. I'll do that part. I suppose you want to be whatever his name is.
Dear, no. Agamemnon was the father of grown-up children, and probably wore a beard and looked prematurely aged. I shall be his charioteer or bath attendant, or something decorative of that kind. We must do everything in the Sumurun manner, you know.
I don't know,
said the Baroness.
At least, I should know better if you would explain exactly what you mean by the Sumurun manner.
Clovis obliged.
Weird music, and exotic skippings, and flying leaps, and lots of drapery and undrapery, particularly undrapery.
I think I told you the county are coming. The county won't stand anything very Greek.
You can get over any objection by calling it hygiene, or limb culture, or something of that sort. After all, everyone exposes their insides to the public gaze and sympathy nowadays, so why not one's outside?
My dear boy, I can ask the county to a Greek play, or to a costume play, but to a Greek costume play, never. It doesn't do to let the dramatic instinct carry one too far. One must consider one's environment. When one lives among greyhounds, one should avoid giving lifelike imitations of a rabbit, unless one wants one's head snapped off. Remember, I've got this place on a 7 years' lease. And then,
continued the Baroness,
as to skippings and flying leaps, I must ask Emily Dushford to take a part. She's a dear good thing, and will do anything she's told, or try to. But can you imagine her doing a flying leap under any circumstances?
She can be Cassandra, and she need only take flying leaps into the future, in a metaphorical sense.
Cassandra? Rather a pretty name. What kind of character is she?
She was a sort of advance agent for calamities. To know her was to know the worst. Fortunately for the gaiety of the age she lived in, no one took her very seriously. Still, it must have been fairly galling to have her turning up after every catastrophe with a conscious air of, "Perhaps another time you'll believe what I say."
I should have wanted to kill her.
As Clytemnestra, I believe you gratify that very natural wish.
Then it has a happy ending, in spite of it being a tragedy?
Well, hardly,
said Clovis.
You see, the satisfaction of putting a violent end to Cassandra must have been considerably damped by the fact that she had foretold what was going to happen to her. She probably dies with an intensely irritating "What did I tell you?" smile on her lips. By the way, of course, all the killing will be done in the Sumurun manner.
Please explain again,
said the Baroness, taking out a notebook and pencil.
Little and often, you know, instead of one sweeping blow. You see, you are at your own home, so there's no need to hurry over the murdering as though it were some disagreeable but necessary duty.
And what sort of end do I have? I mean, what curtain do I get?
I suppose you rush into your lover's arms. That is where one of the flying leaps will come in.
The getting up and rehearsing of the play seemed likely to cause, in a restricted area, nearly as much heartburning and ill-feeling as the election petition. Clovis, as adapter and stage manager, insisted, as far as he was able, on the charioteer being quite the most prominent character in the play, and his panther-skin tunic caused almost as much trouble and discussion as Clytemnestra's spasmodic succession of lovers, who broke down on probation with alarming uniformity. When the cast was at length fixed beyond hope of reprieve, matters went scarcely more smoothly. Clovis and the Baroness rather overdid the Sumurun manner, while the rest of the company could hardly be said to attempt it at all. As for Cassandra, who was expected to improvise her own prophecies, she appeared to be as incapable of taking flying leaps into futurity as of executing more than a severely plantigrade walk across the stage. "Woe, Trojans! Woe to Troy!" was the most inspired remark she could produce after several hours of conscientious study of all the available authorities.
"It's no earthly use for telling the fall of Troy,"
expostulated Clovis,
"because Troy has fallen before the action of the play begins. And you mustn't say too much about your own impending doom either, because that will give things away too much to the audience."
After several minutes of painful brain-searching, Cassandra smiled reassuringly. "I know. I'll predict a long and happy reign for George V."
"My dear girl,"
protested Clovis,
"have you reflected that Cassandra specialised in foretelling calamities?"
There was another prolonged pause, and another triumphant issue. "I know. I'll foretell a most disastrous season for the foxhounds."
"On no account,"
entreated Clovis.
"Do remember that all Cassandra's predictions came true. The MFH and the Hunt Secretary are both awfully superstitious, and they are both going to be present."
Cassandra retreated hastily to her bedroom to bathe her eyes before appearing at tea. The Baroness and Clovis were by this time scarcely on speaking terms. Each sincerely wished their respective role to be the pivot round which the entire production should revolve, and each lost no opportunity for furthering the cause they had at heart. As fast as Clovis introduced some effective bit of business for the charioteer, and he introduced a great many, the Baroness would remorselessly cut it out, or more often dovetail it into her own part, while Clovis retaliated in a similar fashion wherever possible. The climax came when Clytemnestra annexed some highly complimentary lines which were to have been addressed to the charioteer by a bevy of admiring Greek damsels, and put them into the mouth of her lover. Clovis stood by in apparent unconcern, while the words, "O lovely stripling, radiant as the dawn," was transposed into, "O Clytemnestra, radiant as the dawn." But there was a dangerous glitter in his eye that might have given the Baroness warning. He had composed the verse himself, inspired and thoroughly carried away by his subject. He suffered, therefore, a double pang in beholding his tribute deflected from its destined object, and his words mutilated and twisted into what became an extravagant panegyric on the Baroness's personal charms. It was from this moment that he became gentle and assiduous in his private coaching of Cassandra. The county, forgetting its dissensions, mustered in full strength to witness the much-talked-of production. The protective providence that looks after little children and amateur theatricals made good its traditional promise that everything should be right on the night. The Baroness and Clovis seemed to have sunk their mutual differences, and between them dominated the scene to the partial eclipse of all the other characters, who, for the most part, seemed well content to remain in the shadow. Even Agamemnon, with 10 years of strenuous life around Troy standing to his credit, appeared to be an unobtrusive personality compared with his flamboyant charioteer. But the moment came for Cassandra, who had been excused from any very definite outpourings during rehearsals, to support her role by delivering herself of a few well-chosen anticipations of pending misfortune. The musicians obliged with appropriately lugubrious wailings and thumpings, and the Baroness seized the opportunity to make a dash to the dressing-room to effect certain repairs in her make-up. Cassandra, nervous but resolute, came down to the footlights, and like one repeating at a carefully learned lesson, flung her remarks straight at the audience. "I see woe for this fair country if the brood of corrupt, self-seeking, unscrupulous, unprincipled politicians," here she named one of the 2 rival parties in the state, "continue to infest and poison our local councils and undermine our parliamentary representation, if they continue to snatch votes by nefarious and discreditable means." A humming, as of a great hive of bewildered and affronted bees, drowned her further remarks and wore down the droning of the musicians. The Baroness, who should have been greeted on her return to the stage with the pleasing invocation, O Clytemnestra, radiant as the dawn, heard instead the imperious voice of Lady Thistledale ordering her carriage, and something like a storm of open discord going on at the back of the room. The social divisions in the county healed themselves after their own fashion. Both parties found common ground in condemning the Baroness's outrageously bad taste and tactlessness. She has been fortunate in subletting for the greater part of her 7 years' lease. End of the Peace Offering. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Quest, from the Chronicles of Clovis, by Saki. Recorded by Lucy Perry.
Peter.
And Philippa. An unwonted peace hung over the Villa Elsinore, broken, however, at frequent intervals by clamorous lamentations, suggestive of bewildered bereavement. The Momebys had lost their infant child, hence the peace which its absence entailed. They were looking for it in wild, undisciplined fashion, giving tongue the whole time, which accounted for the outcry which swept through house and garden whenever they returned to try the home coverts anew. Clovis, who was temporarily and unwillingly a paying guest at the villa, had been dozing in a hammock at the far end of the garden when Mrs. Momeby had broken the news to him.
"We've lost baby,"
she screamed.
"Do you mean that it's dead, or stampeded, or that you staked it at cards and lost it that way?"
asked Clovis lazily.
"He was toddling about quite happily on the lawn,"
said Mrs. Momeby tearfully.
"And Arnold had just come in, and I was asking him what sort of sauce he would like with the asparagus."
"I hope he said hollandaise,"
interrupted Clovis with a show of quickened interest.
"because if there's anything I hate—"
"And all of a sudden I missed baby,"
continued Mrs. Momeby in a shriller tone.
"We've hunted high and low, in house and garden, and outside the gates, and he's nowhere to be seen."
"Is he anywhere to be heard?"
asked Clovis.
"If not, he must be at least 2 miles away."
"But where? And how?"
asked the distracted mother.
"Perhaps an eagle or a wild beast has carried him off,"
suggested Clovis.
"There aren't eagles and wild beasts in Surrey,"
said Mrs. Momeby, but a note of horror had crept into her voice.
"They escape now and then from travelling shows. Sometimes I think they let them get loose for the sake of the advertisement. Think what a sensational headline it would make in the local papers. 'Infant son of prominent nonconformist devoured by spotted hyenas.' Your husband isn't a prominent nonconformist, but his mother came of Wesleyan stock, and you must allow the newspapers some latitude."
But we should have found his remains,"
sobbed Mrs. Momeby.
"If the hyena was really hungry, and not merely toying with his food, there wouldn't be much in the way of remains. It would be like the small boy and apple story. There ain't going to be no core."
Mrs. Momeby turned away hastily to seek comfort and counsel in some other direction. With the selfish absorption of young motherhood, she entirely disregarded Clovis's obvious anxiety about the asparagus sauce. Before she had gone a yard, however, the click of the side gate caused her to pull up sharp. Miss Gilpet, from the Villa Peterhof, had come over to hear details of the bereavement. Clovis was already rather bored with the story, but Mrs. Momeby was equipped with that merciless faculty which finds as much joy in the 90th time of telling as in the first.
"Arnold had just come in. He was complaining of rheumatism."
"There are so many things to complain of in this household that it would never have occurred to me to complain of rheumatism,"
murmured Clovis.
"He was complaining of rheumatism,"
continued Mrs. Momeby, trying to throw a chilling inflection into a voice that was already doing a good deal of sobbing and talking at high pressure as well. She was again interrupted.
"There is no such thing as rheumatism,"
said Miss Gilpet. She said it with the conscious air of defiance that a waiter adopts in announcing that the cheapest priced claret in the wine list is no more. She did not proceed, however, to offer the alternative of some more expensive malady, but denied the existence of them all. Mrs. Momeby's temper began to shine out through her grief.
I suppose you'll say next that baby hasn't really disappeared.
He has disappeared,
conceded Miss Gilpet.
But only because you haven't sufficient faith to find him. It's only a lack of faith on your part that prevents him from being restored to you safe and well.
But if he's been eaten in the meantime by a hyena and partly digested,
said Clovis, who clung affectionately to his wild beast theory,
surely some ill effects would be noticeable?
Miss Gilpet was rather staggered by this complication of the question.
I feel sure that a hyena has not eaten him,
she said lamely.
The hyena may be equally certain that it has. You see, it may have just as much faith as you have, and more special knowledge as to the present whereabouts of the baby.
Mrs. Momeby was in tears again.
If you have faith,
she sobbed, struck by a happy inspiration,
won't you find our little Eric for us? I'm sure you have powers that are denied to us.
Rosemary Gilpet was thoroughly sincere in her adherence to Christian Science principles. Whether she understood or correctly expounded them, the learned in such matters may best decide. In the present case she was undoubtedly confronted with a great opportunity, and as she started forth on her vague search, she strenuously summoned to her aid every scrap of faith that she possessed. She passed out into the bare and open high-road, followed by Mrs. Momeby's warning,
"It's no use going there. We've searched there a dozen times."
But Rosemary's ears were already deaf to all things save self-congratulation, for, sitting in the middle of the highway, playing contentedly with the dust and some faded buttercups, was a white pinafored baby, with a mop of tow-coloured hair tied over one temple with a pale blue ribbon. Taking first the usual feminine precaution of looking to see that no motor-car was on the distant horizon, Rosemary dashed at the child and bore it, despite its vigorous opposition, in through the portals of Elsinore. The child's furious screams had already announced the fact of its discovery, and the almost hysterical parents raced down the lawn to meet their restored offspring. The aesthetic value of the scene was marred in some degree by Rosemary's difficulty in holding the struggling infant, which was borne wrong-end foremost towards the agitated bosom of its family.
"Our own little Eric, come back to us!"
cried the Momebys in unison, as the child had rammed its fists tightly into its eye sockets, and nothing could be seen of its face but a widely gaping mouth. The recognition was in itself almost an act of faith.
"Is he glad to get back to Daddy and Mummy again?"
crooned Mrs. Momeby. The preference which the child was showing for its dust and buttercup distractions was so marked that the question struck Clovis as being unnecessarily tactless.
"Give him a ride on the Roly Poly,"
suggested the father brilliantly, as the howls continued with no sign of early abatement. In a moment the child had been placed astride the big garden roller, and a preliminary tug was given to set it in motion. From the hollow depths of the cylinder came an ear-splitting roar, drowning even the vocal efforts of the squalling baby, and immediately afterwards there crept forth a white pinafored infant, with a mop of tow-coloured hair tied over one temple with a pale blue ribbon. There was no mistaking either the features or the lung power of the new arrival.
"Our own little Eric!"
screamed Mrs. Momeby, pouncing on him and nearly smothering him with kisses.
"Did he hide in the roly-poly to give us all a big fright?"
This was the obvious explanation of the child's sudden disappearance and equally abrupt discovery. There remained, however, the problem of the interloping baby, which now sat whimpering on the lawn in a disfavour as chilling as its previous popularity had been unwelcome. The Momebys glared at it as though it had wormed its way into their short-lived affections by heartless and unworthy pretences. Miss Gilpet's face took on an ashen tinge as she stared helplessly at the bunched-up figure that had been such a gladsome sight to her eyes a few moments ago.
"When love is over, how little of love even the lover understands,"
quoted Clovis to himself. Rosemary was the first to break the silence.
If that is Eric you have in your arms, who is that? That, I think, is for you to explain,
said Mrs. Momeby stiffly.
Obviously,
said Clovis.
It's a duplicate Eric that your powers of faith called into being. The question is, what are you going to do with him?
The ashen pallor deepened in Rosemary's cheeks. Mrs. Momeby clutched the genuine Eric closer to her side, as though she feared that her uncanny neighbour might, out of sheer pique, turn him into a bowl of goldfish.
I found him sitting in the middle of the road,
said Rosemary weakly.
You can't take him back and leave him there,
said Clovis.
The highway is meant for traffic, not to be used as a lumber room for disused miracles.
Rosemary wept. The proverb, "Weep and you weep alone," broke down as badly on application as most of its kind. Both babies were wailing lugubriously, and the parent Momebys had scarcely recovered from their earlier lachrymose condition. Clovis alone maintained an unruffled cheerfulness.
Must I keep him always?
Asked Rosemary dolefully.
Not always,
said Clovis consolingly.
He can go into the Navy when he's 13.
Rosemary wept afresh.
Of course,
added Clovis,
there may be no end of a bother about his birth certificate. You'll have to explain matters to the Admiralty, and they are dreadfully hidebound.
It was rather a relief when a breathless nursemaid from the Villa Charlottenburg over the way came running across the lawn to claim little Percy, who had slipped out of the front gate and disappeared like a twinkling from the high road. And even then Clovis found it necessary to go in person to the kitchen to make sure about the asparagus sauce.
End of the quest.
Adrian, of Dramatic Reading, Scene and Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Philippa,
Lucy Perry,
and Peter.
Adrian, a chapter in acclimatization. From the Chronicles of Clovis, by Saki.
The baptismal register spoke of him pessimistically as John Henry, but he had left that behind with the other maladies of infancy, and his friends knew him under the front name of Adrian. His mother lived in Bethnal Green, which was not altogether his fault. One can discourage too much history in one's family, but one cannot always prevent geography. And, after all, the Bethnal Green habit has this virtue, that it is seldom transmitted to the next generation. Adrian lived in a roomlet which came under the auspicious constellation of W. How he lived was to a great extent a mystery even to himself. His struggle for existence probably coincided in many material details with the rather dramatic accounts he gave of it to sympathetic acquaintances. All that is definitely known is that he had now and then emerged from the struggle to dine at the Ritz or Carlton, correctly garbed and with a correctly critical appetite. On these occasions he was usually the guest of Lucas Croydon, an amiable worldling who had 3,000 a year and a taste for introducing impossible people to irreproachable cookery. Like most men who combine 3,000 a year with an uncertain digestion, Lucas was a socialist, and he argued that you cannot hope to elevate the masses until you have brought plovers' eggs into their lives and taught them to appreciate the difference between coupe chac and macédoine de fruits. His friends pointed out that it was a doubtful kindness to initiate a boy from behind the drapery counter into the blessedness of the higher catering, to which Lucas invariably replied that all kindnesses were doubtful, which was perhaps true. It was after one of his Adrian evenings that Lucas met his aunt, Mrs. Mebberley, at a fashionable tea-shop, where the lamp of family life is still kept burning, and you meet relatives who might otherwise have slipped your memory.
"Who was that good-looking boy who was dining with you last night?"
she asked.
"He looked much too nice to be thrown away upon you."
Susan Mebberley was a charming woman, but she was also an aunt.
"Who are his people?"
she continued, when the protégé's name, revised version, had been given her.
His mother lives at Bethel.
Lucas checked himself on the threshold of what was perhaps a social indiscretion.
Beth? Where is it? It sounds like Asia Minor. Is she mixed up with consular people?
Oh, no. Her work lies among the poor.
This was a side-slip into truth. The mother of Adrian was employed in a laundry.
I see,
said Mrs. Mebberley.
Mission work of some sort. And meanwhile the boy has no one to look after him. It's obviously my duty to see that he doesn't come to harm. Bring him to call on me.
My dear Aunt Susan,
expostulated Lucas.
I really know very little about him. He may not be at all nice, you know, on further acquaintance.
He has delightful hair and a weak mouth. I shall take him with me to Homburg or Cairo.
It's the maddest thing I ever heard of,
said Lucas angrily.
Well, there is a strong strain of madness in our family. If you haven't noticed it yourself, all your friends must have.
One is so dreadfully under everybody's eyes at Homburg. At least you might give him a preliminary trial at Etretat.
And be surrounded by Americans trying to talk French? No, thank you. I love Americans, but not when they try to talk French. What a blessing it is that they never try to talk English. Tomorrow at 5 you can bring your young friend to call on me.
And Lucas, realising that Susan Mebberley was a woman as well as an aunt, saw that she would have to be allowed to have her own way. Adrian was duly carried abroad under the Mebberley wing, but as a reluctant concession to sanity, Homburg and other inconveniently fashionable resorts were given a wide berth, and the Mebberley establishment planted itself down in the best hotel at Düsseldorf, an alpine townlet somewhere at the back of the Engadine. It was the usual kind of resort, with the usual type of visitors that one finds over the greater part of Switzerland during the summer season, but to Adrian it was all unusual. The mountain air, the certainty of regular and abundant meals, and in particular the social atmosphere, affected him much as the indiscriminating fervour of a forcing house might affect a weed that had strayed within its limits. He had been brought up in a world where breakages were regarded as crimes and expiated as such. It was something new and altogether exhilarating to find that you were considered rather amusing if you smashed things in the right manner and at the recognised hours. Susan Mebberley had expressed the intention of showing Adrian a bit of the world. The particular bit of the world represented by Düsseldorf began to be shown a good deal of Adrian. Lucas got occasional glimpses of the Alpine sojourn, not from his aunt or Adrian, but from the industrious pen of Clovis, who was also moving as a satellite in the Mebberley constellation.
The entertainment which Susan got up last night ended in disaster. I thought it would. The Grobmeier child, a particularly loathsome 5-year-old, had appeared as Bubbles during the early part of the evening, and been put to bed during the interval. Adrian watched his opportunity and kidnapped it when the nurse was downstairs, and introduced it during the second half of the entertainment, thinly disguised as a performing pig. It certainly looked very like a pig, and grunted and slobbered just like the real article. No one knew exactly what it was, but everyone said it was awfully clever, especially the Grobmeiers. At the third curtain, Adrian pinched it too hard, and it yelled, "Mama!" I am supposed to be good at descriptions, but don't ask me to describe the sayings and doings of the Grobmeiers at that moment. It was like one of the angrier psalms set to Strauss's music. We have moved to an hotel higher up the valley.
Clovis's next letter arrived 5 days later, and was written from the Hotel Steinbock.
We left the Hotel Victoria this morning. It was fairly comfortable and quiet. At least, there was an air of repose about it when we arrived. Before we had been in residence 24 hours, most of the repose had vanished, like a dutiful bream, as Adrian expressed it. However, nothing unduly outrageous happened till last night, when Adrian had a fit of insomnia, and amused himself by unscrewing and transposing all the bedroom numbers on his floor. He transferred the bathroom label to the adjoining bedroom door, which happened to be that of Frau Hoftath Schilling, and this morning from 7 o'clock onwards the old lady had a stream of involuntary visitors. She was too horrified and scandalized, it seems, to get up and lock her door. The would-be bathers flew back in confusion to their rooms, and, of course, the change of numbers led them astray again, and the corridor gradually filled with panic-stricken, scantily robed humans, dashing wildly about like rabbits in a ferret-infested warren. It took nearly an hour before the guests were all sorted into their respective rooms, and the Frau Hofrath's condition was still causing some anxiety when we left. Susan is beginning to look a little worried. She can't very well turn the boy adrift, as he hasn't got any money, and she can't send him to his people, as she doesn't know where they are. Adrian says his mother moves about a good deal, and he's lost her address. Probably, if truth were known, he's had a row at home. So many boys nowadays seem to think that quarrelling with one's family is a recognised occupation.
Lucas's next communication from the travellers took the form of a telegram from Mrs. Mebberley herself. It was sent, reply prepaid, and consisted of a single sentence.
In heaven's name, where is Beth?
End of Adrian.
The Proof of the Pudding, from The Story Girl by Lucy Maud Montgomery. Dramatic Reading Scene and Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Beverly, the Narrator, read by Savannah Allday.
Felicity, read by Sweet Pea.
Dan, read by Gray O'Brien.
Cecily, read by Lydia. Peter, read by Willie.
Uncle Roger, read by David Lawrence.
Felicity was cumbered with many cares the next morning. For one thing, the whole house must be put in apple pie order, and for another, an elaborate supper must be prepared for the expected return of the travellers that night. Felicity devoted her whole attention to this, and left the secondary preparation of the regular meals to Cecily and the Story Girl. It was agreed that the latter was to make a cornmeal pudding for dinner. In spite of her disaster with the bread, the Story Girl had been taking cooking lessons from Felicity all the week, and getting on tolerably well, although, mindful of her former mistake, she never ventured on anything without Felicity's approval. But Felicity had no time to oversee her this morning.
You must attend to the pudding yourself,
she said.
The recipe's so plain and simple, even you can't go astray, and if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. But don't bother me if you can help it.
The Story Girl did not bother her once. The pudding was concocted and baked, as the Story Girl proudly informed us when we came to the dinner table, all on her own hook. She was very proud of it, and certainly as far as appearance went, it justified her triumph. The slices were smooth and golden, and smothered in the luscious maple sugar sauce which Cecily had compounded, were very fair to view. Nevertheless, although none of us, not even Uncle Roger or Felicity, said a word at the time, for fear of hurting the Story Girl's feelings, the pudding did not taste exactly as it should. It was tough, decidedly tough, and lacked the richness of flavor which was customary in Aunt Janet's cornmeal puddings. If it had not been for the abundant supply of sauce, it would have been very dry eating indeed. Eaten it was, however, to the last crumb. If it were not just what a cornmeal pudding might be, the rest of the bill of fare had been extra good, and our appetites matched it.
I wish I was twins so's I could eat more,
said Dan, when he simply had to stop.
What good would being twins do you?
Asked Peter.
People who squint can't eat any more than people who don't squint, can they?
We could not see any connection between Peter's two questions.
What has squinting got to do with twins?
Asked Dan.
Why, twins are just people that squint, aren't they?
Said Peter. We thought he was trying to be funny, until we found out that he was quite in earnest. Then we laughed until Peter got sulky.
I don't care,
he said.
How's a fellow to know? Tommy and Adam Cowan over at Markdale are twins, and they're both cross-eyed, so I supposed that's what being twins meant. It's all very fine for you fellows to laugh. I never went to school half as much as you did, and you was brought up in Toronto too. If you'd worked out ever since you was 7 and just got to school in the winter, there'd be a lot of things you wouldn't know either.
Never mind, Peter,
said Cecily.
You know lots of things they don't.
But Peter was not to be conciliated, and took himself off in high dudgeon. To be laughed at before Felicity, to be laughed at by Felicity, was something he could not endure. Let Cecily and the Story Girl cackle all they wanted to, and let those stuck-up Toronto boys grin like Chessy cats. But when Felicity laughed at him, the iron entered into Peter's soul. If the Story Girl laughed at Peter, the mills of the gods ground out his revenge for him in mid-afternoon. Felicity, having used up all the available cooking materials in the house, had to stop perforce, and she now determined to stuff 2 new pincushions she had been making for her room. We heard her rummaging in the pantry as we sat on the cool, spruce-shadowed cellar door outside, where Uncle Roger was showing us how to make elderberry pop guns. Presently she came out, frowning.
Cecily, do you know where Mother put the sawdust she emptied out of that old beaded pincushion of Grandmother King's after she had sifted the needles out of it? I thought it was in the tin box.
So it is,
said Cecily.
It isn't. There isn't a speck of sawdust in that box.
The Story Girl's face wore a quite indescribable expression, compounded of horror and shame. She need not have confessed. If she had but held her tongue, the mystery of the sawdust's disappearance might have forever remained a mystery. She would have held her tongue, as she afterwards confided to me, if it had not been for a horrible fear which flashed into her mind, that possibly sawdust puddings were not healthy for people to eat, especially if there might be needles in them, and that if any mischief had been done in that direction, it was her duty to undo it if possible at any cost of ridicule to herself.
"Oh, Felicity,"
she said, her voice expressing a very anguish of humiliation.
I thought that the stuff in the box was cornmeal, and used it to make the pudding."
Felicity and Cecily stared blankly at the Story Girl. We boys began to laugh, but were checked midway by Uncle Roger. He was rocking himself back and forth with his hand pressed against his stomach.
"Oh,"
he groaned.
"I've been wondering what these sharp pains I've been feeling ever since dinner meant. Now I know. I must have swallowed a needle. Several needles, perhaps. I'm done for."
The poor Story Girl went very white.
"Oh, Uncle Roger, could it be possible? You couldn't have swallowed a needle without knowing it. It would have stuck in your tongue or teeth."
"I didn't chew the pudding,"
groaned Uncle Roger.
"It was too tough. I just swallowed the chunks whole."
He groaned and twisted and doubled himself up. But he overdid it. He was not as good an actor as the Story Girl. Felicity looked scornfully at him.
Uncle Roger, you are not one bit sick,
she said deliberately.
You are just putting on.
"Felicity, if I die from the effects of eating sawdust pudding, flavored with needles, you'll be sorry you ever said such a thing to your poor old uncle,"
said Uncle Roger reproachfully.
"Even if there were no needles in it. 60-year-old sawdust can't be good for my tummy. I dare say it wasn't even clean."
Well, you know everyone has to eat a peck of dirt in his life,
giggled Felicity.
"But nobody has to eat it all at once,"
retorted Uncle Roger with another groan.
"Oh, Sarah Stanley, it's a thankful man I am that your Aunt Olivia is to be at home tonight. You'd have killed me entirely by another day. I believe you did it on purpose to have a story to tell."
Uncle Roger hobbled off to the barn, still holding on to his stomach.
"Do you think he really feels sick?"
asked the Story Girl anxiously.
No, I don't,
said Felicity.
You needn't worry over him. There's nothing the matter with him. I don't believe there were any needles in that sawdust. Mother sifted it very carefully.
"I know a story about a man whose son swallowed a mouse,"
said the Story Girl, who would probably have known a story and tried to tell it if she were being led to the stake.
And he ran and wakened up a very tired doctor just as he had got to sleep. "Oh, doctor, my son has swallowed a mouse," he cried. "What shall I do?" "Tell him to swallow a cat," roared the poor doctor, and slammed his door. Now if Uncle Roger has swallowed any needles, maybe it would make it all right if he swallowed a pincushion.
We all laughed, but Felicity soon grew sober.
It seems awful to think of eating a sawdust pudding. How on earth did you make such a mistake?
"It looked just like cornmeal,"
said the Story Girl, going from white to red in her shame.
"Well, I'm going to give up trying to cook and stick to things I can do, and if ever one of you mentions sawdust pudding to me, I'll never tell you another story as long as I live."
The threat was effectual. Never did we mention that unholy pudding. But the Story Girl could not so impose silence on the grown-ups, especially Uncle Roger. He tormented her for the rest of the summer. Never a breakfast did he sit down to without gravely inquiring if they were sure there was no sawdust in the porridge. Not a tweak of rheumatism did he feel, but he vowed it was due to a needle traveling about his body. And Aunt Olivia was wont to label all the pincushions in the house, "Contents, sawdust, not intended for puddings." End of chapter 17. The Proof of the Pudding. From The Story Girl by Lucy Maud Montgomery.
Party by Katherine Mansfield. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org.
Meg, read by Christine G.
Mother, read by Beth Thomas.
Roll of Laura, read by The Story Girl.
Tall Man, read by Truman Thames.
The Pale Man, read by James Curran. The Workman, read by James Curran.
Laurie, read by Amy Graymore.
Sadie, read by Lydia.
Josie, read by Esther Bensaminides.
Hans, played by Amy Graymore.
Cook, read by Marianne.
Godber's Man, read by Todd.
Lady 1, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Lady 2, read by Newgate Novelist.
Lady 3, read by Anna Simon.
Woman 1, read by Rapunzelina.
Woman 2, read by Vanessa Cooley.
Narrated by Elizabeth Klett. And after all, the weather was ideal. They could not have had a more perfect day for a garden party if they had ordered it. Windless, warm, the sky without a cloud. Only the blue was veiled with a haze of light gold, as it is sometimes in early summer. The gardener had been up since dawn, mowing the lawns and sweeping them, until the grass and the dark flat rosettes where the daisy plants had been seemed to shine. As for the roses, you could not help feeling they understood that roses are the only flowers that impress people at garden parties. The only flowers that everybody is certain of knowing. Hundreds, yes, literally hundreds had come out in a single night. The green bushes bowed down as though they had been visited by archangels. Breakfast was not yet over before the men came to put up the marquee.
Where do you want the marquee pot, Mother?
My dear child, it's no use asking me. I'm determined to leave everything to you children this year. Forget I am your mother. Treat me as an honoured guest.
But Meg could not possibly go and supervise the men. She had washed her hair before breakfast, and she sat drinking her coffee in a green turban with a dark wet curl stamped on each cheek. Josie, the butterfly, always came down in a silk petticoat and a kimono jacket.
You'll have to go, Laura. You're the artistic one.
Away Laura flew, still holding her piece of bread and butter. It's so delicious to have an excuse for eating out of doors, and besides, she loved having to arrange things. She always felt she could do it so much better than anybody else. 4 men in their shirt sleeves stood grouped together on the garden path. They carried staves covered with rolls of canvas, and they had big tool bags slung on their backs. They looked impressive. Laura wished now that she had not got the bread and butter, but there was nowhere to put it, and she couldn't possibly throw it away. She blushed, and tried to look severe, and even a little bit short-sighted as she came up to them.
"Good morning,"
she said, copying her mother's voice. But that sounded so fearfully affected that she was ashamed, and stammered like a little girl.
"Oh, have you come... Is it about the Marquis?"
That's right, miss,
said the tallest of the men, a lanky, freckled fellow, and he shifted his tool-bag, knocked back his straw hat, and smiled down at her.
That's about it.
His smile was so easy, so friendly, that Laura recovered. What nice eyes he had, small, but such a dark blue. And now she looked at the others. They were smiling too. "Cheer up, we won't bite," their smile seemed to say. How very nice workmen were. And what a beautiful morning. She mustn't mention the morning. She must be businesslike. The Marquis.
"Well, what about the lily lawn? Would that do?"
And she pointed to the lily lawn with the hand that didn't hold the bread and butter. They turned, they stared in the direction. A little fat chap thrust out his underlip, and the tall fellow frowned.
I don't fancy it,
said he.
Not conspicuous enough. You see, with a thing like a marquee...
And he turned to Laura in his easy way.
You want to put it somewhere where it'll give you a bang slap in the eye, if you follow me.
Laura's upbringing made her wonder for a moment whether it was quite respectful of a workman to talk to her of bang slap in the eye. But she did quite follow him.
"A corner of the tennis court?"
she suggested.
But the band's going to be in one corner.
Going to have a band, are you?
Said another of the workmen. He was pale. He had a haggard look as his dark eyes scanned the tennis court. What was he thinking?
"Only a very small band,"
said Laura gently. Perhaps he wouldn't mind so much if the band was quite small. But the tall fellow interrupted.
Look here, miss. That's the place, against those trees, over there. That'll do fine.
Against the Caracas. Then the Caraca trees would be hidden, and they were so lovely, with their broad gleaming leaves and their clusters of yellow fruit. They were like trees you imagined growing on a desert island, proud, solitary, lifting their leaves and fruits to the sun in a kind of silent splendor. Must they be hidden by a marquis? They must. Already the men had shouldered their staves and were making for the place. Only the tall fellow was left. He bent down, pinched a sprig of lavender, put his thumb and forefinger to his nose, and snuffed up the smell. When Laura saw that gesture, she forgot all about the Caracas in her wonder at him caring for things like that, caring for the smell of lavender. How many men that she knew would have done such a thing? Oh, how extraordinarily nice workmen were, she thought. Why couldn't she have workmen for her friends rather than the silly boys she danced with and who came to Sunday night supper? She would get on much better with men like these. It's all the fault, she decided, as the tall fellow drew something on the back of an envelope, something that was to be looped up or left to hang, of these absurd class distinctions. Well, for her part, she didn't feel them. Not a bit, not an atom. And now there came the chock-chock of wooden hammers. Someone whistled. Someone sang out,
"Are you all right there, matey?"
Matey. The friendliness of it, the... Just to prove how happy she was, just to show the tall fellow how at home she felt, and how she despised stupid conventions, Laura took a big bite of her bread and butter as she stared at the little drawing. She felt just like a work girl.
Laura, where are you? Telephone, Laura.
A voice cried from the house.
"Coming."
Away she skimmed, over the lawn, up the path, up the steps, across the veranda and into the porch. In the hall her father and Laurie were brushing their hats, ready to go to the office.
"I say, Laura,"
said Laurie very fast.
"you might just give a squiz at my coat before this afternoon, see if it wants pressing."
"I will,"
said she. Suddenly she couldn't stop herself. She ran at Laurie and gave him a small, quick squeeze.
"Oh, I do love parties, don't you?"
gasped Laura.
Rather,
said Laurie's warm, boyish voice, and he squeezed his sister too and gave her a gentle push.
Dash off to the telephone, old girl.
The telephone.
Yes, yes. Oh, yes. Kitty, good morning, dear. Come to lunch? Do, dear. Delighted, of course. It will only be a very scratch meal, just the sandwich crusts and broken meringue shells and what's left over. Yes, isn't it a perfect morning? You're white? Oh, I certainly should. One moment, hold the line. Mother's calling.
And Laura sat back.
What, Mother? Can't hear.
Mrs. Sheridan's voice floated down the stairs.
Tell her to wear that sweet hat she had on last Sunday.
Mother says you're to wear that sweet hat you had on last Sunday. Good. 1 o'clock. Bye-bye.
Laura put back the receiver, flung her arms over her head, took a deep breath, stretched, and let them fall. She sighed, and the moment after the sigh she sat up quickly. She was still, listening. All the doors in the house seemed to be open. The house was alive with soft, quick steps and running voices. The green baize door that led to the kitchen region swung open and shut with a muffled thud. And now there came a long, chuckling, absurd sound. It was the heavy piano being moved on its stiff casters. But the air, if you stopped to notice, was the air always like this? Little faint winds were playing chase, in at the tops of the windows, out at the doors, and there were 2 tiny spots of sun, one on the ink-pot, one on a silver photograph frame, playing too. Darling little spots, especially the one on the ink-pot lid. It was quite warm. A warm little silver star. She could have kissed it. The front doorbell pealed, and there sounded the rustle of Sadie's print skirt on the stairs. A man's voice murmured. Sadie answered, careless.
I'm sure I don't know. Wait, I'll ask Mrs. Sheridan.
What is it, Sadie?
Laura came into the hall.
It's the florist, Miss Laura.
It was indeed. There, just inside the door, stood a wide, shallow tray full of pots of pink lilies. No other kind. Nothing but lilies. Canna lilies, big pink flowers, wide open, radiant, almost frighteningly alive on bright crimson stems.
Oh, Sadie,
said Laura, and the sound was like a little moan. She crouched down as if to warm herself at that blaze of lilies. She felt that they were in her fingers, on her lips, growing in her breast.
It's some mistake,
she said faintly.
Nobody ever ordered so many. Sadie, go and find Mother.
But at that moment Mrs. Sheridan joined them.
It's quite right,
she said calmly.
Yes, I ordered them. Aren't they lovely?
She pressed Laura's arm.
I was passing the shop yesterday, and I saw them in the window, and I suddenly thought for once in my life I shall have enough canna lilies. The garden party will be a good excuse.
But I thought you said you didn't mean to interfere,
said Laura. Sadie had gone. The florist's man was still outside at his van. She put her arm round her mother's neck, and gently, very gently, she bit her mother's ear.
My darling child, you wouldn't like a logical mother, would you? Don't do that. Here's the man.
He carried more lilies still, another whole tray.
Bank them up just inside the door, on both sides of the porch, please,
said Mrs. Sheridan.
Don't you agree, Laura?
Oh, I do, Mother.
In the drawing-room, Meg, Josie, and good little Hans had at last succeeded in moving the piano.
Now, if we put this Chesterfield against the wall, and move everything out of the room except the chairs, don't you think?
Quite.
Hans, move these tables into the smoking room, and bring a sweeper to take these marks off the carpet. And, one moment, Hans.
Josie loved giving orders to the servants, and they loved obeying her. She always made them feel they were taking part in some drama.
Tell Mother and Miss Laura to come here at once.
Very good, Miss Josie.
She turned to Meg.
I want to hear what the piano sounds like, just in case I'm asked to sing this afternoon. Let's try over This Life is Weary.
Pum, ta-ta-ta, ti-ta. The piano burst out so passionately that Josie's face changed. She clasped her hands. She looked mournfully and enigmatically at her mother and Laura as they came in.
This life is weary, a tear, a sigh, a love that changes. This life is weary, a tear, a sigh, a love that changes, and then goodbye.
But at the word goodbye, and although the piano sounded more desperate than ever, her face broke into a brilliant, dreadfully unsympathetic smile.
Aren't I in good voice, Mummy?
She beamed.
This life is weary, hope comes to die, the dream awakening.
But now Sadie interrupted them.
What is it, Sadie?
If you please, cook says, have you got the flags for the sandwiches?
The flags for the sandwiches, Sadie?
Echoed Mrs. Sheridan dreamily, and the children knew by her face that she hadn't got them.
Let me see.
And she said to Sadie firmly,
Tell cook I'll let her have them in 10 minutes.
Sadie went.
Now, Laura,
said her mother quickly,
come with me into the smoking room. I've got the names somewhere on the back of an envelope. You'll have to write them out for me. Meg, go upstairs this minute and take that wet thing off your head.
Josie, run and finish dressing this instant.
Do you hear me, children, or shall I have to tell your father when he comes home tonight? And
Josie,
pacify cook if you do go into the kitchen, will you? I'm terrified of her this morning.
The envelope was found at last behind the dining-room clock, though how it had got there Mrs. Sheridan could not imagine.
One of you children must have stolen it out of my bag, because I remember vividly cream cheese and lemon curd. Have you done that?
Yes.
Egg and...
Mrs. Sheridan held the envelope away from her.
It looks like mice. It can't be mice, can it?
Olive, pet,
said Laura, looking over her shoulder.
Yes, of course, olive. What a horrible combination it sounds, egg and olive.
They were finished at last, and Laura took them off to the kitchen. She found Josie there pacifying the cook, who did not look at all terrifying.
I have never seen such exquisite sandwiches,
said Josie's rapturous voice.
How many kinds did you say there were, cook? 15?
15, Miss Josie.
Well, cook, I congratulate you.
Cook swept up crusts with the long sandwich knife and smiled broadly.
Godber's has come,
announced Sadie, issuing out of the pantry. She had seen the man pass the window. That meant the cream puffs had come. Godber's were famous for their cream puffs. Nobody ever thought of making them at home.
Bring them in, and put them on the table, my girl,
ordered cook. Sadie brought them in and went back to the door. Of course Laura and Josie were far too grown up to really care about such things. All the same, they couldn't help agreeing that the puffs looked very attractive. Very. Cook began arranging them, shaking off the extra icing sugar.
Don't they carry one back to all one's parties?
Said Laura.
I suppose they do,
said practical Josie, who never liked to be carried back.
They look beautifully light and feathery, I must say.
Have one each, my dears,
said cook in her comfortable voice.
Your ma won't know.
Oh, impossible. Fancy cream puffs so soon after breakfast. The very idea made one shudder. All the same, 2 minutes later Josie and Laura were licking their fingers with that absorbed inward look that only comes from whipped cream.
Let's go into the garden, out by the back way,
suggested Laura.
I want to see how the men are getting on with the Marquis. They're such awfully nice men.
But the back door was blocked by Cook, Sadie, Godber's man, and Hans. Something had happened. Clucked Cook like an agitated hen. Sadie had her hand clapped to her cheek as though she had toothache. Hans's face was screwed up in the effort to understand. Only Godber's man seemed to be enjoying himself. It was his story.
What's the matter? What's happened?
There's been a horrible accident,
said Cook.
A man killed.
A man killed? Where? How? When?
But Godber's man wasn't going to have his story snatched from under his very nose.
Know those little cottages just below here, miss?
Know them? Of course she knew them.
Well, there's a young chap living there, name of Scott, a carter. His horse shied at a traction engine, corner of Hawk Street this morning, and he was thrown out on the back of his head. Killed.
Dead?
Laura stared at Godber's man.
Dead when they picked him up,
said Godber's man with relish.
They were taking the body home as I came up here.
And he said to the cook,
He's left a wife and 5 little ones.
Josie, come here.
Laura caught hold of her sister's sleeve and dragged her through the kitchen to the other side of the green baize door. There she paused and leaned against it.
Josie,
she said, horrified.
However are we going to stop everything?
Stop everything, Laura?
Cried Josie in astonishment.
What do you mean?
Stop the garden party, of course.
Why did Josie pretend? But Josie was still more amazed.
Stop the garden party? My dear Laura, don't be so absurd. Of course we can't do anything of the kind. Nobody expects us to. Don't be so extravagant.
But we can't possibly have a garden party with a man dead just outside the front gate.
That really was extravagant, for the little cottages were in a lane to themselves at the very bottom of a steep rise that led up to the house. A broad road ran between. True, they were far too near. They were the greatest possible eyesore, and they had no right to be in that neighbourhood at all. They were little mean dwellings painted a chocolate brown. In the garden patches there was nothing but cabbage stalks, sick hens, and tomato cans. The very smoke coming out of their chimneys was poverty-stricken. Little rags and shreds of smoke, so unlike the great silvery plumes that uncurled from the Sheridans' chimneys. Washerwomen lived in the lanes, and sweeps, and a cobbler, and a man whose house front was studded all over with minute bird-cages. Children swarmed. When the Sheridans were little, they were forbidden to set foot there because of the revolting language and of what they might catch. But, since they were grown up, Laura and Laurie on their prowls sometimes walked through. It was disgusting and sordid. They came out with a shudder. But still, one must go everywhere. One must see everything. So through they went.
And just think of what the band would sound like to that poor woman,
said Laura.
Oh, Laura.
Josie began to be seriously annoyed.
If you're going to stop a band playing every time someone has an accident, you'll lead a very strenuous life. I'm every bit as sorry about it as you. I feel just as sympathetic.
Her eyes hardened. She looked at her sister just as she used to when they were little and fighting together.
You won't bring a drunken workman back to life by being sentimental,
she said softly.
Drunk? Who said he was drunk?
Laura turned furiously on Josie. She said, just as they had used to say on those occasions,
I'm going straight up to tell Mother.
Do, dear,
cooed Josie.
Mother, can I come into your room?
Laura turned the big glass doorknob.
Of course, child. Why, what's the matter? What's given you such a colour?
And Mrs. Sheridan turned round from her dressing-table. She was trying on a new hat.
Mother, a man's been killed,
began Laura.
Not in the garden?
Interrupted her mother.
No, no.
Oh, what a fright you gave me.
Mrs. Sheridan sighed with relief and took off the big hat and held it on her knees.
But listen, Mother,
said Laura. Breathless, half choking, she told the dreadful story.
Of course we can't have our party, can we?
She pleaded.
The band and everybody arriving. They'd hear us, Mother. They're nearly neighbours.
To Laura's astonishment, her mother behaved just like Josie. It was harder to bear because she seemed amused. She refused to take Laura seriously.
But, my dear child, use your common sense. It's only by accident we've heard of it. If someone had died there normally, and I can't understand how they keep alive in those poky little holes, we should still be having our party, shouldn't we?
Laura had to say yes to that, but she felt it was all wrong. She sat down on her mother's sofa and pinched the cushion frill.
Mother, isn't it terribly heartless of us?
She asked.
Darling.
Mrs. Sheridan got up and came over to her, carrying the hat. Before Laura could stop her, she had popped it on.
My child,
said her mother.
The hat is yours. It's made for you. It's much too young for me. I have never seen you look such a picture. Look at yourself.
And she held up her hand mirror.
But, Mother...
Laura began again. She couldn't look at herself. She turned aside. This time Mrs. Sheridan lost patience, just as Josie had done.
You are being very absurd, Laura,
she said coldly.
People like that don't expect sacrifices from us, and it's not very sympathetic to spoil everybody's enjoyment as you're doing now.
I don't understand,
said Laura, and she walked quickly out of the room into her own bedroom. There, quite by chance, the first thing she saw was this charming girl in the mirror, in her black hat trimmed with gold daisies and a long black velvet ribbon. Never had she imagined she could look like that.
Is Mother right?
She thought, and now she hoped her mother was right.
Am I being extravagant?
Perhaps it was extravagant. Just for a moment she had another glimpse of that poor woman, and those little children, and the body being carried into the house. But it all seemed blurred, unreal, like a picture in the newspaper.
I'll remember it again after the party's over,
she decided, and somehow that seemed quite the best plan. Lunch was over by 1:30. By 2:30 they were all ready for the fray. The green-coated band had arrived and was established in a corner of the tennis court.
"My dear,"
trilled Kitty Maitland,
"aren't they too like frogs for words? You ought to arrange them round the pond with the conductor in the middle on a leaf."
Laurie arrived and hailed them on his way to dress. At the sight of him, Laura remembered the accident again. She wanted to tell him. If Laurie agreed with the others, then it was bound to be all right, and she followed him into the hall.
Laurie!
Hello!
He was halfway upstairs, but when he turned round and saw Laura, he suddenly puffed out his cheeks and goggled his eyes at her.
My word, Laura, you do look stunning,
said Laurie.
What an absolutely topping hat.
Laura said faintly,
Is it?
And smiled up at Laurie, and didn't tell him after all. Soon after that, people began coming in streams. The band struck up. The hired waiters ran from the house to the marquee. Wherever you looked there were couples strolling, bending to the flowers, greeting, moving on over the lawn. They were like bright birds that had alighted in the Sheridans' garden for this one afternoon, on their way to... where? Ah, what happiness it is to be with people who all are happy, to press hands, press cheeks, smile into eyes. Darling Laura, how well you look!
What a becoming hat, child!
Laura, you look quite Spanish. I've never seen you look so striking.
And Laura, glowing, answered softly.
Have you had tea? Won't you have an ice? The passion fruit ices really are rather special.
She ran to her father and begged him.
Daddy, darling, can't the band have something to drink?
And the perfect afternoon slowly ripened, slowly faded, slowly its petals closed. Never a more delightful garden party.
The greatest success.
Quite the most...
Laura helped her mother with the goodbyes. They stood side by side in the porch till it was all over.
All over, thank heaven,
said Mrs. Sheridan.
Round up the others, Laura. Let's go and have some fresh coffee. I'm exhausted. Yes, it's been very successful, but oh, these parties! Why will you children insist on giving these parties?
And they all of them sat down in the deserted marquee.
Have a sandwich, Daddy dear. I wrote the flag.
Thanks.
Mr. Sheridan took a bite, and the sandwich was gone. He took another.
I suppose you didn't hear of a beastly accident that happened today,
he said.
My dear,
said Mrs. Sheridan, holding up her hand.
We did. It nearly ruined the party. Laura insisted we should put it off.
Oh, Mother.
Laura didn't want to be teased about it.
It was a horrible affair all the same,
said Mr. Sheridan.
The chap was married, too, lived just below in the lane, and leaves a wife and half a dozen kiddies, so they say.
An awkward little silence fell. Mrs. Sheridan fidgeted with her cup. Really, it was very tactless of Father. Suddenly she looked up. There on the table were all those sandwiches, cakes, puffs, all uneaten, all going to be wasted. She had one of her brilliant ideas.
I know,
she said.
Let's make up a basket. Let's send that poor creature some of this perfectly good food. At any rate, it will be the greatest treat for the children, don't you agree? And she's sure to have neighbours calling in and so on. What a point to have it already prepared. Laura!
She jumped up.
Get me the big basket out of the stair cupboard.
But, Mother, do you really think it's a good idea?
Said Laura. Again, how curious. She seemed to be different from them all. To take scraps from their party. Would the poor woman really like that?
Of course. What's the matter with you today? An hour or two ago you were insisting on us being sympathetic, and now...
Oh, well. Laura ran for the basket. It was filled. It was heaped by her mother.
Take it yourself, darling,
said she.
Run down just as you are. Oh, no, wait. Take the arum lilies, too. People of that class are so impressed by arum lilies.
The scent will ruin her lace frock,
said practical Josie. So they would, just in time.
Only the basket, then. And Laura.
Her mother followed her out of the marquee.
Don't on any account.
What, Mother?
No. Better not put such ideas into the child's head.
Nothing. Run along.
It was just growing dusky as Laura shut their garden gates. A big dog ran by like a shadow. The road gleamed white, and down below in the hollow the little cottages were in deep shade. How quiet it seemed after the afternoon. Here she was going down the hill to somewhere where a man lay dead, and she couldn't realize it. Why couldn't she? She stopped a minute. And it seemed to her that kisses, voices, tinkling spoons, laughter, the smell of crushed grass were somehow inside her. She had no room for anything else. How strange. She looked up at the pale sky, and all she thought was,
Yes, it was the most successful party.
Now the broad road was crossed. The lane began, smoky and dark. Women in shawls and men's tweed caps hurried by. Men hung over the palings. The children played in the doorways. A low hum came from the mean little cottages. In some of them there was a flicker of light, and a shadow, crab-like, moved across the window. Laura bent her head and hurried on. She wished now she had put on a coat. How her frock shone! And the big hat with the velvet streamer. If only it was another hat. Were the people looking at her? They must be. It was a mistake to have come. She knew all along it was a mistake. Should she go back even now? No. Too late. This was the house. It must be. A dark knot of people stood outside. Beside the gate an old woman with a crutch sat in a chair, watching. She had her feet on a newspaper. The voices stopped as Laura drew near. The group parted. It was as though she was expected, as though they had known she was coming here. Laura was terribly nervous. Tossing the velvet ribbon over her shoulder, she said to a woman standing by,
Is this Mrs. Scott's house?
And the woman, smiling queerly, said,
It is, my lass.
Oh, to be away from this. She actually said,
Help me, God,
as she walked up the tiny path and knocked. To be away from those staring eyes, or to be covered up in anything, one of those women's shawls even. I'll just leave the basket and go, she decided. I shan't even wait for it to be emptied. Then the door opened. A little woman in black showed in the gloom. Laura said,
Are you Mrs. Scott?
But to her horror the woman answered,
Walk in, please, miss.
And she was shut in the passage.
No,
said Laura.
I don't want to come in. I only want to leave this basket. Mother sent...
The little woman in the gloomy passage seemed not to have heard her.
Step this way, please, miss,
she said, in an oily voice, and Laura followed her. She found herself in a wretched little low kitchen, lighted by a smoky lamp. There was a woman sitting before the fire.
Said
the little creature who had let her in.
It's a young lady.
She turned to Laura. She said meaningly,
I'm her sister, miss. You'll excuse her, won't you?
Oh, but of course,
said Laura.
Please don't disturb her. I only want to leave.
But at that moment, the woman at the fire turned round. Her face, puffed up, red, with swollen eyes and swollen lips, looked terrible. She seemed as though she couldn't understand why Laura was there. What did it mean? Why was this stranger standing in the kitchen with a basket? What was it all about? And the poor face puckered up again.
All right, my dear,
said the other.
I'll thank the young lady.
And again she began.
You'll excuse her, miss, I'm sure.
And her face, swollen too, tried an oily smile. Laura only wanted to get out, to get away. She was back in the passage. The door opened. She walked straight through into the bedroom, where the dead man was lying.
You'd like a look at him, wouldn't you?
Said M's sister, and she brushed past Laura over to the bed.
Don't be afraid, my lass.
And now her voice sounded fond and sly, and fondly she drew down the sheet.
He looks a picture. There's nothing to show. Come along, my dear.
Laura came. There lay a young man, fast asleep, sleeping so soundly, so deeply, that he was far, far away from them both. Oh, so remote, so peaceful. He was dreaming. Never wake him up again. His head was sunk in the pillow. His eyes were closed. They were blind under the closed eyelids. He was given up to his dream. What did garden parties and baskets and lace frocks matter to him? He was far from all those things. He was wonderful, beautiful. While they were laughing and while the band was playing, this marvel had come to the lane. Happy, happy. All is well, said that sleeping face. This is just as it should be. I am content. But all the same you had to cry, and she couldn't go out of the room without saying something to him. Laura gave a loud, childish sob.
Forgive my hat,
she said. And this time she didn't wait for M's sister. She found her way out of the door, down the path, past all those dark people. At the corner of the lane she met Laurie. He stepped out of the shadow.
Is that you, Laura?
Yes.
Mother was getting anxious. Was it all right?
Yes, quite. Oh, Laurie.
She took his arm. She pressed up against him.
I say, you're not crying, are you?
Asked her brother. Laura shook her head. She was. Laurie put his arm round her shoulder.
Don't cry,
he said in his warm, loving voice.
Was it awful?
No,
sobbed Laura.
It was simply marvelous. But Laurie...
She stopped. She looked at her brother.
Isn't life...
she stammered.
Isn't life...
But what life was, she couldn't explain. No matter. He quite understood.
Isn't it, darling?
Said Laurie. End of The Garden Party by Katherine Mansfield.
Pickle by Katherine Mansfield. Of Dramatic Reading, Scene and Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrator, read by Larry Wilson.
Vera, read by Savannah O'Day.
Thomas, read by Todd.
And then, after 6 years, she saw him again. He was seated at one of those little bamboo tables, decorated with a Japanese vase of paper daffodils. There was a tall plate of fruit in front of him, and very carefully, in a way she recognized immediately as his special way, he was peeling an orange. He must have felt the shock of recognition in her, for he looked up and met her eyes. Incredible! He didn't know her. She smiled. He frowned. She came towards him. He closed his eyes an instant, but opening them, his face lit up as though he had struck a match in a dark room. He laid down the orange and pushed back his chair, and she took her little warm hand out of her muff and gave it to him.
Vera!
He exclaimed.
How strange! Really, for a moment, I didn't know you. Won't you sit down? You've had lunch. Won't you have some coffee?
She hesitated, but of course she meant to.
Yes, I'd like some coffee.
And she sat down opposite him.
You've changed. You've changed very much,
he said, staring at her with that eager, lighted look.
You look so well. I've never seen you look so well before.
Really?
She raised her veil and unbuttoned her high fur collar.
I don't feel very well. Can't bear this weather, you know.
Oh, no. You hate the cold.
Loathe it.
She shuddered.
And the worst of it is that the older one grows...
He interrupted her.
Excuse me.
And tapped on the table for the waitress.
Please bring some coffee and cream.
To her.
You are sure you won't eat anything? Some fruit, perhaps. The fruit here is very good.
No, thanks. Nothing.
Then that's settled.
And smiling just a hint too broadly, he took up the orange again.
You were saying, the older one grows?
The colder.
She laughed. But she was thinking how well she remembered that trick of his, the trick of interrupting her, and of how it used to exasperate her 6 years ago. She used to feel then as though he, quite suddenly, in the middle of what she was saying, put his hand over her lips, turned from her, attended to something different, and then took his hand away, and with just the same slightly too broad smile, gave her his attention again. Now we are ready. That is settled.
The colder.
He echoed her words, laughing too.
Ha ha! You still say the same things. And there is another thing about you that has not changed at all. Your beautiful voice. Your beautiful way of speaking.
Now he was very grave. He leaned towards her, and she smelled the warm, stinging scent of the orange peel.
You have only to say one word, and I would know your voice among all other voices. I don't know what it is. I've often wondered. What makes your voice such a haunting memory? Do you remember that first afternoon we spent together at Kew Gardens? You were so surprised because I did not know the names of any flowers. I am still just as ignorant for all your telling me. But whenever it is very fine and warm, and I see some bright colors, it's awfully strange, I hear your voice saying,
Geranium, marigold, and verbena.
And I feel those 3 words are all I recall of some forgotten heavenly language. You remember that afternoon?
Oh, yes, very well.
She drew a long, soft breath, as though the paper daffodils between them were almost too sweet to bear. Yet what had remained in her mind of that particular afternoon was an absurd scene over the tea-table, a great many people taking tea in a Chinese pagoda, and he behaving like a maniac about the wasps, waving them away, flapping at them with his straw hat, serious and infuriated out of all proportion to the occasion. How delighted the sniggering tea-drinkers had been, and how she had suffered! But now, as he spoke, that memory faded. His was the truer. Yes, it had been a wonderful afternoon, full of geranium and marigold and verbena. and warm sunshine. Her thoughts lingered over the last two words as though she sang them. In the warmth, as it were, another memory unfolded. She saw herself sitting on a lawn. He lay beside her, and suddenly, after a long silence, he rolled over and put his head in her lap.
I wish,
he said in a low, troubled voice,
I wish I had taken poison and were about to die. Here, now.
At that moment, a little girl in a white dress, holding a long, dripping water lily, dodged from behind a bush, stared at them, and dodged back again. But he did not see. She leaned over him.
Oh, why do you say that? I could not say that.
But he gave a kind of soft moan, and taking her hand, he held it to his cheek.
Because I know I am going to love you too much, far too much. And I shall suffer so terribly, Vera, because you never, never will love me.
He was certainly far better looking now than he had been then. He had lost all that dreamy vagueness and indecision. Now he had the air of a man who has found his place in life, and fills it with a confidence and an assurance which was, to say the least, impressive. He must have made money, too. His clothes were admirable, and at that moment he pulled a Russian cigarette case out of his pocket.
Won't you smoke?
Yes, I will.
She hovered over them.
They look very good.
I think they are. I got them made for me by a little man in St. James Street. I don't smoke very much. I'm not like you. But when I do, they must be delicious, very fresh cigarettes. Smoking isn't a habit with me. It's a luxury, like perfume. Are you still so fond of perfumes? Ah, when I was in Russia...
She broke in.
You've really been to Russia?
Oh, yes. I was there for over a year. Have you forgotten how we used to talk of going there?
No, I've not forgotten.
He gave a strange half-laugh and leaned back in his chair.
Isn't it curious? I have really carried out all those journeys that we planned. Yes, I have been to all those places that we talked of, and stayed in them long enough to, as you used to say, air oneself in them. In fact, I have spent the last 3 years of my life traveling all the time. Spain, Corsica, Siberia, Russia, Egypt. The only country left is China, and I mean to go there too, when the war is over.
As he spoke, so lightly, tapping the end of his cigarette against the ashtray, she felt the strange beast that had slumbered so long within her bosom stir, stretch itself, yawn, pick up its ears, and suddenly bound to its feet and fix its longing, hungry stare upon those faraway places. But all she said was, smiling gently,
How I envy you.
He accepted that.
It has been,
he said,
very wonderful, especially Russia. Russia was all that we had imagined, and far, far more. I even spent some days on a river-boat on the Volga. Do you remember that boatman's song that you used to play?
Yes.
It began to play in her mind as she spoke.
Do you ever play it now?
No, I've no piano.
He was amazed at that.
But what has become of your beautiful piano?
She made a little grimace.
Sold. Ages ago.
But you were so fond of music.
He wondered.
I've no time for it now,
said she. He let it go at that.
That river life,
he went on,
is something quite special. After a day or two you cannot realize that you have ever known another. And it is not necessary to know the language. The life of the boat creates a bond between you and the people that's more than sufficient. You eat with them, pass the day with them, and in the evening there is that endless singing.
She shivered, hearing the boatman's song break out again, loud and tragic, and seeing the boat floating on the darkening river, with melancholy trees on either side.
Yes, I should like that,
said she, stroking her muff.
You'd like almost everything about Russian life,
he said warmly.
It's so informal, so impulsive, so free without question. And then the peasants are so splendid. They are such human beings. Yes, that is it. Even the man who drives your carriage has some real part in what is happening. I remember the evening a party of us, 2 friends of mine and the wife of one of them, went for a picnic by the Black Sea. We took supper and champagne, and ate and drank on the grass. And while we were eating, the coachman came up. "Have a dill pickle," he said. He wanted to share with us. That seemed to me so right, so you know what I mean.
And she seemed at that moment to be sitting on the grass beside the mysteriously black sea, black as velvet, and rippling against the banks in silent velvet waves. She saw the carriage drawn up to one side of the road, and the little group on the grass, their faces and hands white in the moonlight. She saw the pale dress of the woman outspread, and her folded parasol lying on the grass like a huge pearl crochet hook. Apart from them, with his supper in a cloth on his knees, sat the coachman. "Have a dill pickle," said he, and although she was not certain what a dill pickle was, she saw the greenish glass jar with a red chili like a parrot's beak glimmering through. She sucked in her cheek. The dill pickle was terribly sour.
"Yes, I know perfectly what you mean,"
she said. In the pause that followed, they looked at each other. In the past, when they had looked at each other like that, they had felt such a boundless understanding between them, that their souls had, as it were, put their arms round each other, and dropped into the same sea, content to be drowned, like mournful lovers. But now the surprising thing was that it was he who held back, he who said,
"What a marvelous listener you are! When you look at me with those wild eyes, I feel that I could tell you things that I would never breathe to another human being."
Was there just a hint of mockery in his voice, or was it her fancy? She could not be sure.
"Before I met you,"
he said,
"I have never spoken of myself to anybody. How well I remember one night, the night that I brought you the little Christmas tree, telling you all about my childhood, and of how I was so miserable that I had run away and lived under a cart in our yard for 2 days without being discovered. And you listened, and your eyes shone, and I felt that you had even made the little Christmas tree listen too, as in a fairy story."
But of that evening she had remembered a little pot of caviar. It had cost 7 and 6pence. He could not get over it. Think of it, a tiny jar like that costing 7 and 6pence. While she ate it, he watched her, delighted and shocked.
"No, really, that is eating money. You could not get 7 shillings into a little pot that size. Only think of the profit they must make."
And he had begun some immensely complicated calculations. But now good-bye to the caviar. The Christmas tree was on the table, and the little boy lay under the cart with his head pillowed on the yard dog.
"The dog was called Bosun,"
she cried delightedly, but he did not follow.
"Which dog? Had you a dog? I don't remember a dog at all."
No, I mean the yard dog when you were a little boy."
He laughed and snapped the cigarette case too.
"Was he? Do you know, I had forgotten that. It seems such ages ago. I cannot believe that it is only 6 years. After I had recognized you today, I had to take such a leap. I had to take a leap over my whole life to get back to that time. I was such a kid then."
He drummed on the table.
"I've often thought how I must have bored you. And now I understand so perfectly why you wrote to me as you did, although at the time that letter nearly finished my life. I found it the other day, and I couldn't help laughing as I read it. It was so clever, such a true picture of me."
He glanced up.
"You're not going?"
She had buttoned her collar again and drawn down her veil.
"Yes, I am afraid I must,"
she said, and managed to smile. Now she knew that he had been mocking.
"Ah, no, please,"
he pleaded.
"Don't go, just for a moment."
And he caught up one of her gloves from the table and clutched at it as if that would hold her.
"I see so few people to talk to nowadays that I have turned into a sort of barbarian,"
he said.
Have I said something to hurt you?
Not a bit.
She lied. But as she watched him draw her glove through his fingers gently, her anger really did die down. And besides, at the moment he looked more like himself of 6 years ago.
What I really wanted then,
he said softly,
was to be a sort of carpet. To make myself into a sort of carpet for you to walk on so that you need not be hurt by the sharp stones and the mud that you hated so. It was nothing more positive than that, nothing more selfish. Only I did desire, eventually, to turn into a magic carpet and carry you away to all those lands you long to see.
As she spoke, she lifted her head as though she drank something. The strange beast in her bosom began to purr.
I felt that you were more lonely than anybody else in the world,
he went on.
And yet, perhaps, that you were the only person in the world who was really, truly alive. Born out of your time,
he murmured, stroking the glove.
Fated.
Ah, God, what had she done? How had she dared to throw away her happiness like this? This was the only man who had ever understood her. Was it too late? Could it be too late? She was that glove that he held in his fingers.
And then the fact that you had no friends, and never had made friends with people. How I understood that, for neither had I. Is it just the same now?
Yes,
she breathed.
Just the same. I am as alone as ever.
So am I.
He laughed gently.
Just the same.
Suddenly, with a quick gesture, he handed her back the glove and scraped his chair on the floor.
But what seemed to me so mysterious then is perfectly plain to me now. And to you too, of course. It was simply that we were such egoists, so self-engrossed, so wrapped up in ourselves that we hadn't a corner in our hearts for anybody else. Do you know,
he cried, naive and hearty, and dreadfully like another side of that old self again.
I began studying a mind system when I was in Russia, and I found that we were not peculiar at all. It's quite a well-known form of...
She had gone. He sat there, thunderstruck, astounded beyond words. And then he asked the waitress for his bill.
But the cream has not been touched,
he said.
Please do not charge me for it.
End of a Dill Pickle.
Or The Roly Poly Pudding by Beatrix Potter. Dramatic Reading, Scene and Story Collection, Volume 1. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Narrated by Sweet Pea.
Mrs. Tabitha Twitchett. Read by Beth Thomas.
Ribby. Read by Breeze.
Read by Super Coconut.
Moppet. Read by Christine G.
Tom Kitten. Read by Jessie Yoon.
Samuel Whisker. Read by Willie.
Anna Maria. Read by Vanessa Cooley.
Once upon a time there was an old cat called Mrs. Tabitha Twitchett, who was an anxious parent. She used to lose her kittens continually, and whenever they were lost, they were always in mischief. On baking day she determined to shut them up in a cupboard. She caught Moppet and Mittens, but she could not find Tom. Mrs. Tabitha went up and down all over the house, mewing for Tom Kitten. She looked into the pantry under the staircase, and she searched the best spare room, that was all covered up with dust sheets. She went right upstairs and looked into the attics, but she could not find him anywhere. It was an old, old house, full of cupboards and passages. Some of the walls were 4 feet thick, and there used to be queer noises inside them, as if there might be a little secret staircase. Certainly there were odd little jagged doorways in the wainscot, and things disappeared at night, especially cheese and bacon. Mrs. Tabitha became more and more distracted and mewed dreadfully. While their mother was searching the house, Moppet and Mittens had got into mischief. The cupboard door was not locked, so they pushed it open and came out. They went straight to the dough, which was set to rise in a pan before the fire. They patted it with their little soft paws.
"So we make dear little muffins?"
said Mittens to Moppet. But just at that moment, Somebody knocked at the front door, and Moppet jumped into the flour barrel in a fright. Mittens ran away to the dairy, and hid in an empty jar on the stone shelf where the milk pans stand. The visitor was a neighbour, Mrs. Ribby. She had called to borrow some yeast. Mrs. Tabitha came downstairs, mewing dreadfully.
"Come in, Cousin Ribby, come in and sit ye down. I'm in sad trouble, Cousin Ribby,"
said Tabitha, shedding tears.
"I've lost my dear son Thomas. I'm afraid the rats have got him."
She wiped her eyes with her apron.
"He's a bad kitten, Cousin Tabitha. He made a cat's cradle of my best bonnet last time I came to tea. Where have you looked for him?"
"All over the house. The rats are too many for me. What a thing it is to have an unruly family,"
said Tabitha.
"I'm not afraid of rats. I will help you to find him, and whip him too. What is all that soot in the fender?"
"The chimney wants sweeping. Oh dear me, Cousin Ribby, now Moppet and Mittens are gone. They have both got out of the cupboard."
Ribby and Tabitha set to work to search the house thoroughly again. They poked under the beds with Ribby's umbrella, and they rummaged in cupboards. They even fetched a candle and looked inside a clothes chest in one of the attics. They could not find anything, but once they heard a door bang and somebody scuttered downstairs.
"Yes, it is infested with rats,"
said Tabitha tearfully.
"I caught 7 young ones out of one hole in the back kitchen, and we had them for dinner last Saturday. And once I saw the old father rat, an enormous old rat, Cousin Ribby. I was just going to jump upon him when he showed his yellow teeth at me and whisked down the hole. The rats get upon my nerves, Cousin Ribby,"
said Tabitha. Ribby and Tabitha searched and searched. They both heard a curious roly-poly noise under the attic floor, but there was nothing to be seen. They returned to the kitchen.
"Here's one of your kittens at least,"
said Ribby, dragging Moppet out of the flour barrel. They shook the flour off her and set her down on the kitchen floor. She seemed to be in a terrible fright.
"Oh, mother, mother!"
said Moppet.
"There's been an old woman rat in the kitchen, and she's stolen some of the dough."
The 2 cats ran to look at the dough pan. Sure enough, there were marks of little scratching fingers, and a lump of dough was gone.
"Which way did she go, Moppet?"
But Moppet had been too much frightened to peep out of the barrel again. Ribby and Tabitha took her with them to keep her safely in sight, while they went on with their search. They went into the dairy. The first thing they found was Mittens, hiding in an empty jar. They tipped up the jar, and she scrambled out.
"Oh, mother,"
said Mittens.
"Oh, mother, there has been an old man rat in the dairy. A dreadful, enormous big rat, mother. And he's stolen a pat of butter and the rolling pin."
Ribby and Tabitha looked at one another.
"A rolling pin and butter! Oh, my poor son Thomas!"
exclaimed Tabitha, wringing her paws.
"A rolling pin?"
said Ribby.
"Did we not hear a roly-poly noise in the attic when we were looking in that chest?"
Ribby and Tabitha rushed upstairs again. Sure enough, the roly-poly noise was still going on quite distinctly under the attic floor.
"This is serious, Cousin Tabitha,"
said Ribby.
"We must send for John Joyner at once with a saw."
Now this is what had been happening to Tom Kitten, and it shows how very unwise it is to go up a chimney in a very old house, where a person does not know his way and where there are enormous rats. Tom Kitten did not want to be shut up in a cupboard. When he saw that his mother was going to bake, he determined to hide. He looked about for a nice convenient place, and he fixed upon the chimney. The fire had only just been lighted, and it was not hot, but there was a white choky smoke from the green sticks. Tom Kitten got upon the fender and looked up. It was a big old-fashioned fireplace. The chimney itself was wide enough inside for a man to stand up and walk about, so there was plenty of room for a little tomcat. He jumped right up into the fireplace, balancing himself upon the iron bar where the kettle hangs. Tom Kitten took another big jump off the bar, and landed on a ledge high inside the chimney, knocking down some soot into the fender. Tom Kitten coughed and choked with the smoke, and he could hear the sticks beginning to crackle and burn in the fireplace down below.
He made up his mind to climb right to the top and get out the slates and try to catch sparrows.
I cannot go back. If I slipped, I might fall in the fire and singe my beautiful tail and my little blue jacket.
The chimney was a very big old-fashioned one. It was built in the days when people burnt logs of wood upon the hearth. The chimney stack stood above the roof like a little stone tower, and the daylight shone down from the top, under the slanting slates that kept out the rain. Tom Kitten was getting very frightened. He climbed up and up and up. Then he waded sideways through inches of soot. He was like a little sweep himself. It was most confusing in the dark. One flue seemed to lead into another. There was less smoke, but Tom Kitten felt quite lost. He scrambled up and up, but before he reached the chimney top he came to a place where somebody had loosened a stone in the wall. There were some mutton bones lying about.
This seems funny,
said Tom Kitten.
Who has been gnawing bones up here in the chimney? I wish I had never come. And what a funny smell. It is something like mouse, only dreadfully strong. It makes me sneeze,
said Tom Kitten. He squeezed through the hole in the wall and dragged himself along a most uncomfortably tight passage where there was scarcely any light. He groped his way carefully for several yards. He was at the back of the skirting board in the attic where there is a little mark in the picture. All at once he fell head over heels in the dark, down a hole, and landed on a heap of very dirty rags. When Tom Kitten picked himself up and looked about him, he found himself in a place that he had never seen before, although he had lived all his life in the house. It was a very small, stuffy, fusty room, with boards and rafters and cobwebs, and lath and plaster. Opposite to him, as far away as he could sit, was an enormous rat.
"What do you mean by tumbling into my bed all covered with
said the rat, chattering his teeth.
Please, sir, the chimney wants sweeping,
said poor Tom Kitten.
Anna Maria,
squeaked the rat. There was a pattering noise, and an old woman rat poked her head round a rafter. All in a minute she rushed upon Tom Kitten, and before he knew what was happening, his coat was pulled off, and he was rolled up in a bundle, and tied with string in very hard knots. Anna Maria did the tying. The old rat watched her and took snuff. When she had finished, they both sat staring at him with their mouths open.
Anna Maria,
said the old man rat, whose name was Samuel Whiskers.
Anna Maria, make me a kitten dumpling Roly Poly Pudding for my dinner.
It requires dough and a pat of butter and a rolling pin,
said Anna Maria, considering Tom with her head on one side.
No,
said Samuel Whiskers.
Make it properly, Anna Maria, with breadcrumbs.
Nonsense! Butter and dough,
replied Anna Maria. The two rats consulted together for a few minutes and then went away. Samuel Whiskers got through a hole in the wainscot and went boldly down the front staircase to the dairy to get the butter. He did not meet anybody. He made a second journey for the rolling pin. He pushed it in front of him with his paws, like a brewer's man trundling a barrel. He could hear Ribby and Tabitha talking, but they were busy lighting the candle to look into the chest. They did not see him. Anna Maria went down by way of the skirting board and a window shutter to the kitchen to steal the dough. She borrowed a small saucer and scooped up the dough with her paws. She did not observe Moppet. While Tom Kitten was left alone under the floor of the attic, he wriggled about and tried to mew for help. But his mouth was full of soot and cobwebs, and he was tied up in such very tight knots he could not make anybody hear him, except a spider, which came out of a crack in the ceiling and examined the knots carefully from a safe distance. It was a judge of knots, because it had a habit of tying up unfortunate bluebottles. It did not offer to assist him. Tom Kitten wriggled and squirmed until he was quite exhausted. Presently the rats came back and set to work to make him into a dumpling. First they smeared him with butter, and then they rolled him in the dough.
Will not the string be very indigestible, Anna Maria?
Inquired Samuel Whiskers. Anna Maria said she thought that it was of no consequence, but she wished that Tom Kitten would hold his head still, as it disarranged the pastry. She laid hold of his ears. Tom Kitten bit and spat, and mewed and wriggled, and the rolling-pin went roly-poly, roly-roly-poly-roly. The rats each held an end. His tail is sticking out. You do not fetch enough dough, Anna Maria.
I fetched as much as I could carry,
replied Anna Maria. I do not think, said Samuel Whiskers, pausing to take a look at Tom Kitten. I do not think it will be a good pudding. It smells sooty. Anna Maria was about to argue the point when all at once there began to be other sounds up above, the rasping noise of a saw, and the noise of a little dog scratching and yelping. The rats dropped the rolling pin and listened attentively. We are discovered and interrupted, Anna Maria. Let us collect our property and other people's, and depart at once. I fear we shall be obliged to leave this pudding, but I am persuaded that the knots would have proved indigestible, whatever you may urge to the contrary.
Come away at once and help me tie up some mutton bones in a counterpane,
said Anna Maria.
I have got half a smoked ham hidden in the chimney.
So it happened that by the time John Joiner had got the plank up, there was nobody under the floor except the rolling pin and Tom Kitten in a very dirty dumpling. But there was a strong smell of rats, and John Joiner spent the rest of the morning sniffing and whining and wagging his tail, and going round and round with his head in the hole like a gimlet. Then he nailed the plank down again, and put his tools in his bag and came downstairs. The cat family had quite recovered. They invited him to stay to dinner. The dumpling had been peeled off Tom Kitten and made separately into a bag pudding, with currants in it to hide the smuts. They had been obliged to put Tom Kitten into a hot bath to get the butter off. John Joiner smelt the pudding, but he regretted that he had not time to stay to dinner, because he had just finished making a wheelbarrow for Miss Potter, and she had ordered 2 hen coops. And when I was going to the post late in the afternoon, I looked up the lane from the corner, and I saw Mr. Samuel Whiskers and his wife on the run, with big bundles on a little wheelbarrow which looked very like mine. They were just turning in at the gate to the barn of Farmer Potatoes. Samuel Whiskers was puffing and out of breath. Anna Maria was still arguing in shrill tones. She seemed to know her way, and she seemed to have a quantity of luggage. I am sure I never gave her leave to borrow my wheelbarrow. They went into the barn and hauled their parcels with a bit of string to the top of the haymow. After that, there were no more rats for a long time at Tabitha Twitchit's. As for Farmer Potatoes, he has been driven nearly distracted. There are rats and rats and rats in his barn. They eat up the chicken food, and steal the oats and bran, and make holes in the meal bags. And they are all descended from Mr. and Mrs. Samuel Whiskers, children and grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren. There is no end to them. Moppet and Mittens have grown up into very good rat-catchers. They go out rat-catching in the village, and they find plenty of employment. They charge so much a dozen, and earn their living very comfortably. They hang up the rats' tails in a row on the barn door, to show how many they have caught, dozens and dozens of them. But Tom Kitten has always been afraid of a rat. He never durst face anything that is bigger than a mouse. End of The Tale of Samuel Whiskers, or The Roly Poly Pudding, by Beatrix Potter.